bitter, sweet, fiery heat. Whispers the man of the hurricane. Oh, stop pushing me, gonna push so hard I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go, 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 I won't let go. Ain't never giving up on you, gonna see this storm all the way through, gonna push right through the driving rain, gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane, 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 ride on the wings of the hurricane. Spirits climbing, love contriving, passion driving, the tempers rising. Whoa, stop pushing me, you're gonna push so hard I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go, I won't let go, I won't let go. Ain't ever giving up on you, gonna see this storm all the way through, push right through the driving rain, gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. Ain't ever giving up on you, gonna see this storm all the way through, push right through the driving rain, gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane, 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 ride on the wings of the hurricane.
I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. I'm in control, you know I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. Let me take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. Let me take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. Because I'm in control. a chateau in the mountains. Got change, yeah, jet set through the islands. I change zip codes like it is nothing. Top 10K first class on my side bang. Shorty went verbal on a TikTok. Got 'em doing moves in a big mouth. Rocking their head, doing pop like 20 million streams, so she won't stop, can't stop. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody. Light up the night, oh. We light up the night. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. We light up the night. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. Only show me love, I don't clap back. Homie got a catfish face, so you can have that. Topping hits on hits, can you handle that? Lose it all on a high stakes blackjack. Bet big trip, even in a lockdown. Big tips, only with the fans now. My click, pull up with the top down. We keep it going all night. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody. Light up the night, oh. We light up the night. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. We light up the night. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah.
We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. You're my diet. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Your mata, your mata. Your mata, your mata.
should. Darling, I'll be just fine. You won't take no for an answer. Get off your knees and pull yourself together. I'll make it on my own. You think I need ya? I've come a long, long way. No looking back. Keep banging on my door. See where it gets ya. I'm moving on now, honey. Ain't gonna play your games. I'll make it on my own. You think I need ya? I've come a long, long way. No looking back. Keep banging on my door. See where it gets ya. I'm moving on now, honey. Ain't gonna play your game. I won't stop fighting on. I won't stop fighting on. Never gonna play your game. I won't stop fighting on. I won't stop fighting on. Never gonna play your game.
One way with you, what it feels like. Some way to you, I still try. If I love you where you love me, you would question me, yeah. At times I hold it back and give you less of me, yeah. Do you love me? Do you me for real? Shorty, keep it real. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah, yeah. This ain't I want you more. I want you more than you. You want me. This ain't I need you more. I need you more than you. You need me. Oh yeah. Is it that hard to call me back after you say you call me back? Passive aggressive. No, I hate when you call me that. You don't get the message. Playing these games while you texting. Same thing you do with your exes. If I love you where you love me, you would question me, yeah. At times I hold it back and give you less of me, yeah. Do you love me? Do you me for real? Shorty, keep it real. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah, yeah. This ain't I want you more. I want you more than you. You want me. I need you more. I need you more than you. You need me. I want you more. I want you more than you. You want me. This ain't I need you more. I need you more than you. You need me. Oh yeah.
night all day. We are one call away. Oh, we're just getting started.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. We are one call away. Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. We are one call away. Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. We are one call away. Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. We are one call away. Away. Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. We are one call away. Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. We are one call away. Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. We are one call away. Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. We are one call away.
Walk anywhere, eyes them lock, on me fresh sneakers straight to the snapback. Pretty gal them smell, make a long get weak, wanna give me loose chat. any boy try to take my style right now, better bring it right back. Come me look good in anything from the latest fashion, no throwbacks from a thrift shop. You hear that? Because my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Ha, because my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Anywhere me go, killing it. Killing it. Anywhere me go, money on my mind, all I hear is ching, ching, ching. Some boy can't afford one chicken wing. Roll with top class, girl, no basic thing. Confidence in myself from the words me sing. Yo, become a style done properly, cause I must compliment the physical anatomy. When you see me on the street every day looking fresh, with I swear that the thing is a strategy. But it's just my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Ha, because my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it.
They said we had to prove ourselves. So we did. They said we'd never reach the top. But here we are. We've broken barriers. We've shattered limits.
Now this big fish needs to find a bigger pond.
Now, it's not about proving anything anymore. It's about fighting harder, rising higher. Now, we are fearless.
You think it's hot in Europe? It's about to get a whole lot hotter because we're just about ready for the grand final of the VALORANT Game Changers EMEA Stage 2 finals. I am so excited, you guys, and I'm so excited to have Billy and Meg with me on the desk to talk us through the action. Billy, this is such a momentous occasion because I feel like we keep seeing the competition getting closer and closer, and today is going to be no different.
Yeah, for sure. I think stage one for all of us was super exciting. You know, we got to crown a new Game Changers champion in EMEA for a long, long time. And it's kind of the similar story here again, right? We get to see that rematch of stage one grand finals of KC going up against Giant X again here in stage two.
This definitely wasn't my prediction looking at the group stages of stage 2 when we first started the sort of chats about playoff on Sunday. And I'm really happy to see it though. I'm a big fan of a sort of rematch, and it will be interesting to see what kind of Giant X and Carmine Corp show up today.
It might have been 2-0 on Tuesday between these two teams, obviously going in KC's favour, but the last time they faced each other in a grand final, it was 3-2. I have a feeling it could go all the way today. We're going to play a short game, though, to get you primed and ready for the final, because we're basing this on finals facts. This is 2 truths and a lie, so we've got 2 rounds coming up for you. Let's see the first truths and lie. So, 1, since 2022, there have been 10 Game Changers EMEA finals. Number 2, D2 has played in 8 of these finals, not counting today's. And number 3, no team has finished second twice except Giant X. Billy, I'll come to you first because you're in the middle.
I'm literally sat thinking about it. I think it has to be number 3, no? I swear we had Falcons Vega in stage 1 and stage 2 grand finals of last year, I want to say. So I'm going to go with number 3 is the lie here. What do you think, Meg?
You're gonna know more than me, Billy. You know, my brain no worky half the time. I'm gonna go with number 1 because maths, because it feels like the maths ain't mathsin'.
That's what I thought too.
Will maths come out on top? Let's see who was right, or if you were both wrong, but turns out Billy was right. 3. No team has finished second twice except Giant X. Are they going to finish twice for a third time today? We're going to find out in a few hours. Our next question. 1, there have only been 2 instances in which all 5 maps were played during the finals. 2, in 2023, one of the stage finals went to the 5th map. And 3, since 2022, we've had more than 3 overtimes in the finals. Okay, Meg, you get to answer first. So think fast, because we've got a final to start.
Again, I can't tell for sure which one of these is a lie, but because 1 didn't work last time, I'm gonna go for 1 again. That's my thought process.
I mean, I'm looking at these, and there's too many numbers going on, and numbers is not my strong point. So I'll just go with Meg. I'll believe you on this one, Meg.
We're in this together, baby.
Number 1 does sound likely. I actually don't know the answer to this one, so let's see what it is. Okay, can I kind of claim a slight victory? We're all right. But Billy, you are the champion of this one because you did get a 100% win rate in 2 truths and a lie grand finals edition. We're going to take a look at the points distribution now because we know all the other teams who've taken part in stage 2, what points they've picked up, but there are even more on the line. And obviously this is very important if you want to face the other teams from around the world on the international Game Changers stage. So as you can see, as we head towards that competition, you get even more points. So 90 points if you come out on top today, Billy. And this is quite interesting when we actually do look at the EMEA leaderboard. You've noticed a correlation. Can you talk us through it?
Yeah, so permutations are permutations. We know them, we love them. But when we look at today's results, if KC were the ones to win, they would be tied for that 3rd slot of Game Changers Championships already, just straight off the bat from winning today. When we get to stage 3, they only need to be able to make playoffs, and then they have that qualification straight into Game Changers Champs. And it's kind of a similar case for Giant X as well. If they win today, they would only need to make playoffs in stage 3 as well. However, the easiest solution when we get to stage 3 is, of course, winning the whole damn thing, because if you win stage 3, you directly qualify to Game Changers Champs.
Billy, I thought you said you couldn't do maths. All off the top of her own
I've been
head.
stressing about that.
Billy actually has to sit further back in our camera shot because her brain is so big, it doesn't fit a normal camera lens. We're going to take a look at our 2 teams, though. We've made it all the way now. KC and GX, Carmine Corp and Giant X. And when you look at the Carmine Corp, I mean, you couldn't be blamed for thinking they're the favorites. They did win the last finals when these 2 teams faced off. However, their group stage, 5 wins, 4 losses. It was a bit of a surprising one, Meg.
Yeah, I think if you look at the history of sort of Carmine Corp and Giant X and how they faced up, in my mind, it's quite close because Carmine Corp, over the past 3 times meeting, they've won 6 of the matches. Giant X have won 4 of those. And I do think that a lot of it, bar maybe the last time they met in the upper bracket finals, it's been incredibly close. And again, I do want to mention that despite Carmine Corp, you know, coming into the back of this as the stage 1 playoff winners and sort of dominating the playoffs in stage 2, Giant X have beaten Carmine Corp before. And I do think that Carmine Corp, they do need to sit back and have a little think here because it's a game about momentum, right? And you have Giant X coming off of a really big win yesterday against SK Nebula. And I do think it's going to be very close games today, similarly to the last time that we saw them in the grand finals.
Well, momentum surely in Casey's favour, Billy, when they have a fragging IGL in the form of GX. She has played 608 rounds of Omen in the past 30 days alone.
Yeah, I mean, it's insane that she's led Carmine Corp to their 2nd grand final of the year. And let's not forget, she's someone that had to fight through contenders in stage 2 of last year with VALORANT to get back into the stage 3 main event. So yeah, I think she's been a super resilient player for this Carmine Corp side.
Yeah, GX is amazing, and actually her top 4 agents, 3 of those are initiators, so she has a really good personal experience with understanding how a controller player should also work alongside those other agent roles. And it's incredible, you know, that she's also IGLing doing all of this. She understands the macro of how a controller is played to benefit a team, but also the micro for her own impact, fragging and clutching. And as we saw in the last matchup where Giant X played, she was constantly putting up multi-frags on the board. And when you kind of look at her going up against somebody like Nami today, her top 4 agents are all controllers. She is a controller main through and through, and they've pulled her off that IGL role so that Nami can focus purely on playing the controller. And again, Nami was also incredibly dominant yesterday against SK Nebula. So I think the matchup between these two controllers today is going to be one that almost makes or breaks a few of the matchups.
Well, every single team, there's just 2 of them, but they have such incredible players who can all top frag in a server. And one of those players we can definitely rely on to do just that is Glance. Hello, Glance. Can you believe this is going to be your 7th Game Changers Grand Final?
Oh, hello. Oh, yeah, I was counting yesterday. At my bet, I was actually counting yesterday. I was like, wait, I won champs, then it was with G2, then 5 times, then 2 in with KC. Yes, 7's gonna be. So, yeah, I was doing it yesterday.
Did you come in to see your teammates this morning and go, guys, by the way, this is my 7th time?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell them today, I think. They're gonna be in shock.
No one's going to be shocked to hear a stat like that. It makes total sense. Do you have any pre-finals rituals?
My routine has been pretty much the same for the, I think, past 2 years. Like, I'm taking pretty much the same breakfast. I drink coffee 1 hour before the official. I'll be doing physical warm-up as well with the team, like 20 minutes before official, and then I'm just warming up in the game. So yeah, it's pretty much the same, boring.
It's not boring. It makes a lot of sense. And do you give your teammates any advice and help them get into that winning mode?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how important routine is in our schedule, and that it's giving consistency to our game plan and gameplay in general. So every girl has like, I mean, we're all different on that. Everyone is doing their own routine, and it's okay. And we're just doing some things together, as like physical warm-up, for example.
So earlier this week on Hey Lydia stream, you said that you got nerfed by the Tejo nerf and the latest patch. And we've been discussing on the desk what the big difference maker between Casey in the group stage and you guys right now is, because it is like a different team. So do you think it is the patch and that's the reason, or what would you put it down to?
To be honest, we knew that Tech was gonna get nerfed, so we in advance were preparing, and of course he was overpowered, I'm not gonna lie, and we were ready for it. So we started to change some comps, we starting to play, and we tried some things in group stage, and when it comes to playoffs, we already were prepared. We just did all our things as we done on Prax, and Dima helped us a lot, so we were just good to go in playoffs. We had everything.
And so this final, GX versus KC, it feels like it's a rivalry that's going to run and run. Why do you think that you guys are the top 2 teams in Game Changers at the moment?
I think because of our consistency, probably. We have like the same roster, we didn't change player, we keep in our role. So for example, if someone is good on Sova, we keep someone's playing on Sova, we're not changing and not jumping too much on it, and we also building team play. So I think GX did the same, and that's why it's working well for them, and we will see who's better today.
And is it quite fun knowing that you're going up against players like Smurfette and Sarah? These are players you've played with, you go way back with them.
Yeah. I know them for a long time, and I've been playing with both of them, and I know how they play in the game, so they're very experienced, I would say, and they're also like a nice girls to play around, and I'm just excited to see them on the server. Excited to see what they're gonna show.
Yes, and it was a 3-2 Barnstormer last time you guys faced each other in a grand finals. We know that you've got a really strong haven against these guys. It was 13-2 last time you played it. Yeah. But do you think there's a map that they're gonna particularly challenge you on?
I think they're just gonna pick Split, to be honest. We will not be surprised, and it's their like one of the favorite maps, and it's gonna be fine. We know how to play Split against them, so no problem.
Well, there you have it from Glance. Nothing but respect for Ness and Smurfette, Meg, and for good reason.
name a better duo. Truly, you absolutely cannot. You know, Ness and Smurfette have been competing in the Game Changers scene since 2021. You know, Ness right at the very beginning of when Game Changers was launched. They've been on several teams together, you know, Foot, Guild, and now, of course, they're here up on GX. So it's just... wait, I'm tripping. Did I get that right? They are on GX, right? I'm having a brain moment.
Yeah, they're on GX.
They're on GX.
No,
It's have the
you
same
when you
thing.
second guess yourself.
They're both like these blue teams.
Yeah.
They both like 2 initials. Don't worry, it's all
Guys,
good.
trust your gut. I was right. I've been
It's
doing
fine.
all of these research, this research I'm watching, obviously, since the get-go, but you've always got to second guess yourself sometimes and catch yourself out. But yeah, of course, they are incredible and they understand the way that each other works and they know exactly how they both play. So I think as a duo, this is definitely going to benefit GX coming into this because they are sort of the bread and butter of Game Changers in my mind.
Yeah, and I think as well, it's easy to get confused. We have a GX on the side of Carmine Core today going up against Giant X. Like, honestly,
It's a
don't even
lot.
sweat it. But I just want to remind everyone as well that the last grand final that Ness and Smurfette were able to win was back in 2022 of Stage 3 when they were under Guild, which is insane. But of course, we have Eva coming into this roster as well, one of the recent additions for this year. And she's not only someone that brings firepower and consistency, but also being able to offer a lot of flexibility for the rest of this team, right? When we look at the depth of her agent pool that she has here, playing across 6 different initiators is absolutely insane. And I think that just goes to show that how much Giant X really love playing this double initiator composition right now.
They like to get flashy, and who can blame them with individuals like Smurfette on their team? Hello, Smurfette. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you. It's great to see the form that you achieved yesterday against SK, and now I'm so excited to see it today. It's going to be your 5th final, if you can believe that, and another final that you're playing with your very good friend and teammate Ness. What do you think it is about your relationship that's kept you together in the server for years?
Honestly, our relationship is great, but I swear we're in the loop or something. Like, this cycle needs to be break because like I am like always like finishing 2nd place or 3rd place. Like, I feel like it's a curse, and I think it's because of me and Ness. We are the curse, I think.
You can't be saying that on the day of the final. Are you saying it out loud so that it's not true?
I mean, who knows?
You turn to your team afterwards and be like, I'm sorry, it was us. We're the problem,
Okay,
even though we played amazingly.
I mean, I curse a lot, okay? So whenever I say something good, the opposite things happen. So we'll see.
Okay,
We'll
so
see.
you're going to play terribly today.
Yeah, we will be so bad today.
You are the OG duelist of Game Changers EMEA. We've seen other people come in, take on the role, and then sometimes move on to other things, like your teammate Sarah, but you've stuck with it. And I wanted to know what it is about this role that suits you so well and why you're in love with it still.
I'm really aggressive player. I think that's why it fits me, although I'm sometimes a little bit too aggressive, which Asuka is really mad about, and I'm trying to fix it. But yeah, I guess aggression.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense. You do have a very aggressive IGL now in Ness, though. How do you have a conversation at the end of a round where you maybe have over-aggressed as a team? Do you just kind of just have a quick conversation, go, right, let's pare it back and slow things down?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm like, I usually know my mistakes. So I'm usually like, when I'm overheat, I'm like, my bad. I know that was on me, you know. I instantly know it. I say my bad, so we move on. But they call me out as well if it's something too much.
It was surprising to hear you say on the stream about you not feeling good about your performance until yesterday, Smurfette. Do you think that sometimes those self-criticisms hold you back a bit?
Oh yeah, I mean, I am being really harsh on myself. I always been, but it's facts, okay? This split was really rough for me, and I'm not lying about it. Like, like in the game, I was like keep doing these mistakes that I never do, and I kind of lost my confidence, and it's just added to it. But then I was like, I didn't want to disappoint my teammates more, so I was like putting the hard work more, and like I'm glad it showed, and I just want to be better for them.
I mean, you're improving all the time, but you're still at the top of your game. The game is just getting higher time and time again. Smurfette, thank you so much for talking to me today, and good luck.
Of course, thank you so much. Have a nice day.
We interrupt this broadcast. Apologies to Smurfette. Thank you for the interview, by the way, with a huge, exciting announcement because the VALORANT Game Changers EMEA Stage 3 finals are coming to you live and hotter than ever before from the ESE Arena in Istanbul, Turkey for another electrifying best of 5 showdown. So like last year, we're going to have an incredible playoffs run from September 30th to October 25th. And then we will be finding out the top 2 teams will be battling it out for that place in championships live on stage in Istanbul. We'll also be finding out the second team that will have qualified with enough circuit points to make it also to the championships to represent Europe. It's going to be absolutely electrifying. If you were there last year, I'm so jealous of you. And if you're watching from home, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. The cosplay, absolutely unbelievable, Meg.
I had the worst FOMO watching it from home last year. And I'm going to make it my life's mission to make sure that I'm there no matter what, because these events are so incredibly amazing, especially the Game Changers ones I know are so close to so many of our hearts. So you better blimmin' be there, guys.
Yeah,
Well, you know
also,
what? Oh, yes.
I was going to say, I'm
Go,
also
Billy,
so
go.
jealous of everyone that was there. I was in a
Oh.
little studio doing the desk. No, but it was a great time. And I think as well, it shows like how wholesome our kind of community is, because even if there was players that didn't make it, they still went to go and support. And it was just, yeah, such a great collective of the community.
Well, if you live around Berlin or you fancy a little trip, and I think you should definitely be putting this date in your diary. The 19th to the 26th of October is when VCT Ascension EMEA is going to be returning, and it's going to be coming live to the studio. So all the matches are going to be played in that studio. Some of them in the group stage will be played in the studio, but behind the scenes in the practice rooms. And then the grand finals themselves will be played on stage in front of a huge audience, a loud audience. We know how passionate you fans are when you come to Berlin, and you could get a spot in that studio yourself. You could get your bum on the seat. All you need to do is follow Valorant on the socials, and they'll let you know when you can snag your ticket. It's going to be such an incredible autumn. As the winter dawns on us, we're still going to be feeling warmed by the fire of the Valorant servers. We have got to, though, find out what we're going to be seeing on the server today, because the grand final is nearly underway. Our teams have done the vetoes. We're going to find out about those in just a moment. Before we do, though, because we were interrupted by this announcement, we never fully got to appreciate the legend that is Smurfette. She's been in Game Changers ever since I can remember the scene starting, Billy, and she is looking incredible based on yesterday's performance against SK.
100%. I wish this girl would have more confidence in herself. She's absolutely incredible, Frankie. And as you said, a veteran in Game Changers EMEA at this point. You know, we've been celebrating 5 years of Valorant recently, and this is someone who's been in Game Changers from day dot and is still playing this duelist role to that grand finals level, let's not forget. When I think back to Turkish Jet, I think Smurfette is the OG Turkish Jet in the Game Changers community. Her first ever official back in 2021 being on that jet. So, I mean, just look at how much of this duelist that she's played throughout the years. It's incredible.
You just know a lot of up-and-coming duelists that have come into the scene recently have looked up to Smurfette as definitely one of the greatest, and it still continues to be one of the greatest. And as Billy mentioned, she is self-critical, and I think it's definitely great to sort of be aware of maybe where things don't go right and being self-aware, so you can work on those things and improve to hopefully bring you to a grand final win. But it would be really nice to see sort of the Smurfette that we've seen the last couple of matches come along onto the server, super confident. And we spoke about how much she warms up in the server as things go on. So I do expect to see the best Smurfette yet today in the matchup against KC.
I would hate to be on the other side of her and an operator, let me tell you. We're ready to see the map veto, guys. So let's see if we're going to have a repeat of the last grand finals. Remember, it was a 3-2 result for KC. Meg.
I am not shocked to see that Ascent sort of come in as the first ban, as we didn't get a lot of chance to talk about it, but Carmine Corp's Ascent throughout the group stages wasn't the greatest, albeit they did play that Teho, and obviously we're coming out of that meta. Again, the Pearl ban, not shocked. That's something that they banned frequently throughout the group stages, so I don't think they've played it yet, right, Billy?
Yeah, so Pearl for me is a weird one because of course we've not seen KC play it yet, but Giant X, they looked so creative on it the other day with that double sentinel. It's kind of one of the more creative maps that they have in terms of agent composition, but Split actually being Giant X's first map pick here, I'm a little surprised by. I honestly thought that we'd see Sunset pretty early on into this veto given the performance that they had against SK Nebula yesterday. I think that Giant X are probably one of the better Sunset teams that we have here, and I can understand why they've gone to Split. It's been one of their most played maps this stage, and Smurfette did mention in the interview the other day, you know, it's not something that they were able to show up as their usual selves on. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just concerned because KC obviously beat them on it the other day.
I do think naturally the map pool here is going to definitely favor Carmine Corp coming in with that double map ban. And we have seen their map pool be incredibly strong throughout group stages and playoffs. I do think that Sunset one's going to be really interesting as we did see Carmine Corp 13 to them. G2, sorry, previously coming into this. So they're going to be incredibly confident on your map. But Split's going to be a weird starter. I agree with Billy because I think we've seen incredible performances from Giant X on it and then not so great ones. And I think it is really reliant on Sarah kind of coming through on that Cypher and Smurfette popping off on the Rays as well.
With that in mind, Meg, do you think that if GX don't hit the ground running with Split and pick up this first map, that it's going to be a 3-0 for KC?
I think not a 3-0, but potentially it could run away with Carmine Corp quite quickly. I think Giant X here, they want to gain the momentum, and straight off the bat, I think they want to kind of assert dominance almost and say, we're not playing around this time. We're coming here to win. And I think winning out Split straight off the bat could be really good for them.
I think they need to as well, right? When we start looking ahead at the rest of the map veto, right, we go to Haven afterwards. This is something that Giant X, again, have openly said, you know, they've been struggling on that defensive side on Haven. So we know that Haven's been a difficult one for them. But Icebox, again, something that they were incredible on last year. In fact, they had 9 wins and 0 losses last year. However, they come into this year, run the same composition that they ran in Stage 3. So it's been a bit iffy for them. But as we think ahead at Split right now, that's what we have in front of us. I think for me, what's most exciting is that we have a mirror matchup between these teams, and we get to see that sky on sky action, which I know a lot of people kind of had question marks behind, and why teams have decided to pick up this sky on Split. I don't know if you have thoughts on that, Meg.
Well, clearly it works because last time we saw the Giant X sort of Carmine Corp matchup on Split, Ava absolutely went feral on that Sky, dropping 22 kills. Maybe not the performance we've seen from Glance on the Sova on that Sky last time they saw each other, but we know that Glance is on top form and really feeling it at the moment. So hopefully she channels that Sova into her Sky today. For me, it's the Safia and Sarah you want to be looking at. I think, you know, their Sentinel usually dominates and dictates the rounds, whether they're sort of gaining that map control or keeping it, and I do look to them as kind of the win condition for both sides. And of course you've got KC starting out on that defense, so I think Safia really is going to kind of come into this one and hopefully make a strong start and have that kind of like assertive stance from the get-go.
So any predictions going into this one, guys? Who do you think is going to be our Stage 2 champions? Billy?
Oh, Stage 2 champions, not even just who's going to win this map. That's
no,
crazy.
I want to know at the start of the series. Obviously, this can ebb and flow, but I just want to be able to have your overall who's going to win prediction as we head into it, and then we can revisit that at the end.
Okay, I'm going to go straight in. I'm going to say Giant X because I would like to see a different champ come out this time for the grand finals, just to spice it up a little bit.
I go KC because I think the double map ban is an incredible advantage coming into this finals.
Well, let's get this final started with your casters, Ash and Lichman.
Thank you so much, Frankie. A pleasure to be here with you, Ash, for such a hype game. We get 2 bans for one team. GX, though, getting to start out on their map pick here on Split. I want to know, before we get into the game, Ash, do you think this veto is swung either way? Who's come out on top?
I think, honestly, KC did a really good job with this map veto. They banned out their 1 permaban in Pearl, and then also that weak map in Ascent, which is such a strong map for Smurfette as well. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how they take advantage of this. I definitely think that it leans in their favor. There is that snowball potential as we get later on in this series. I think that the Split is a really important map, like the Dust was saying, for Giant X to pick up here, Mitch. But Glance was sounding so confident in that interview that we had at the top of the day, saying that their KC is so prepared for Giant X and how they approach Split and understand very well how to counter them. And I'm looking forward to seeing how they make that come to fruition.
Well, always good to see a series starting out with a mirror matchup. We get a great read on how things are going to go down. This is GX's map pick. They start on the attack side, and then we'll be off to Haven, somewhere that disaster has been spelled out before, but more about that later, because the pistol's already underway, the barriers are up, and players about to erupt through the vents. The flash is going behind them. GX getting ahead of that utility and finding a double opening here in the vents.
Just such a nice start, and this is the IGL that we were talking about here on the side of Giant X, right? The fact that she's able to, or sorry, on the side of KC, but man, the way the Giant X actually start things out, I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna get a little bit tripped up every single time I hear GX, and then I also hear the name of like the IGL on the side of KC. But overall, this is a great start. Giant X enemy remaining to be able to already turn this into a 5v1 situation. I'm still sorting myself out. I'm not gonna be honest after getting tripped up over the names.
GX and GX, yeah, it's a hell of a head-to-head, isn't it? It always gets me as well. Well, now it is just GX facing off against GX in the 1 versus 5. The controller player for KC. There's a lot waiting around that corner, up and over the lip, as a Flawless is locked in for Giant X. Let's make it easy, and the attacking side gets off to a good start.
And it's so important, I think, for Giant X to be picking up this pistol here, especially starting off on that attacking side here on Split, on their map pick, and with how we've been talking about the look of this veto, right, overall, and that potential to see this go to, again, another 5 mapper. I really think that's the expectation for this grand final. These two teams have really cemented quite the rivalry between each other, with each other, I mean, throughout the entire season so far of Game Changers EMEA in 2025. It's just crazy how many times these teams have already played each other so far this year here, Mitch.
It really is, and it is often, barring one time, always KC that come out on top. So seeing the series start out with a pistol win for GX is a great sign. We have to be wary of, as we learned the other day, those pistols can be terrifying. And here on Split, on the defensive side, there's a lot of value that you can get if you are grouped up, as we're seeing towards the B site. Many numbers, in fact 4 players essentially, awaiting the arrival of Giant X. But luckily for the attacking side, they didn't just pigeonhole themselves into that play where they were around B main very recently. That timing's terrible for Nami. So 1 player down, but they still have that option to wrap around towards the A site. But they don't fully know where that stack is waiting, and it looks like they're going to walk into a lot more numbers, a lot of utility. They've made it out unpunished.
It's a really nice trap play, but now you've also got Safia on an island here over at ramp. Location discovered now as well.
Yeah, that should be it for Safia. And I like that Anasia is coming in so quickly to try and give that little bit of backup, fire from the behind, and maybe catch them off in an almost crossfire. But Safia falls so quickly, there's no chance. 12 seconds. The weapons that are awaiting these classics, and what a ghost for Alkia, they're not good enough on that defensive side to be able to really muscle their way into the site to stop the plant. So instead, they're left in this position, spiked down, 2v4, and playing a containment game. If they can just make this costly, if they can have, hey, Giant X all die to the spike, that'd be great. And a lot of these players are low, so great opportunities to catch some of these exit picks, and at a minimum go down to the spike after. There's already one.
Yeah, just trying to do a little bit more work here. Glance, not sure if she's actually going to go for it, but Giant X, you know, they're prepared for the fact that they're expecting those exits and no ult orbs to be donated going forward. But overall, I think what's interesting about this mirror matchup too is with the confidence that we've heard coming out from KC on how they're looking to expect Giant X to play, I think that the mirror kind of just adds that additional layer to it, right? There's no difference in that utility. And this control, I think, with these 1-3-1 splits that we're seeing in that default here coming out from Giant X to ensure that they have that initial information on the extremities is something that we can continue to look out for as the map does continue to flow on here. But I like the positioning that we've seen so far. They were great ideas that we saw for that mid control coming out from KC, even into the last round. But a bit of a different look this time. Swordfight already all the way inserted here into Vents.
Yeah, and look at the defensive player, GX, so aggressively pushed up in B main. That's a lot of information to work with. And then these traps on A, they're not in normal choke points. They're not in positions where they can be broken by utility, caught by the Skydog easily. These are traps. they're meant to get kills off the back of them. We call them kill traps a lot of the time, but I prefer traps personally.
A little tongue twister to start the day off. But they're very comfortable on the side of KC to allow GIANTX to take a lot of this space, being aware of the fact that they've got those kill traps that you're talking about, giving kind of that signaling for utility that can be thrown out for a couple of those trap plays, and the delay that we're seeing now. GIANTX are fully canned in here, and they're about to be swarmed. It should be a fast flood from KC as GIANTX take the A side.
That flash was perfect. Ava working wonders, and Smurfette not spotted by Glance on the way through. That's a huge pick. They thought with the trap still being up that no one could be that close, but a big mistake as the blast packs, or indeed the drop out of heaven, I think it was, had gotten them over and past that utility. And this is the problem. You mentioned it, Ash, the fact that we had Safia on the A side on her own. The side of KC was so comfortable to give up all that space, but those players being in heaven, those players being so close on site and not falling down to the traps, that's really what gives the edge to GX here, who are just able to catch them by surprise, get much closer than expected, and walk out of this round with all 5 players still alive. You know, we talked about a good start, and you never know after the pistol how things are going to go. Round 3, you know, often we're like, well, as long as the team that won pistol in the follow-up can get a couple kills, it's all right. Keep the economy modest, but a 3-0 start, this is a statement of a start here on Split.
Oh, it definitely is. I think something that I want to see going forward here from the defense on the side of KC will be a little bit more of that proactivity that we actually saw in that second round when they were on that eco, going for a bit of that B main space. Sure, we did see the crossover from KC this time around as well, but they weren't quite playing that push and pull. I think we're playing a little bit more conservatively there. And for GIANTX, they've been more than happy to do these contact plays where they're walking up, not giving that telegraphed information for KC to set up for more of those trap plays. And it allows them to save a lot of that utility as well, to be reactionary. And the punish coming out, we've talked about here how GX loves to get so aggressive, being nearly tied actually when it comes down to those first engagement statistics with Alkia, and GIANTX are doing a great job of punishing her for it so far.
No, absolutely. We saw it. And just to touch on the first point you made, these contact plays and the value of them. Think back even to the pistol that was there, the push into vents, the shift walk through the smoke, the flash fired out by Anasia, but the players were already past it. And getting past that utility has been a factor in these first 3 rounds. In this one, a lot of players have weaknesses, and we started to see them bodies hit the floor on that defensive side. But there's a pulse from Alkia, able to find the one, and now a 3v4 in the back of it. Nade fired through, their eyes diverted, but Glance not able to connect the kill. And with Alkia down to 33 HP, despite the nade trading out, Safia is left with a weight of responsibility on her shoulders, has to find something from up top with the Sheriff. And unfortunately, the positions they were in taking that fight there from GIANTX were actually just unknowingly perfect. Safia couldn't find the kill or even someone to shoot at alongside her teammate. Then they spot her afterwards, and now I mean, normally I'd say impossible, improbable, and dealt with by Sarah to put 4-0 on the board. This attack side shaping up wonderfully for GIANTX.
They look extremely comfortable right now with the approach that we're seeing coming out from them. Really starving, I feel, KC of some of that early information with the contact plays we keep talking about, and forcing them to use a bit of that utility earlier on. I think that B main fight is something we're going to have to keep our eyes on here between GX and Nami. It's been kind of like a 1-for-1 so far, but again, these risks that the controller in the IGL is taking early on into these rounds can be such a marker of how the rest of the round is going to follow. But a nice deep smoke this time round, a bit more contention from... Okay, well, that's a little bit unlucky, unfortunately there, Mitch.
Yeah, you know, you can look at all these fights on B main, the contact plays working for Giant X, but the spam through the smoke, it's not usually that repeatable, it's not that reliable, but in a very important round, it's found its mark. KC go pushing to try to recover space, and they've walked right into the trap of Giant X. No contact play this time, instead much more reserved, waiting for that aggression to come through after the 5v4 they were put in by that opening pick through the smoke, and now this round is already done. KC had to make some sort of a response. They didn't have B main control as they did in so many other rounds, and pushing down to seize that space back, I love it. I think it's the right idea, but the fact that Giant X were ready for it, that has just put them in the dirt. 5-0, and that was a big investment from the defense.
I mean, it's a lovely call coming out from Giant X. The read was sublime when they came down to how far back they were positioned for this mid crossfire to clean up that push. And honestly, I was expecting GX to even look to get the save on the side of KC, but it's no surprise that we're seeing this timeout called right now. Honestly, I would have expected it to even come out like a couple of rounds ago, but better late than never, I guess, for the side of Giant X. Sorry, we're gonna keep it clear here on the stream. For the side of Giant X, they've got to be thrilled about this. This next round, they're expected to win it. They're guaranteed going into the next half at least even.
Yeah, we'll have to put that in the title of the stream. Like when we say GX, it's the player on KC. When we say Giant X, it's the team. But yeah, no, I like... So round 5, coming out of that pause, I can understand why we get here. The round before, going into round 4, it wasn't like they had a great buy. It's scrappy. And as a coach, you're sitting there listening. You hear some good ideas. You hear the comps. There's nothing for you to correct. Fair enough. And as long as going into round 5, again, you hear a unique idea come out. Okay, we're going to play early contact on mid, perhaps around that showstopper. And that's an okay situation to allow to unfold. Whatever that was heard was fine, but the fact that it didn't work out, the fact that then you look at how the round plays out and Giant X had a clear read on what was going on, perfect adaptations, that's where you need to step in. This isn't typically the round that you're looking to find that result in, though. Weaker weapons across the board. GX not even able to use her main weapon. It was a classic in hand, but now that's gotten the pick. And so, whoa, the smoke came in a little bit late. That's a disaster. That could have been a weapon recovered. Instead, back to a 4v4. Still, in this round, a weapon on the floor for them to retrieve. It's better than it could have been.
I've got your trail.
It definitely is, but the numbers would have been so nice on the side of KC there. Seekers to come through gives away the stack over towards this B site. Now a quick pivot to try and crunch Anasilia. A great aftershock to delay at the very least.
Yeah, it's bought extra time, as has that flash. The stun gonna follow it up as well, and by now, Safi is rotated into position.
Oh my god.
Yeah! The showstopper landed for 3 in a round where they had next to nothing in terms of credits. It's the ultimate invested that pulls this across the line for the first round win of KC here on Split. A pay safe card, thrifty at that.
Incredibly well played off the back of Anasilia's utility. This is a player that on that breach, she has been so good throughout the entirety of stage 2, but especially in playoffs has been one of the leading players when it comes to those assists per round, and we can see why. Just so much impact to come through, but an insane showstopper. But that's the momentum that KC need to get them back here into Split.
Oh, without a doubt. That is the round that injects the momentum back into your favor. And, okay, this fight towards B main, the stuns have been the death of Nami, but now look how many players are there to back her up, ready for that aggression coming out of KC. They were feeling confident, but they've been dealt with early, and now the response, a move towards this site where the information is already there for Giant X, but they're confident with the Rolling Thunder invested and the blast packs across that they can find these fights, and they will do, at least to start and maybe to finish. 2 players left alive, both on the back site. They won't be expecting them to be here this quickly. A Rolling Thunder online, glance with another. The numbers really coming down to the wire for GX. They've caught them all still stunned, leaving just Sarah. The players on the other side low. The heal doesn't come in on time, and it certainly couldn't prevent that headshot from delivering death. It's a 1v1, and Sarah running for the hills. The plan set to come in on A.
So nicely done. A deep trip as well, just to give a bit of that early signal to how close Glance is going to be as she looks to get that spike initiated here onto the A site. We do have the Trailblazer to work with here for Glance at the very least into this 1v1. But with this early signaling, it just gives a better idea to Sarah about the timing that she has. I love this rotation over towards ramps, plants it out in the open for Heaven here.
And Glance was so clutch in so many of the rounds up against her former team G2, but now it's Sarah, the former duelist, up top waiting, has a good read on exactly where Glance has gone, and the plant is wide open. This could be an easy connection, even just to run the clock down. The peak and the shot connected. No time delayed by Sarah. Just takes it across the line herself for the Red Bull clutch, and it looks like they're right back to winning ways on the side of Giant X.
Yeah, shutting down any momentum that KC were trying to build off the back of that Thrifty round. And it's all thanks to a lot of that conditioning that was done in the first 5 rounds of this half, with the fact that they did have that initial solo fight towards the end, but pulling up with the entire cavalry, knowing that KC like to play that push and pull, go for that more aggressive B main control off the gate of a round.
Get down already. These opening picks have been there for Giant X in so many of these rounds. In fact, recovering on ones where they weren't. So it goes from bad to worse. If you're a KC fan, the operator on Anasia, it's standing, it's pushing forward, seeing no contact, wanting to find those players, and will. It was a firing squad that she walked right into, but somehow steps out full HP and a pick under her belt. KC still down by 1 player though.
Sitting back here, knowing that Giant X have to re-clear some of this space. They didn't go for that same mid control earlier on into the round, and now you've got them looking to try and group up. Are we sticking this? Not quite. I got a little bit nervous. You never know with GX if she's actually gonna land one of those from the shadows or not. But at the very least, I think something we have to keep our eyes on here is going to be Sarah's positioning over towards mid with this execution here onto the B site.
30 seconds
I like that blast pack across, gets the info, stun in, nade in, and they're already crossed into sight. More difficult for that op to find its value now. It's crossed into the hands of Safia. The player spotted down in mid. They know there's 3 on B, and they like their odds. Diving in, but not expecting Smurfette to be so close. The flash actually gets her out of there alive. And with no punish, they might already be thinking about a save. That operator valuable in the credits, not looking healthy for KC. Waiting for that push to come through, knowing that Giant X would want to hunt that weapon down. Safia's found another, but it is not safe yet. Not out of the woods by any means. Sarah waiting on the other side. The shot missed to start, and now she's closing in the distance. The op, it's under threat. It's in danger, and it's Sarah presenting that danger. Already dropping 1, and time still there, but the shot connected by Safia catches the jump peak with a wall bank. And that will be the op carried forward, but the rounds continuing to extend in favor of Giant X.
That operator is going to be something we have to keep our eyes out into this next round. Going to be really the piece to find that value, considering it should be one of the only potent weapons that we see carried over here. And that was just such bad timing on the side of KC, but great timing for Giant X with that from the shadows. They heard it being cancelled, knew that that scouting had been done, and it was the perfect opportunity to go for that explosion onto the B site. The KC, they've yet to find an answer off the back of that timeout, aside from the sole round win, that being the Thrifty.
A decent investment from KC. Still a chance for this one to go across the line. They put the credits into it. The flash landed, but they can't get out with the kill. Smurfette, I don't know how she's gotten away with this. I think it's Glance a lot of the time that she's catching out on the side and surviving, spraying full blind for a 5 versus 3. This is a disaster. KC already in some rounds would be considering the save, but the rounds are too far gone at this point. A 6-round gap. They want to fight their way back through, and they found the opening pick. Utility well placed, but the smoke comes in just in time from Nami to stop any value on the back of it. Sarah down below, not spotted just yet as GX falls. So too does Anasia. It's Ava stepping up for the double, and the op again recovered and looking to flee the site to the other side of the map. This is not going according to plan for KC, and we talk about them always winning in this battle. The majority of games have gone in their favor up against GX, barring one. But this seems to be a different flavor of Giant X brought to bear today.
Their timing has been so good, it feels like, when it comes down to that positioning for these fights here on the side of Giant X, especially over towards that initial B extremity. It's just the general ability for them to try and either get ahead of the utility that they're expecting to be thrown out over towards B main, or even the looking to counter it, playing a little bit of that anti-utility as well. Of course, in that last round, we saw a default over towards A bit of a different set play on the side of Giant X, knowing that that operator was going to be in hand, and that's why you see the adjustment coming in, is ensuring that they are going to be able to util that off. But for KC, you have a hero rifle here for Alkia. Flash out. This is dangerous.
Dangerous indeed, Ash. Nail on the head. That was bold. That was very bold.
I was like, we're really dogging here. I had to take a beat.
Oh, that flash. Well, it's landed, but not in the way they wanted. Smurfette gets caught just over the cage. Ends up getting taken down. This has been a tricky start when it comes to utility to round number 10. And GX 8-1 in the lead. They might be about to taste defeat, but they've chosen the right site. The rotation into B. GX all alone there, but not for long.
Oh no, could throw out a mid-site smoke as well to help with that Bucky that we should see coming through. Oh, we're getting up close and personal.
Nearsighted, but it doesn't matter.
No!
With the Bucky. Oh no! The kills have come in for KC, and they've ended up walking out with the dub. But that opening engagement, I think she's been robbed there. That was point blank, and they still managed to walk out of it.
I 100% agree with you. At the very least, it was great paranoia to buy that time for the rest of the team to get that rotation from that A site, but a little bit heartbreaking at this point, Mitch. Like, do they even buy guns anymore? Like, both round wins have been thrifty rounds here on the side of KC.
Yeah, this is where the real danger is for KC when they have weapons, right? And also when Ness apparently has 400 shields. I don't know how she survived a Bucky shot from that close. That's outrageous. Even in the replay, it looks to be dead on, but wow. Okay. Oh, fire in the hole. Here comes the showstopper, and it's not found the kill. It was that close, but it went deep into that stairwell, and so Safia ends up finding the opening herself. For KC, this is a lifeline. And not only avoiding the opening pick going to Smurfette, avoiding the showstopper, but then finding a 2-player advantage. It's traded back on though. 4 versus 3.
Yeah. But in this 3v4, Giant X looking to regroup here now over towards mid. The thing is, you've got the Cypher setup also changed up over towards this B site. Great neural threat for a bit of that information. Gonna force Anacilia a little bit further back. With Ness taken out, little options here other than to try and take this A heaven control on the side of Giant X. A lot of time to work with. The KC, quick to flood back.
Yeah, I mean, they're pinching them right now, but I suppose only the Heaven players are able to take that fight still. The double swing works out wonders for KC, as now they're closing in the gap. 4 still the max they can get. We're going into the last round of the half, but it's a damn sight better than it looked like, and that is so unfortunate. Almost hit Omen directly, ended up going a couple inches too far to take down Safia, and that's the real difference maker in that opening.
I think the funniest part about that is Safia's just chilling on the cam the entire time, like crouched, watching B main, no care in the world, unaware, honestly, maybe even that the showstopper was coming her way to walk away from that. But for KC, signs of life here late into the first half, at the very least, if they're able to get a 4th on the board.
Sarah got there. I heard the ult coming through, and you said it earlier, Ash. It's hard to tell when GX is going to commit that ulti. Well, here was the attempt, a brazen attempt to get behind them on A and cause this crunch in alongside Anasia and Glance. But now with GX down, that B site looks a little bit more open, at least most rounds from what we've seen. And that might be what GX are thinking. There is still utility waiting for them there. A kill trap over to the left. The advantage, they will just group up with it and hit this B site.
Yeah, it should be comfortable for them to take B. But you take a look over on the side of Carmen Core, and there is that showstopper available here for Alkia to try and break back into this site. Onto the retake. They're actually going to go fast for this flood. No purchase to be found, though, with that rocket.
It's a little bit of a misread. Alkia still gets away with one, with two. In fact, in the numbers back to even. Big swing coming in from Anasia. Has support from Safi, and they'll find themselves the pick. Rolling Thunder in. Nami just about gets out, but the problem is no ult to play with. You got to go out. You got to take that spike, and there's 15 seconds left. They've got to move. They've got to go right into the waiting arms of this KC side. Ness! Damn close to a 4K clutch. But in the end, it's Glance to bring it across the line. 8-4 now. GX still with a big lead, leaving half number one.
A little close for comfort, but Giant X could not be happier with how this half has started off. I'm looking forward to seeing if KC are going to be able to find the pistol round after we come back from a quick break.
30 seconds left. Spike down, B. Last player standing. One enemy.
Welcome back. 8-4. GX moving on. Giant X, hold on now. We got to remember. GX on KC as well. Giant X moving on to their defensive half. 8 rounds on the board. But as we saw a resurgence from KC, winning the last 3 rounds of that previous half, it looks like they might have found their footing just in time.
Yeah, I think they started leaning a little bit more into some of those trap plays and really specific goals when it came down to a lot of that mid control, especially over towards B Heaven, knowing that Giant X were consistently punishing them for a lot of that B main aggression there as well. But this pistol round is incredibly important here for Carmen Core to pick up. We saw the importance that he had on the first half for Giant X to build up a lot of that early momentum. Now looking to stack over towards that A side in a 4-1 split, and you've just got Glance trying to keep a lot of that attention over towards mid.
And goes the stun. The play is being made, and you can see that Glance waiting for that rotation has heard it. It's all about timing for her. A big pinch here on A. Giant X having a lot of players at the ready. The picks, though, go back in favor of KC. Out of ammo, Smurfette barely escapes, and the nade ends up taking out Safia. But now, Glance is completing that wraparound a little bit late. The players have left Heaven. It might get them a plant and a good spot to play from in the post plant. But whether it's going to leave Alkia out on her own, isolated, it's all down to the timing. Glance wrapping on screens, but they found Alkia. The spam's taking her down low. She stands her ground for one, and Glance strikes just in time. The pistol is indeed found by KC.
Great mid positioning and a good timing coming out from Glance to ensure that they could secure this round here. So a little bit of that distraction play, something that we might have to keep in mind as this map goes on, coming out from the side of KC. Things got definitely scrappy towards that A site with the flood. Great protocoling to ensure that they could deal with that Cypher utility before the flood onto site coming out from Carmine Core. Now with the anti-eco up, a really strong buy coming in on the side of KC, looking to also try and keep as many of these weapons going forward as possible.
Right away, this a clear signal on where this push is coming through. KC wasting no time and diving into the A site. And this is it, like you said, there's a big investment from the attack. For Giant X, just doing a little bit of damage here, taking a couple of players down, is going to stand to give them a pretty big reward. We'll see if they can manage to find anything. As you can see, much more passive plays than you'll usually see. And this might be them saying, look, if KC overextend, if they come pushing into us, we'll take the picks. If not, we just go down to the spike.
Yeah, try and deny those ult orbs, right? And try and keep KC from building up any further ultimate economy going into a bonus round that should be very nicely contested by the weaponry in hands here for KC. Overall, GX still gonna look to try and deny a little bit of that value, but we should be seeing the rest of the weapons carried over here by Carmine Court. Will be just the case. And now it's a question of, okay, how are Giant X gonna look to deal with this? We saw some of the ideas that they had over on that pistol round with a little bit of that like mid information, but a lot of the counter coming out from Glance to keep them in mail and not allow them to look to scale up. I'm looking forward to seeing how KC are going to continue to deal with that.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Well, we're going to see barriers go up on a new round. More rifles are in play for both sides, and the benefit here for KC, I mean, just take a look at the credits. They've got a lot in the bank, but they're still bringing a decent amount of firepower into this round. Certainly nothing to turn your nose at. And it looks again like there's an early favorite from this KC side. The A site has 4 players outside of it. Glance left to late lurk again. The benefit of having that breach, as we'll see throughout a lot of this. And in fact, no, the Glance is going to come rejoin the squad. It's not a repeat of the pistol round. It's not a late mid play. And a good job too. The Tigers sent down, clearing out all of mid. In goes Smurfette, and through the smoke finds her one.
A great satchel back to reposition here as well. And now Sarah's just got to stay alive on site.
Oh, do more than that. She's already found one. A second looked probable, but she's been dropped just in time. KC still drawing breath in this round, and with GX finding another. Glance looking up top and eliminating her Sky counterpart. It's all down to Nami. 1 versus 2. A big play needed, and it won't be found here as Glance returns to winning ways. So too to KC. 1 round behind, and after the way this map started at, correct me if I'm wrong, it was 8-1 at a moment in time. That's a remarkable recovery already, with momentum firmly in KC's favor.
Absolutely. The fact that they're able to respond so nicely as well on the side of KC, I feel like says so much about this squad, the experience that they have on this roster as well, mainly looking at Glance for that. But even Alkia cementing herself in a position where you'd start to consider her a vet as well in the Game Changers scene from her time initially debuting over on BBL. But this walk down here from Giant X anticipated by KC, but Smurfette the one to actually come out on top with 2.
Well, you see why she's stuck on the duelist for oh so long. Just got that aim, got that aggression as well that we heard about in the interview. And here, in a round like this where you've got all those weaknesses, it's exactly what you need. Giant X looking to secure a 9th round after a win streak from KC extending across 2 halves. It's not done yet. The rifles are still in play. Nami's being spotted on backside, but got her one! And Ness connects beautifully. That's the round done and dusted. The defense finding their first in this half, breaking the streak of KC with a pay safe card Thrifty.
Mitch, I feel like we've seen this before. Maybe in the first half, the way that, you know, we start off with that 3-0. Sure, granted, it was a 5-0 start for Giant X, but these Thrifty rounds being where these teams are able to find the answer on defense. And I think it does come down to a lot of that proactivity that we're seeing out of the defenders, them taking a few more of those risks, getting a bit aggressive over towards mid in that round, on the extremities and others, and forcing KC into those positions where they're playing a bit more of that push and pull, have to expend some of that utility a bit earlier on into the round. Just like the Flash already forces the Trailblazer out earlier on just to clear out close here over towards A.
Oh yeah, I like the idea that they've already shown a lot of favor for this A side, and the players in there are going to start to think that the same play is coming through. They see the Sky Util, they see the Cypher there as they have before, but they are reacting quickly to this information as the B side being taken. The committal of that ult not coming through as Nami's the one to find it onto Alkia. Now we see KC having to push through a smoke, and Nami still on the side. The trap, absolutely perfect, catching GX and leaving her with nowhere to go. KC, after winning so many rounds in a row, one blip on the radar, and it looks like Giant X have full control over those reins yet again. The spike down, and almost no choice for the attackers but to carry these weapons through to the next round.
30 seconds left.
No, and you consider the fact that, yeah, KC, they may have won their bonus earlier on, but Giant X, they are making these rounds expensive as well, and we should see that full purchase still coming in for the remainder of the team. But you also look at the investments on the side of KC
10 seconds left.
Their alt economy looking a little bit lackluster, I think. Actually, no. Catch me wrong. I'm apparently cannot distinguish between different shades of gray on my screen there, Mitch. But looking at that alt economy now, Anastasia is building up into that Rolling Thunder, potential to even get it online for this round, depending on how they look to prioritize some of that extremity control. Could look to see to farm up even over towards B main and get that plant secured to have the Rolling Thunder into the coast tier. Could be a great plan here for KC.
What a round that was from Nami as well, catching the blast pack out initially from Alkia, stopping her from having any of that impact, any of that backside control, and forcing the fight onto Sarah. And from there, you know, players having to push through the smoke, it's an easy pick. The trap that was placed by Sarah as well being sprung perfectly. For KC, it's easy to reset from that. That's an execute that didn't work out. It's a site they don't want to fight again, but losing Safia, losing those traps and the control towards A, that's a big pick for Giant X to have. 5 versus 4, one weapon on the ground. And the attacking side, again, almost shoehorned into this B play.
You do look at this mid control secured, but with this stack over towards the B side, it's not going to be an easy feat to take it. And soon, with how Giant X are positioning across the rest of the map, this walk down coming out from Ava as well into sewers is going to have KC canned in.
Nice stuff by Ava.
Spike down mid.
KC, you know, they're posturing for these plays and they're being interrupted at every step of the way. GX can't go down. That's the spike. It is sat in mid. GX has to be the one to retrieve it, and look at the response. Giant X looking to push back through and fill that space. GX can perhaps try to step across. No, goes for the swing. Oh, that is a big mistake and a big punish from Giant X, who now have the spike. They've got a 5 versus 2, and despite all this control from KC, a player in screens, a player in heaven, there's nothing you can do with it without that spike. Maybe an Omen with an ult could have a chance, but with the time so low and the numbers stacked against them,
10 seconds left.
this will be an 11th round for Giant X. Just when KC had that streak of rounds, we see exactly why Giant X picked this map. Dodging the paranoia, but you can't dodge those shots from Ava. It's only Alkia left alive. The weapon will be carried forward, but Giant X in the home stretch now. Oh,
really
there was no
nicely
need
done
to
by
slow-mo
Giant
that.
X. No, it was just like the strafing back and forth, Ava coming out on top there. But again, the fact that she managed to get that deeper flash into A main and then into that sewers position as well just completely takes away any adjustments that KC could really make for that mid-rounding. And the read being so comfortable for Giant X. You see a timeout now being called out by Karma and Core. Giant X haven't needed to use a single one of their own. KC already having both expended. And when we're looking at how they're approaching the attack now, right? We've seen the comfort of that A main push that we saw previously, that 4-1 split. Giant X, I feel like they've done a really good job at trying to contest that space early on and not allowing KC to get any players inserted over towards ramps and have that positioning for the lurks, have that positioning for that mid-rounding.
Well, here's where there's a really big decision for KC to make. The economy not looking great, a mixed buy possible, or an eco to play 12-7, to play for 5 rounds in a row. They already managed 6, but you gotta account for that pistol round, giving them a little injection. I think it's the right play. Go for it now, put the money on the line, and if they can find an orb here, Anasia could have that ultimate online, the Rolling Thunder, to claim them space to play for post plant however they wish or want to use it. But failing this round going their way, it'll be all about map 2. Giant X losing Smurfette immediately though. That's not how you want this to start out. I talked about Rolling Thunder, but with that pick, a showstopper could be online here or in the next.
Yeah, definitely a massive pickup. Smurfette's been playing extremely well so far in map 1. A little bit of a jiggle does reveal that information here for Giant X, and now the pivot to be called from KC. But look at where Sarah's positioned right now, just in front of the trip, looks to break it. Neural threat coming in here as well, just about to get caught out and overstaying her welcome over at this A site. Giant X now having to rush on over in this 5v3.
Nami, another big play. Catches glance, finds another, and that's the spike down, pulling the numbers back in their favor. As Giant X look down and out, the showstopper has to be used to no effect. This is Nami's site, and no one else can have any sort of reign over it. Ava pushed on up close, will find another, and that swings it firmly in Giant X's favor. But it's the savior over on that Giant X side, Nami, who gave them this opportunity. 12-7 now, thanks to her, and Ava knocking it out of the park to finish. That is just a remarkable play, especially when that flash just went past her. They were milliseconds away from having the information that someone was there, and they paid a heavy price to get that info.
They absolutely did. A round that Giant X had no business winning, and not even being able to get that plant secured either. The fact that she's able to shut down Alkia with that showstopper in hand as well, and then Ava just cleans everything else up. That was a must-need round there for KC. Now Giant X, they have so many opportunities to close out our first map of this best of 5.
This has been a remarkable display indeed. And of course, we've mentioned Haven up next. It's not like that is a favored map for Giant X, let's say, especially not after last time, but this one here, it's looking good. Nami finds one, swing out from Ava, good to land a kill. Oh, she knows that she's dead now. That Rolling Thunder coming from the corner, but trading that ult for just one pick to put it back into a 3v3, Giant X might even be happy with that. Still a real chance for them to connect this round with 2 players on site. One trap destroyed by the nade. The flash doesn't catch. Sarah still very much ready to fight, and a blind of their own is given a chance. GX does well and falls eventually, leaving just this outlaw, but both players one shot to the sniper. Just one connection needed, a fade away and potential close, but look at how passive they're being, hiding in those corners. Nice shot by Smurfette, but Alkia's got the jump on her to keep KC in it.
Nice positioning, but a costly round. Sure, they win it. But these repurchases, again, KC are struggling to build up any of that economy as they try and bring this to an overtime here on Split. In this grand final, these 2 teams, they faced each other before. They went the distance. It's the expectation for today, and we've placed so much importance on this first map to be one that Giant X can take away, considering the veto leaning heavily into KC's favor, especially within those first few maps that we're seeing.
Yeah, it's a very important one indeed, and we heard it from the desk earlier as well. 4 rounds in a row is a big task for KC to be able to connect. It looks like the hard work has been done by Giant X. Just a formality to close it out. Ults used in the previous by KC. One round before was the showstopper burned up. They're running out of those high impact ultimates, of those safety nets. They've chosen the right site to attack. Again, that trap dealt with immediately. Great paranoia onto Sarah, and it's a free pick for Alkia with a blast back into backside. They've secured this in a 5v4.
Should be comfortable here in the post plan for the side of KC. There is opportunity for Ness to try and get the Rolling Thunder online here as well.
Oh, good connection. Alkia onto Ava. That should shut down this retake. And Giant X immediately make the read. You see them back off. Ness is falling back towards the spawn. These weapons, well, at least one of them is going to be carried into the next. Nami, she wants to have impact here. Wants to make it costly. Drop some of these weapons and leave KC in that bit of a worse spot economically. Here's the numbers coming through that choke point. Has the jump, finds one. Almost finds two. I thought it was going to be a connection, but still, the damage done. 12-9. 3 more needed for KC to bring us to overtime.
Being shot at, you're doing something wrong.
It's starting to get a little bit dangerous here with the success that they're finding. I think if Sarah does continue to set up over towards this A site, I'd like to see a shift in positioning into the next couple of rounds, considering she's constantly playing over towards Billboard. KC have a great read on that now as well, and are doing a great job of using that utility to make that position uncomfortable and to set Alkia up as readily as possible on those entries onto site. And the first timeout now to be called by Giant X. They want to close this map out soon because their money is also starting to run a little bit dry with how KC are building up into this momentum. And you want to shut it down before KC also start to really lean into a couple of these ultimates. Like, we could see a showstopper, Rolling Thunder, or Seekers online at any point, and Giant X, they want to get ahead of that.
Yeah, understandably. For them, you know, we already saw those ultis used up, and the showstopper not to great effect. It was Nami interrupting that completely, destroying the play that could have seen KC close to equalizing at this point. Gave them that little bit of a lifeline, but the next time around it might not be the same result, and those ultis could very easily see things tip into the attacker side's favor. For GX, Giant X, that is. This is their opportunity to close it out before things get a little too hairy. 3 in a row for KC, as we said, a big task. It starts step by step, take some control, possibly get that ult orb as well. And the pressure will be put towards Nami, the player that shut down one of those big rounds in the past. Paranoia's landed, but Alkia made it to sight. Nami's there to greet her, taking her down with ease. The flash landed, but it doesn't take out Smurfette. She's clean to get one before falling. Ness in with another blind. It's perfect. The swing in from Ava, and Nami seems to be putting a pin in this, but Safia one away from the ace, but can't quite find it. It's Giant X to take map number 1. A close affair, though.
Absolutely was. Would have been insane for Safia to keep them in the game a little bit longer with the ace, but a great trade coming out from Ava. Overall, Giant X, they start this map off with so much momentum on their side on the attack, but KC, they did a great job of clawing back. I feel like this says so much about what we're expecting here for this best of 5, for the rivalry that's built up between these two teams here, Mitch.
Without a doubt, yeah, KC were slow to start, but they got there in the end. It was a close game, and with Haven up next, a map where very recently we saw these teams face, and it ended 13-2 in favor of KC. This next map is anyone's guess what we're going to see. GX on form. We'll find out how Haven goes after the break.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. My ultimate is left. Last player. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Defenders win.
Red Bull gives you wings.
But it's time to come alive. If you want to party, babe, you got to feel it deep inside. All I really want to do is the things you just can't hide. Put your funk around it, babe, and I'll take you for a ride. You know that feeling. You know that feeling. You know that feeling.
A 13-9 opener on Split for the side of Giant X really got our grand final off to a bang. There were some showstoppers flying everywhere, but it was GX that were really able to pull things together in the end, Meg.
Yeah, I mean, we said that Giant X really had to come into this one and hopefully win out Split, and they did just that. Individually, the whole team were fulfilling their roles and doing exactly what they needed to do. And of course, Ava again putting up numbers on that Sky, as she has previously as well on Split. I think it was really important as well. Of course, here you've got Alkia and Smurfer up there with the MVPs, but I just want to point out Giant X kind of slowing down that momentum and shutting it off at sort of getting that 10th round for Giant X. I think it was very, very important because almost with Carmine Corp, if you give them a foot in the door, they're gonna take that and run with it. So I think that was definitely a very important round to win out.
Yeah, I think I'm just so happy that Giant X were able to redeem themselves as well, given that they had lost this map to KC the other day. And I don't blame them for still thinking this is one of their strongest maps, right? It was one of the flawless ones that they had in stage 1, so it's fair play to them. But I do think a big part of this today was Ness. I want to give her a massive shout out, obviously being able to take on that IGL role, but as well, the amount of impact that she was having with this breach. I mean, this is one of the 2 maps that she plays it on. Of course, we will see her play it on Haven, which we are going to next, but the amount of supportive utility that she was able to have, not only in setting Smurfette up, but also being able to bail her out when necessary with the sort of counter flashes and aftershocks that were coming through. It was just really, really nice to see her come out here and perform on this first map from the get-go.
But we have to say, towards the end of that first half, we could have seen a very different result for GX because it looked like, Meg, KC was starting to condition their enemies.
Yeah, this round I think definitely saw Carmine Corp come back into the game a little bit and made us question potentially Giant X's ability to win the map out. It was almost like the Giant X fed into Carmine Corp's players and did exactly what they wanted them to do. From the first blood that we saw from Sarah on GX, Carmine Corp pushed up A and almost forced them to rotate into the B site, into that Sentinel utility and all of those ults. It was a really good recovery for Carmine Corp with how sort of that half was looking, and I think it reflects the attitudes almost for both teams. We see a lot of Carmine Corp when they talk about kind of their mistakes, they almost say they don't have them, and I think that round to me made me a bit nervous for Giant X because it looked like Carmine Corp were very, very dominant, and it looked like Giant X would maybe fumble a little bit, but of course they brought it back to win.
I want to say something as we go into this next map, which is that Carmine Corp in interviews, they are very confident, but they do sometimes allude to getting in their own heads, particularly GX. She's got this big responsibility on her shoulders. She puts up numbers for the team, but also obviously she's leading them in game. As we go into Haven, this is going to be an interesting one. I mean, it's going to be particularly interesting for the side of GX because we know that Haven is the best map of KC, and GX have not really been able to get that many wins against them on it. But what I want to know, girls, is if we're going to see Smurfette switch back to her jet, because she played Yoro against them on Tuesday and she wasn't looking too happy with it, Billy.
Yeah, I think it's something that I kind of asked myself before coming into today as well, is are they going to stick with that Yoro composition, or are they going to go back to playing that jet? You know we love Smurfette on the jet, and I think as well they have openly said that this defensive half has not been working out for them whenever they play this map. It's been a 30% win rate for them so far just in stage 2, which is obviously not great, but of course they've decided to start on this attack, so I want to see Smurfette come out with all guns swinging going into it.
I think it's really important as well because we've spoken a lot about sort of Smurfette showing up, and she has done just that on Split, and I think they really need to maintain Smurfette being on top form here, and I don't think Yoru is potentially going to do that for her. I mean, you never know, she could still show up, but I think you want her on a comfort role here. You want her on that 294 times played jet, and Alkia of course as well does play that jet too, so I think having that kind of matchup and Smurfette playing something she's a bit more comfortable with can definitely see that second map go Giant X's way.
Well, let's go into Agent Select and see what we're going to get from Smurfette and co. We've got a Sentinel difference here, I imagine, as well. Let's have a look.
Oh, they're sticking with it.
Ooh,
oh,
wait, hold on.
Ava, hello.
Double duelist.
I like
what do
this.
you think of that?
You love
I
it,
have
Billy.
to say, of course, I'm going to be biased because
Meg is
this
gonna
is
love it, yeah.
Fnatic's Haven comp. So I'm really here for it, and I like the unexpected change.
Yeah, I think as well, with them starting on this attack side as well, of course, with KC deciding to go to this map, they've come into today prepared knowing that KC are going to have that double map ban. They know that they're probably going to have to play Haven at some point. So it feels as though they've had that in mind and have decided, you know what, let's run this composition. I don't know how much time they've actually been able to have to practice it, but I can't wait to see it.
Well, you don't have to wait because we're ready to head to Mitch and Ash.
Thank you very much, Frankie, and our wonderful analyst desk. Yes, this is an interesting comp switch up here, Ash, and I suppose this is obviously somewhere that, coming out of the loss yesterday, Giant X have put a lot of time into scrimming and fixing those issues that we saw.
Oh, absolutely. I think that the main thing with this composition is, one, Ava was having an incredible game on Split. So the fact that she's leaning into the ISO now, I'm really looking forward to seeing the impact she's going to be able to have on this duelist, farming up those ult orbs to try and get that kill contract online, as often as possible as well, but also just the ability to have the second duelist to alleviate some of that pressure from Smurfette too, right? I think that is some of like the drawbacks of just running the Yoru by themselves, is the ability for the rest of the team to actually look to follow up when so much of that utility does go into setting up that Yoru to get into some of those positions. So a lot of eyes on Ava to be that player to follow closely behind on this attacking start here for Giant X when it comes down to these opening engagements.
Well, she definitely was a player to keep your eye on in that previous map of Split, finishing 20 and 11. Ava looked unbelievable. I felt like my eyes were deceiving me in some of the plays we witnessed unfold. Now, we move on to Haven and see her empowered even more to take these fights. Already, you can see that the utility is being used to push up towards B, but Ava's not happy with that. Of course, you've got that shield online, and it doesn't last that long, so looking for the fights but not finding them. Instead, it's Ness to pick up one, but as Nami leaves short, Safia gets the better of her.
Just an eye for an eye so far to start out the pistol round, but Ava, this pick allows them for a very comfortable B site, and the fact that Smurfette actually gets two there is a little bit insane. A lot of work for Glance to do, but not going to be able to find anything here. Strong start coming out from Giant X. They always look so good on these pistol rounds.
A little throwback to the last time they played for Glance, at least being able to take down Smurfette. I think it was her dropping a lot of the kills onto Smurfette in the last battle. But she managed to pick off two of her teammates first here. That is a squad completely blindsided by the presence they'd seen on the other side of B. A Giant X pistol round, and the worrying thing is, you think back to the last map, it was, what, 5-0. They win a round off a thrifty showstopper, 8-1 then. Giant X built so much upon the foundations of this early half. KC already looking to get in the way of that. The deep mid push and inserting GX into position. That classic didn't stand a chance, though.
Oh, definitely not. Now the rest of the team just going to look to regroup. And with this position, though, actually able to get ahead of this first trip. Sarah's still waiting and watching for it, and just very aware of the fact that GX is going to be up to some of those shenanigans, right? She was such a big factor in the last time these two teams faced off against each other over on Haven, and a lot of it coming down to some of those more aggressive plays. And we got a preview of what that looks like already on Split on the defense coming out from the controller and IGL for KC, and GX are just so aware, so ready to read into it.
It's okay to leave those gaps as long as you keep your finger on the pulse of the space that your opponent can be taking. I like this buy from Giant X, giving them that chance with the two pistols to go hunting a little bit later if they want. Play for those orbs. Perhaps we'll see Smurfette pick one of them up, and you would think, but no, they're pushing us three. Going deep towards the defender spawn. There's the shot from Sarah, but the trade comes in quickly, and Asia able to make a costly glance does just the same. And already that damage, it's getting dangerous. There were 3 rifles coming in here. One of them unobtainable at this point, but it is at least just a Marshall, so all in all, not the biggest of losses for that attacking side.
No, should be still quite the strong bonus considering how they kind of went into that purchase here for round number 2, but looking forward to seeing how this push and pull is going to work for KC on the defense, and how they're looking to set up Alkia on a lot of these longer sight lines, as well as keeping an eye on how GX is positioning herself as that IGL, the aggression that we consistently see her taking, the timings that she tries to catch as well. It feels like on the attacking side of Split, Giant X, again, they were so good at reading into that space that was being taken and trying to punish a lot of that forward positioning. And we do have that A lobby control at the very least here for KC. Strong positioning so far when it comes to that map control. A nice delay coming out from the B site in Anastasia.
Oh, not just the delay, the follow-up. The fault line into the aftershock has managed to drop Ava. As soon as you hear that shield, they have that response, but not ready for Smurfette. Unfortunately, she was very much visible through that wall. The drone getting the ping, trades it out quickly. And Alkia, I mean, the big risk taker in this round, that is a very aggressive position to be in. Keep in mind, KC already have the player advantage. And it all comes down to if they're going to clear this close corner. I mean, she's tucked in a spot you don't normally clear. That's a freebie! The second player not even seen. Unbelievable. And well, sometimes you take the risk. And sometimes it's not worth the reward. But this time, a 3v1 even after Alkia falls. That's got to be the round done.
Yeah, you've got this mid camera here as well. Nami hears it, not looking to peek over towards window, and the expectation just should be, I think, a save in this 1v3. You don't have any time, but with that A lobby push, you're talking about that position. Yeah, nobody expects it. Typically, you're thinking, okay, if someone's pushed up A lobby, they're going to be on the left side, not tucked in onto the right. If someone is there, it's usually going to be off of like a contact play, off of like a short play or something like that. But the fact that she's taking that risk with zero information is just insane, and the timing on that swing is perfect.
I actually can't believe that. Four versus 3. If I see that of my ranked teammate, I'm screaming. I'm like, what are you doing? Pull back. Just jump spot long or something. You don't need to do this. But, well, the reward found early on. And KC, 2-1 now. They've managed to put a round on the board early without needing the showstopper 3K this time. Although if they needed the showstopper 3K, they'd be in a bit of trouble. They don't have a raise. But much better form than what we saw on Split. Early on, at least. This time, Giant X come in with full rifles.
Those bonus rounds were so important on our first map, but this garage push, Glance actually finds one, surprisingly. Quick trades come through here at the very least from Giant X, but again, this A lobby control has been really nice so far from GX and Alkia. They don't actually telegraph it either this time around with that deep A lobby smoke that they had done previously. But Giant X are already aware that early in the round, they already want to look for that reclear.
They've cleared the right corner this time, but Alkia is still on the right, just a little further back. Had support, but now is all alone. And the timing, just as she steps to the left, accuracy goes to high heaven, and Nami takes advantage of that. This is dangerous. No! For GX! She's found one! Almost the second. I think the shield might just have saved Nami, in fact. And 3 versus 1. Giant X are the ones with the advantage in the post plant.
Who's got a kill contract online for Ava here as well. This round should be impossible for KC to pick up. Would take a miracle.
They would have needed that pick right there. But the fact that Ava's still alive, able to fall back,
it's you and me.
Spot on. Yeah, well, that's not quite gonna work. Already one caught, and even with the victory here, Safia, what awaits her when she comes out of that kill contract is death either way. 2 doors, but they lead to the same room. 3-1 now. Giant X with a great response.
So much of that also even just coming from the singular owl drone that Nest throws out over in Garage. That's enough to pull away that rotation from GX to leave Alkia on an island over towards Long, knowing that they had no information from mid and needing to reclaim a little bit more of that space in case it was going to be one of those mid floods. So overall, very nicely called here on the side of Giant X. And now a little bit of a change of this setup, right? For the first time, we're seeing Alkia now shifted over towards the C site.
Here. Well, she's certainly been spotted. And all those right corners towards A, Long, and Lobby have been completely cleared by Ness. She is contacting up. I was wondering, when is she going to stop? But I suppose it's when she gets seen. Glance spotting her out. Glance the only one with an ultimate for that defensive side, but I don't think this is the round to throw it in. Bulldogs, Sheriffs. a mixed bag of a buy.
Deploying drone.
And interestingly, they are going towards the A site where Ness has made all this contact. It's the primary spot that KC have seen contact. They're the ones that are rotating in here now with players close by, a paranoia to delay and hopefully buy them a little bit of space. But the fights are not going their way at all. Giant X flooding in to the A site and taking names as it's now a 5 versus 2.
Really nicely done as far as being able to swarm those backside players. And now Alkia down at a 1v5, really just looking to do a little bit of damage with that Sheriff if possible. But the first time that we saw Giant X actually looking to contest over towards A really early on into the round. And great information that was found there by Ness as well. A flawless to be picked up here by Giant X. Looking very comfortable so far on the attack. KC, we've seen previews of, you know, the push and pull that they're trying to play over towards that A side. And Giant X, it feels like the reads that they're getting on this team have been so good when it comes down to a lot of that timing, a lot of when they're looking to retake some of that space. And the calling has been great coming out of this.
Oh, absolutely. And you see here how much of an advantage it gives them. The A site, KC were a couple seconds behind on the rotate. So as they're flooding back in to try to take that control, to try to stop the players from taking A site, they're being forced into these individual fights that Giant X are winning every step of the way. Now the shoot me play comes in. Hunter's Fury active, all the information, and it's easy peasy with Sapia down. Glance falls right afterwards. A great flash, but it doesn't catch Anasia. She's the one walking out with all the kills, and the Rolling Thunder online and utilized a weapon upgrade rather than a reload. But Ness connects, and they know exactly where Alkia is. That trap catching the information and sending them to the backside of C for a plant that is deep into the spawn. Hunter's Fury at least used up, so not there for the post plant. Gives Alkia somewhat of a chance, an opportunity. What? Sarah's caught with a cam out. That timing could not have been worse. This is around the KC so desperately need to avoid Giant X running away with it, and it's Alkia to close the gap.
All of this able to happen for Carmine Core, though, with the fact that Anastasia is able to get 3 backside, a Red Bull clutch here for KC, and a round that look was completely turning the tides in the favor of Giant X. At first, you know, when it came down to this combination with the Dimensional Drift, the Hunter's Fury, great utility flashing these backside players here as well, but the fact that the time is bought on top of that with that Rolling Thunder, the investments coming out from KC to make it happen, and it's so nicely played by Alkia too. Sarah's got to be kicking herself for pulling out that piece of utility.
Oh, I mean, the timing literally could not have been worse. It looked like she had a free kill. Alkia was jumping up, but the wrong key hit at the wrong moment in time. Alkia almost gets away with it. The shield here protects Ava, but even then, enough knives didn't land. Unless that first was a headshot. We'll need the slow-mo to check that. Oh, no! GX was trying to run away, but Ava just about caught her. Right on the edge of the ultimate. And the kill contract secured for Giant X. A huge advantage in the 5 versus 2. The A site wide open. And KC's remaining players split. You know, they won that last clutch, but this one, it's got to be too much of an ask.
Has to be able to take out Ness. Your Ava here, location revealed, but I like how Ava's just looking to fully fall back, just biding a little bit more of that time for KC. I wouldn't be surprised to see them go for a save. Like, you look at the money situation, to be able to get that purchase for the remainder of the team, they've got to be able to carry these rifles over. And for Giant X, at the very least, they haven't amassed too great of an economy yet. So unlikely to see anyone go hunting like crazy for these last 2 players. And the thing is, Mitch, I think I've liked a lot of the ideas that we've seen from KC, some of the set plays that we have with a little bit of that aggression, the fights that they're looking to take here as well. But it feels like Giant X have just been a lot quicker to respond to what they're seeing. The reads just being so good to try and counter how KC are looking to take a lot of this defensive space.
Yeah, so far, It definitely feels like a different map than the last time they played Haven. Obviously, the composition shift for GX is working wonders, and I mean, it's no surprise. Last time they had 2 rounds by the time we finished the map. This time, it's KC that are stuck on that 2 mark. And even then, that was a clutch that gave them the second. We're yet to see a reliable answer to this attacking side and what they're bringing to bear. Ava, who we highlighted last map, what, 20 and 11. I think technically not top fragging. You know, Smurfette had 21, but significantly less deaths for Ava. She was a star in her own right. And on the ISO, thriving at the moment. That Hunter's Fury, though, going to cause problems. Ness has been dropped immediately. A big investment in this round where there's weaknesses, and that's the reward they needed.
Yeah, huge to just be able to take down that recon. Now it's all up to Safia, the anchor on this site, quickly followed by GX. This paranoia has got to find that value.
Oh, but the TP through, it gives them one back. Giant X not letting it slip just yet. The ultimate activated. Here's the info to play with. Alki and Safia so desperately low. A Sheriff on Anasia, but she'll land her shot anyways. A weaker weapon perhaps, but in this scenario, the player we highlighted, Ava, is the one that has to do so much of the heavy lifting. It was already a 3K, and with a 4th secured and the last player on 5 HP, we look to Alkia again. A 1 versus 2 on the C site. This time, her position unknown. Her opponents both low, but 1 shot needed, and it will be found by Ava. An ace for Ava as 6th round for Giant X.
Great plays coming out for that momentum, especially considering how this round started out with Ness being taken down so early on, but Ava to do it all for the side of Giant X in this one. And again, we talked about that investment coming out from KC on what was a bit of a half by the timeout now to be called here for the first time on Haven for the defenders. And Ava, it seems like she cannot be stopped. She's already got her 3rd kill contract online here, Mitch. We're 8 rounds into this map, 15 and 3. You could not ask better from your ISO, looking like prime Alfier out here.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, this has just been a remarkable display. I love that we go into that round. Oh, Ava's been great, 10 and 3. And then she aces. That's got to get the pause out of KC every single time. And at the moment, you look at that KC side and you think, you know, there's been some promise, a couple rounds, but for the most part, the rounds that they've put up, they haven't been convincing. The 3rd round is an expectation. The 6th one, when they managed to find their 2nd, was a clutch from Alkia, and here we saw an attempt to rise to that occasion yet again. But it's not connecting. And this pause, I think, you know, we talked about it last time when they were 5-0 down, perhaps being, you know, you could have seen it a bit earlier. I think this game would have definitely justified it. But a lot of it probably comes down to their... initially, you can think you're surprised. Your players are getting surprised by the comp on the other side. They'll make those adjustments. But so far, the answers haven't been found at any step of the way. Now you come into this round, pistols, 2 rifles to work with, one of which is a Guardian. This could very well be 7-2, and it's deja vu of map number 1.
It's you and me.
Yeah, being able to, again, pull another player with this kill contract and take Lance out right off the gate. So much value being found from this ISO pick that's come in here for the grand finals. This compositional change that we've seen out from Giant X and for KC. Again, I've liked some of the ideas that we've seen from them. Giant X have just been so quick to respond to anything new KC is trying to bring to the table.
Well, the flood back in's working out. They've got 2 picks already, but Sarah steps up to the plate. Ava goes down, good spray, and it's Anasia to take it across the line with Sarah left with a clutch, a 4K needed, the swap of weapons, but the body blocks worked out, the stick all the way, and the Sheriff even closing out the round. We said KC needed an answer. We said it shouldn't be here with so many weaknesses. The site lost and a retake needed, but that flood washed away any hope for Giant X.
it was just really great utility to try and answer back. The push back in here as well, facilitated by Alkia, catching these players off guard, thanks to the flashes that we've seen coming out from Ancilia as well. And exactly what KC needed here too. We talked, it wasn't quite a thrifty round on the side of KC, but it's always been on Split at the very least. On that defensive side, it was those awkward purchases that were coming in where KC were able to find those opportunities to try and break back in and stop the bleeding a little here, but a different approach this time around. This is very reminiscent, I think, of what we had seen the first couple of rounds of attack or defense of this half, except you've got a bit more support this time at the very least here from Alkia in this forward positioning.
Well, does she need it? That was just a dry swing into a tap on Sarah. An advantage found, but not kept for long. Glance has fallen. The pressure put in by Smurfette alongside Ava is hard to deal with at the best of times. Safia keeps things even and drops Ava, the big player for Giant X in so many of these rounds. There's still some work to do. The spike is being planted. No Hunter's, pardon me, Hunter's Fury to work with. Good shot by Nami though. It's that little element of surprise. It's those small plays that make all the difference. And the ult just to get back to safe ground. I love this. Now they're in prime position. A flash still on Smurfette. And as that initial contact is taken, the flash is fired out. Safia managed to get one, but the wall bang from Ness is all but confirmed that this round will go to Giant X. A one-way smoke and a shot from Nami locks in 7-3.
Really nicely played there by Giant X. KC not able to, again, chain any of these rounds together. They're finding retakes here and there, but unable to really build up any momentum so far here in the first half of Haven. Giant X, though, again, they've had such a hot start facilitated by how well Ava is performing in the server right now. And so I think she's about to get her like 4th kill contract online. We're like starting to ramp up to it a little bit, depending on if they look to prioritize any of that orb farming and whatnot as we near the end of half number 1. The operator online. This is a risky purchase. A lot of pressure on Alkia and Safia to find that value with these two buys.
Oh yeah, especially the op for Alkia. That could change the round, but they've avoided it completely. Sending instead towards this C side, and Smurfette's TP is perfect. They're looking at Smurfette as Ava rounds the corner. These two have been so much fun to watch when they're left to push a site. You look at the B site last round, look at C here. The ultimate helps out for sure, and even Ava on 4 HP. The shield protects her from the first shot, and she fires right back, taking another player down, sending us into a 4v2, and sending Alkia, no doubt, to save that weapon. The op not going to be risked on this fruitless retake, and even then, they've spotted it. They know where it is, and they're hungry to take it down with GX taken out of the round. Sarah's already closing in the distance, and the wrap through spawn. Alkia needs to run for the hills.
Yeah, I'm wondering who this weapon's going to be thrown over to into the next round as we hit the 12th round of the half. But overall, Mitch, I feel like for KC, some of the struggle points that we're seeing here as well is Safia finding any opportunity to try and even get comfortable on the defense with her positioning. I think Giant X have been just doing such a great job at dealing with her and the Cypher utility, making it really difficult to try and anchor towards back site. And a lot of that coming down to the utility that Smurfette's throwing out, the positions that she's able to get with that gate crash there as well. And it's just been really awkward, it feels like, to even have that defensive hold towards the C site with how much util's being thrown at her by Giant X.
That goes there.
I mean, there's been a lot of difficulties. I like the reposition from the op here. Contact hasn't been there towards mid and B. So instead, sitting over the top of the smoke, they thought they'd have a chance. C-Long's always had presence, but again, that combination of Smurfette alongside Ava works wonders. Ava finding pick, and that is ultimate ready to work with for 2 players on Giant X. Look, you've got ults for KC, 1 away from Rolling Thunder as well, but finding that's going to be a different story. In fact, Breach is the one tip of the spear on that push through middle. They've spotted a couple. Smurfette's already dealt with one. The close window play isn't going to be easy. And there goes the kill contract. That's going to be an easy pickup onto Anasia, you would imagine. But with her surviving and getting the pick, that's rolling thunder for the retake.
Got to keep an eye on Sarah here, watching for the flank as well. Knowing that GX is looking to traverse over that trip here, this positioning, it's all about the timing though. She knows JX has no idea Sarah's right behind her for the backstab. Quick TP out from Nami just to avoid that rolling thunder too. And this round looking just about impossible for KC to try and pick up. Expecting the 9-3 here for Giant X.
You have to. With a Hunter's Fury online, a flash still primed and ready for Smurfette, and the flank up by Sarah inside Garage. That is just too many hurdles to jump over. Glance swinging wide, she will be dealt with, and we're left at 9-3. We came into this series expecting a closer game on Split, but when it comes to Haven, a map where KC 13-2'd GX previously, I don't think anyone expected to see this dominant of a first half, Ash.
No, definitely not. I'm looking forward to seeing if we're going to see KC be able to claw things back in half number 2 once again.
One enemy remaining standing.
Welcome back, folks. It's time to see how this second half shapes up. If KC will be able to bounce back into things, a 6-round gap leaving that first half, and the rounds that they found were scattered throughout. This is definitely the strongest we've seen Giant X in the past couple weeks. And this composition, you have to point to Ava on the ISO, doing so much. She was great on map number 1, but this is surreal.
It really is. You really couldn't ask more from your ISO player. 4 ultimates to be found in that first half, and so many picks as well. For Giant X, got a heavy stack over towards this B site, almost reading really nicely into the fact that KC are going for this mid-contact.
Oh, a couple picks going the way of Giant X. As we get back into things, you can see that already a 2 versus 2 for Carmine Core. But wrap around from Ness, not going to land the pick, leaving Sarah all alone. This could be the bounce back that the attacking side needed. This could be the round that was promised with a spike plant, most definitely coming through. And Anasia, low in heaven, does present some danger. You can see Sarah's wrap up. That'll be first contact. She spotted her. But I think Anasia saw her as well. It's all about timing. And Sarah's the one to win. 40 HP though. Oh, and the camera doesn't quite land. Can't even pull it back in time as the shock dart takes it out of play. Both players moving to meet each other, but with the reload underway, there was no chance for Sarah. A pistol much needed by KC.
God, and a great push coming out from Glance just to look to catch her off guard there. But man, feeling so reminiscent of that first map that we saw with Giant X picking up the pistol in the first half and KC doing the same in the second, but overall still coming right down to the wire. Things got extremely scrappy when it came down to that B fight there too. For KC, this has also been kind of one of the slowest starts that we've seen out of the IGL. On top of that, in GX, who was such a force to be reckoned with the last time these two teams faced off on Haven.
Well, the idea to push up together wasn't a bad one, but GX was waiting with the bulldog in hand. Quite a bark and quite a bite that follows. It's only Sarah in a 1v5, a classic in hand, and a little bit late to the party, as already 4 players have crossed by. And Alkia is ready for that push to come through. Should be a formality to close out, and that is the first time we've seen KC put back-to-back rounds up here on Haven, a map that they dominated in previously. And the road to recovery starts in the next.
Okay. You know, this is a moment with that 4-piece that GX was able to find to try and build that momentum back up for her as she started the map off a little colder than usual. A lot colder than usual, not even a little bit. She's usually absolutely frying.
Yes, this should do.
Right now, Giant X questioning how they're looking to play that ebb and flow over towards this A side. A bit more of a passive look to start things off, and with Smurfette punished right off the gate. That's going to force Ava to have to stick around here towards A now. It feels like there are so many threats of potential openings on the side of Giant X, with how they have to play a little more passively now and look maybe for a retake scenario. But this is a great start to the round here for a KC that's looking to close this gap when it comes down to the rounds that Giant X were able to find in that first half. And Ava is alone on an island. Nami starting to make that rotation over towards the A site. It's going to be up to these 2 players.
Cover going out.
They haven't been spotted, even the first going down. Oh, the shield active. That's going to draw their attention. Ava's good for 1 still, and damage done. GX and Safia solo, but the trade's effective for KC. Ness, 1 versus 2. Creeping onto the site, has to clear glance. The smoke, she's already past it. Finds the first and even swings around for the second. But spinning on a dime, not quick enough. KC with another round, doubling up what they left that first half with.
They could not have asked for a better start here to half number 2 of Haven. KC, again, it's that question of trying to build up that momentum. They were struggling to chain any rounds together in that first half. All of them kind of being scattered here and there, ending it out in that 9-3, favoring Giant X.
This is a nice spot.
With the bonus round picked up post pistol. This is a great opportunity for KC to continue to close the gap. Alkia has been great when it comes down to these first picks here on the attacking side, and that was something that I think was huge as well previously on Haven, was just the advantages KC were able to find when it came down to those first engagements, opening up these rounds here for that team the last 2 times they went head to head.
Oh, this shouldn't be a pivotal round. But as I've learned over this last week and a half, a round with Sheriffs isn't one to come in and discredit any sort of the potential that you can see on the other side. The Outlaw here, that's another connection. Ness is down to 39. The wall protected her for a moment, but out in the open, she'll fall to Anasia, and maybe now we can count this round as done. Smurfette and Ava have been a deadly duo in so many battles, and we even complimented their C-site takes. But when there's 4 players waiting on the site with 1 further down on long, I think that might just be a bridge too far. And going down to the spike could be a play here, but I think they're more hungry for some picks, some exits.
I think you look at also the ults that they have, even if they can't get the picks in, even just dying to one of the players of KC, even though it feeds up into the ult orbs of themselves as well, you have that potential to get these online. Smurfette still finds 3 somehow. Sure, they're not able to close that round out, but it's great to be able to have that dimensional drift up here now, and to be able to carry some of these weapons away here too, making it more of a save, rather than to actually look to expire to that spike. I mean, you know, can't get too much better than that when it comes down to those exit frags.
No, not at all. Like we said, you know, that I think for them, you're happy if no one pushes you. Maybe you just look to catch them running off site, but going down to the spike isn't the end of the world. When they're offering up ult orbs like that, you'll take it every single time. Giant X, a pause as they feel their lead slowly but surely slip away with 4 rounds in a row for KC. It's just a 2-round gap now, hot on the heels of their opposition. And I think it's the right call to try to assess how to get back into winning ways. They managed to do it on Split, but you can't count out the fact that this is KC's map pick. This is somewhere that they won the last time the teams faced, and I believe GX won in the stage 1 finals. We saw the little lower third fly as we came into the game, but even that was in overtime. Giant X want to walk away with this one representative of the 9-3 half they had to start with. They want a clean finish.
They definitely do. And knowing the conversation has to revolve around the fact that you've got those ultimates scaling up here for KC as well. Hunter's Fury already available for glance. And then on top of that, Anacilia just 1 away from that Rolling Thunder. Something that we're going to be looking to probably get online here over towards A long. And Smurfette is going to try and contest this early on. Quick TP over, and actually isn't quite going to be the case yet. Potential A split coming in, but could also just be looking to gather as much information about this A setup as well as Giant X are walking down mid.
Just breaking the cam and stepping back. Nami's the one with the contact, taking down Alkia. A good start for Giant X. They don't want this one to slip away. With Smurfette in the corner, it's all about drawing their eye. The one-way smoke. First of all, the Hunter's Fury. It's missed to start. It's missed to follow, and Smurfette swung in the middle of the chaos to take down Anacilia. They will lose their breach player, lose their entry ability, and a TP out into the open. Smurfette wins it! She was seen coming out of that gate crash, and they still don't manage to take her down. Smurfette with a triple kill, and KC have got to be kicking themselves over losing that round.
There is no world in which she's supposed to win that duel, let alone finish the round with 3 picks for Smurfette. It was a great stack from this team. That initial pick, vertical positioning coming out from Nami as well, but dude, my head was actually in my hands as I watched that. Like, how is Smurfette alive there?
This goes here.
I really don't know. We saw her. We swapped from her POV just as she came through a gate crash, and I don't blame anyone for doing that. She should have been dead to rights. That's a big TP here from GX. Completed. We saw this on Split, but she got punished for it immediately. This time, she is now a thorn in the side of Giant X. Wrapping around, Ava will be swung from 2 different angles. Isolates the first, but caught putting the shield up. Beautiful timing. Beautiful play from GX. Following up with the kill after Anacilia found the open, and it's Rolling Thunder online. They might have lost the previous round, but this one, they seem a shoo-in to take across the line. Big individuals needed.
I mean, Nami has to get at least a pick or 2 over on A link. Otherwise, I'm expecting a save coming out from Giant X. It's really difficult to try and break back into this B site, all things considered, and the shit damage being done, the utility that's available for KC. It's just not going to be able to happen, but overall, GX with that from the shadows that we were talking about, the aggression that she's been showing now on the attack here for KC. This is what we've seen her do before, where we've seen her shine in that Omen gameplay, and what was missing, I think, a little bit in that first half is Giant X. They did so well to, I think, protocol up against it, but now for KC, they feel and look very much at home now that they're in control of that tempo if you're on attack.
Well, yeah, it's a great sign of things that are going right. Seeing GX go for that play and find all that success. Getting herself embedded behind, causing problems, and even delaying that shield going up, getting ahead of the issue, dropping the shield of Ava and allowing her teammate to finish her off, and being so advanced on that A-Link fight. It's turned around in their favor, and now back to winning ways. Still economy there for GX. That reveal is big, and although they take Alkia down in the trades, the C site Well, it's actually not fully given up. Nami's made her way in. Sat here now thanks to the TP from the shadows. She has come and looks to send KC into the Shadow Realm. It'll be herself and Ava to find two, but that still keeps it even. Ava desperately low, and it's a shock dart to drop Nami. A close from Glance with a double, and now just 1 round away from equalizing after a 9-3 half from GX.
Giant X unable to really find any momentum on defense either. They've only found the singular round since we swapped sides. Otherwise, it's been a momentous run to claw things back. Again, just looking so familiar when it comes down to the first map we saw. Top of the day on Split here for the grand finals of Stage 2. These two teams have so much bite back to them. Now a stack from Giant X over towards this A site. Immediately going for that aggression here as well.
Here.
There's no way.
Start for Giant X looked promising, but an immediate response from KC. 3 versus 4, and they're out of here, sprinting to the other side of the map. Could give the potential for a weapon to be recovered, but stopping this seaside plant, I thought they'd play outside. I thought they'd wait for numbers. Sarah's here. Sarah's not looking to give it up. Here's the steps, the stampede underway. In comes Ava. Guardian in hand, shield up, but nothing found. Dropped after just the one. It's not enough. The recovered weapon for Sarah, not there for anything. As KC find double digits, 10-10. It's the next round that we're looking at, though, where the big buy can come in for Giant X. And now that they're neck and neck, you know, seeing this map go in favor of KC, it wouldn't have been a surprise or the end of the world in this series. But after such a big lead, it's going to sting if KC will run away with this at the final hour.
We've got to keep an eye on how Ava's going to be able to find that value with that kill contract. She's slowed down since the second half has started, ending off the first half 19-7, only being able to find 3 kills since swapping over to the defense. You see, these executions have been so nice for them. They have so much utility for that crowd control on site. Early kill contract out takes Glance out of the picture.
Well, Glance right back into the picture. She's won the fight. Ava's down, a big threat neutralized already. And Giant X, well, they have no choice but to sit and wait. See if the play is coming in. They'll triple swing, and well, that's exactly what KC were hoping for. They had more guns in the choke point, more weapons ready to fire. Nami on the backside. Have to go huge. We've seen her do it before. Blade Storm, run dry. Up close they come, and it's more than enough. They have so many bodies to throw at that backside fight. Ness has no choice but to retreat, and this attacking side taking shape beautifully as KC now have the lead, 11-10. Ness going to save on the other side of the map and taking the lead just a few rounds away from closing the map out.
We're really seeing it feels like a utility difference between these two compositions. For KC, on the defensive side, it didn't find as much value when it came down to a lot of those trap plays with how Giant X liked to play that early contact before actually going for one of those executions and just try and poke and prod a little bit more. That's why we saw a bit more of that success on the retake protocols from KC in half number 1. But now, on the attacking side, it's up to Giant X to try and play a lot more of that counter to that utility. And when you've got the breach for Anislia, when you've got the fact that her util has been landing so nicely when it comes down to that zoning, the general crowd control to help Alkia get onto these sites, it's been something that has been really difficult for Giant X to deal with, because you really only have like a Paranoia and maybe the flashes of Smurfette, depending on if she is positioned a little bit more for one of those fast floods to reply with. But most of the time, it's been her and Ava like taking that early fight over towards A lobby, not being available for that backside positioning to try and find that response, leaving those anchor players on Giant X in positions where they are left on that island and really unable to do too much to try and fight back with the utility that's being dumped by Carmine Core.
And we saw just how strong this composition was for Giant X when it came to that attack side, but just take a look at the timeline there. You have got 8 rounds to 1 in favor of KC. And sure, a pistol win, which it came damn close, could have sent Giant X across the line, or at least have them knocking on victory's door right now. But pending the pistol going the other way, there hasn't been a lot of positive signs for this defensive side. Like you're saying, it feels like they're missing a lot of what they need to stop those pushes. And when they get the early fights on the side of the map they're aggressing on, KC are simply winning those duels. This has been a great return to form from this attacking side. And now seemingly on the home stretch is, it looks like they're going to play for 12. GX, Giant X, that is, allowing KC an easier round, keeping their credits for the next. Already Danger has reared its ugly head with some damage done. The one rifle is the one that they go running towards. Ava happens to get the opening engagement, happens to drop the spike as well. Utility used here to slow them down. Smurfette will be dropped. The shield running out. And the desperate spray to try to keep it online, to grab a pick back in the other direction, doesn't land, but they have retrieved another rifle.
Thing is, Anasilia has no utility left. Everything's already been expended by the breach player, so no flashes to actually get back in. It's going to be up to GX with the paranoia to try and find that opportunity to break in here on B, as well as that lurk through garage that we're seeing coming in from Safia.
Yeah, that's the big thing, right? Drone going through. That choke point's not going to be reliable to fight through, so they want to add that extra layer to it. But so many players waiting for this battle. Ava loses out the fight. The TP across, dodges the Hunter's Fury. It's fired back in return, but actually found onto Ness. Shot lands for Nami. More needed with low HP and a 1v2. It just wasn't to be. Good attempt from a round where there was not very much to write home about in favor of Giant X.
No, but the thing is, for Carmine Court, that's a round where they really shouldn't have won that with the crossfires that were set up, right? But these repositions that happen a little bit later into the round, they get a little antsy, unsure of maybe some wraps that were incoming out from the players on KC. And Safia, again, finding that value with the garage push, a great Hunter's Fury coming in as well, perfectly dismantled by the KC team. Ava's got to be kicking herself for that initial swing, but Smurfette with an op online. This is something that the analyst desk was talking about. She's been so good with this weapon and such a staple for her as well. That comfort. Being forced off the line early, forced to reposition, and now KC more than happy to hightail it over towards that C site, left completely empty.
Ouch. Cage triggered.
Ava down as well. This is it. The final bells are tolling, and it's all in favor of KC these last couple rounds. An opportunity there. We almost saw Nami fall. But for KC, a 5 versus 3. Rolling Thunder online now with that plan for Anasilia, and this push in from Nami. Waiting for a player to come through the doors, but not knowing that Safia is hiding behind that box. Out goes Paranoia. That's her moment to strike, and Safia connects. It's Sarah with an ace needed, and it won't be found here. 13 to 10. Unbelievable. And at this point, 9-3 up. Giant X. That's gotta sting, having it slip out of your grasp like that. A remarkable comeback from KC.
Really nicely done. It felt like we also saw some desperation plays in that second half coming out from Giant X. We saw Ava going for a lot of those individual swings as well, taking some of those risks, feeling like she had to shoulder that burden to make some sort of play to break back in and break that that momentum that KC had been building for themselves. But Mitch, this is so reflective, I think, of what we're expecting here for this best of 5, the back and forth between these two teams and how the momentum is really carrying forward for either side on each half.
Absolutely it is. Well, Ash, without further ado, it's time to send this one off to a break. We have got a long best of 5 ahead of us here today, a competitive showing to start us out. And now, is all that's left is to wait for the next map. We'll see you soon.
player standing. Enemy remaining. Last player standing.
No chance.
You made it out. Attackers win.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Oh, here we go. Back again, same scenario. Win, 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 win. Yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6. We like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then, we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fall. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Yeah, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping. Yeah, believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh.
Days gone. I won't waste another one. Oh, darkness. It won't set me back again.
If one Turkish duelist wasn't scary enough, how is 2 of them? GX nearly had Casey quaking in their boots with that surprise ISO pick forever. But unfortunately, the util difference was just too much for GX, and Casey were able to pit them to the post in that second half. Let's take a look at some of these numbers, because understandably, Ava is the map MVP for GX, because that first half was just a blistering masterclass on the ISO, Meg.
I mean, she really put up a good show on that ISO, and considering that's her first time playing on officials, which we'll go into a little bit more, Billy pointed it out earlier, It's an incredible performance, and I think it's definitely very hopeful for Giant X's Haven in the future. Of course, they don't manage to win it out today, but I think it's definitely something to take into sort of stage 3 and future times playing on Haven.
Yeah, and I mean, they got off to such a great start, right? We look at them leading the half with a 9-3 half. But again, I said it before we went into that defensive half, something that they know that they've been struggling with. I thought, okay, they've brought out this composition because they're aware of that. They need to throw everything into it and get as many rounds on the attack. It's just unfortunate that they let it slip away from them.
It was, though, a fantastic sight to see all the KC players coming online, because they were definitely taken aback, I believe, by that first map loss on Split. And it definitely showed in the first half. It wasn't just Ava on the ISO. We just didn't see those individuals putting together. But Alkio seemed to be the person who kept them in the game in that first half, guys. Because, I mean, Meg, just look at these highlights.
Yeah, obviously a very rough start for Carmine Corp, but I do think they all individually locked in. But the reason we're pointing out Alkia here is she was so impactful in the rounds that counted, you know. The pistol, the buy, the bonus, those are the ones where you really want to gain momentum off a 9-3 sort of half when you're down that bad. With that Outlaw as well, carrying that through so that her economy was fantastic in those later rounds. I do think those are the rounds that are so crucial, and Alkia definitely showed up.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think as well, something I really liked seeing come out from KC on their defensive half. I know they didn't get as many runs as they would have hoped, but something they were doing was taking that contact down A lobby, which was a great counter to what Giant X usually do, right? They usually like to deposit Nami up into A, get a lurk off of her and be able to find that aggression, and they kind of execute off of that. So I did see sort of adaptations coming in from KC to be able to counter against that. But yeah, I think the difference that Alkia had on that defense to attack was just night and day, and we said that from a lot of the players.
There were promising signs from GX in the first half. The way that they were using those duelists, Meg, to kind of bait out the defense side from KC and make them think that they were heading to different parts of the map. Because obviously, if you see one duelist there, then you're thinking, okay, maybe they're on the other side. If you see two, then you're definitely going to commit.
Yeah, it's definitely what you expected, bringing in that double duelist composition onto a map like Haven. And like Billy said, you really had to make the most out of that investment by getting as many rounds on the board as you can. And obviously 9 rounds is not enough when you're going up against a team like Carmine Corp. But again, just to highlight, this is Ava's first time playing ISO on official, and what an incredible performance. I can't get over that that's the first time we're seeing her on the ISO. I don't know what you think, Billy.
I want to see more, Meg. The fact that we had 4 kill contracts in that first half. Hello, she was absolutely tapping heads. She was absolutely incredible. I just really enjoyed watching something a little bit more different for Giant X as well. You know, I love when they decide to start getting creative and play out with these roles that they usually play. So yeah, I think it was really great to see, despite them losing the map in the end.
The question is, Billy, are they going to be creative on Icebox? Because we've been listening to you in the green room, and you have some concerns about Giant X, despite this being a legacy map for them.
Yeah, so when we came into stage 1 and Icebox came back into the pool, I was quite critical of Giant X, right? When we saw them come out on Icebox, they're playing the exact same composition that they played in stage 3 of last year. And don't get me wrong, Icebox was a flawless map for Giant X. I'm talking 9 wins and 0 defeats. Not a single team was able to defeat them on Icebox when we think back to last year. However, this year, the results have been a little bit iffy, a little bit here and there. So I've been a little bit concerned for them, and I've been looking for them to innovate. However, in saying that, Smurfette has been coming alive on the Neon, and that's exactly what I liked seeing from them on this Icebox pick.
This is exactly what we were expecting, though. And I think Giant X are obviously holding on to those victories that they once had, because if we're looking back to sort of the stage 1 grand finals performance, they picked into Icebox and Carmine Corp actually won it out in that grand final. So it will be really interesting to see if they've implemented any changes sort of with this composition when it comes to playing it on Icebox. I definitely think they're going to have to bring something new to the table if it's not the composition, because clearly they're not winning it out anymore.
We are ready to head to our third map. We know we have got at least one more after this showdown. Are we going to go all the way? Who knows? All we know is we're going to hear the voices of Mitch and Ash.
Thank you very much, Frankie, Billy, and Meg. Yes, it's time to get into map number 3, but not the last map, a BO5 that could well go the distance all the way to Sunset. Ash, do you expect after the competitive back and forth that we're going to make it there? Or do you think that now KC are activated? They had a slow start to both maps.
Ooh, I think I think we make it all the way to 5 maps. Last time it was a 5-map banger that they faced off. Grand finals of stage 1 of Game Changers EMEA. And most of the time it's been that intense back and forth between these two teams. Have just been insane going up against each other. It feels like with how frequently they've played too, these two squads have just such good reads on both of on each other as well, with how they're looking to go for a lot of those defaults and the set plays that they're expecting to come out as well.
Well, this is the 12th time in a row that we've seen this composition brought out by Giant X. They're big fans of it, as we heard over on the desk. Not that the desk are big fans of it, more so that Giant X are. And we'll see if they can bring what they need to take this across the line, as KC slow to start 2 maps in a row, 9-3 down in that second one, but they bounced back. Now their defense put to the test here and already gearing up for a big hit in towards Safia and GX. That's an opening for Safia and GX trading.
Spike down A.
A really great start here for Giant X to be able to get that spike initiated, but you look at who's going to be available into this retake, right? It's almost like prime opportunities for both these teams. You see 2 of the flash players on the side of KC, and then the post plant agents on the side of Giant X to try and close this one out for round number 1 of our 3rd map.
Oh, a pick evens up the numbers for a second, but then it's back into the favor of Giant X, with Nami landing one, wrapping around for more. Anasilia does well, but diffusing the spike. Glance can't help out in that battle, and Nast is quick to put them both to bed. A 3K in the pistol, and Giant X starting out 1-0.
Giant X have been so consistent being able to pick up the pistol round of the first half, like every single time. This being 3 out of 3 when it comes down to that.
Enemy remaining.
But again, KC have been always good to respond into the second half. But I'm curious, again, I think that there's just going to be so much pressure on the side of KC, over on Anasilia, over at Glance, to try and shut down these aggressive takes that we're expecting out from Giant X, and to try and that GX spotted that one. That's a little bold to walk up with the Bucky. But back to what I was saying there, Mitch. I think there is going to be a lot of pressure, I think, on the 2 initiator players for KC to try and respond, to take advantage of Smurfette going in for a lot of those dive positions and isolate her from the team.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, but looking at Giant X, you know, this is somewhere that, granted, up against SK, but they lost their last 2 matches, both of which were against SK. And their victory over Zarin Smith was convincing, we'll say that. Last time they played KC, it was not a dub on their side, despite them picking it. So
1 enemy remaining.
they need all the rounds that they can get early on. 9-3 wasn't enough in the previous half. This time a 2-0 start, and it's worth noting, obviously a flawless as well, but it's worth noting that when it came to those previous pistols that you're talking about in this series, it was a 4-1 and a 5-0 start. Like, they got so many rounds off this early half, and no doubt that's something that KC want to avoid having happen here on Icebox.
Yeah, just so good at scaling up with that momentum. And obviously on the side of Giant X, I mean, Ava has not slowed down whatsoever in that fragging department. And cycling so quickly into the ultimates as well. There's a world where we could see that Thrash coming online in the bonus too, which makes it ever so more possible to convert.
Flash.
Look how patient Giant X are being to start this round off. You've got an outlaw in the tube, looking for those players that are lighter on shields. There's none to be found except for Safia, but Anasilia has also already taken a hit. One shot to that outlaw and has to be careful. Down goes Glance, a huge pick. That's the only real rifle that they've got. Sure, there's bulldogs in play, but the Phantom finding its mark early on, that is a big blow to KC, losing out some of the mid control, and the outlaw playing such a big role at holding that down into the late round.
Yeah, 0 Point was just expended over at Kitchen as well, so there's really no active information that KC can look for now when it comes to that utility. It'll just be the signal given by the turret when Smurfette looks to peek over towards A. But there's great opportunity, a lot of mollies available here for KC as well to try and stall as the time looks to run low.
Yeah, they've rotated in the right players, right? They've got that delay util. They've got the rifle on Anasilia taking down Smurfette. 12 seconds left as they swing in deep, and it's Anasilia, the player who took a few hits to start this round off, and now the Outlaw trained in. Both players in front, very low, but the shot will not even be fired. Anasilia started this under threat into, but walks out with 4 kills and an ultimate online.
It's so much of that having to do with, again, the stall that they were able to find for that backside control, being able to hold on to it. But Anasilia, she's been a player that we've sung high praises for ever since the first map, ever since top of day, with how good she is in that fragging department. Just mechanically so talented as a player, but also always having what feels like picture perfect utility that's being thrown out by the initiator as well. Head into a little bit of a technical pause here. I mean, it wouldn't be an EMEA broadcast day without one.
Oh, don't remind me, please, Ash. It's I'm still not over it yet, but we're in better days. These ones usually haven't been very elongated, and let's hope for the sake of the players that's the case here as well, because this is something that, my goodness, I'm expecting to go the distance. I'm expecting map 5 out of this series, and already I think we've seen the signs of that. Strong opening halves from Giant X, good responses by KC, down but not out in both maps that we saw, winning the second and really coming close in that first one. But the concern is, as we get further into Icebox, the deja vu, history repeating itself, and if KC do manage to steal that map away from Giant X here, we might not get to sunset. The sun may set early on this series.
It's possible. The last 2 maps of this series are really strong for both those teams, leaning a little bit more in the favor of Giant X, just looking at some of those previous results. But I am looking forward to seeing how Lotus and potentially Sunset might play out if we do manage to go the distance. But oh man, it's been crazy how much of a momentum game this tug of war has been between these 2 teams. Just the stark difference between the first and the second half from both these squads, and for the most part finding a lot more of that comfort on the attacking side for both teams as well here, Mitch. But overall, I think when it comes down to how we expect Giant or KC to look to respond, again, it's stopping that bleeding early like you were talking about. And I'm really hoping this tech pause doesn't run too long after you really put it out there that it shouldn't be too long of one.
Listen, I'm confident. I can feel it coming to an end very soon. No doubt.
Oh yeah.
It will be a quick and brief one. And I've heard indeed it's only going to be 2 minutes. And Jack Igo would never lie to me, so I'm very confident in what I've been told. And I think the reality is, looking at some of the heroes that we've seen step up as well. Like that last map is somewhere that Ava was phenomenal. She started out the first one 20-11. And then by the end of the first half, she was 19-11, if I remember correctly. So almost the first map condensed into that opening half on the ISO. And I agree with what Billy was saying over on the desk, that I want to see more of that. Maybe not just the ISO, because that was, as the desk highlighted, her first ISO in an official. But I also want to see more of Ava being put in those positions where she's able to thrive like that. Because we can look at the fact that you had 2 duelists roaming around, and that did play a role at times. You remember the ultimate used by the Yoru of Smurfette getting into the back site, and then Ava was able to catch a player distracted. But most of those rounds, most of those kills, hell, there was an ace for Ava. It was just her individual brilliance, and giving her a second shot where she can be hit without taking damage was so beneficial. So I'd love to see her put in more of those positions. This map though, Ash, not somewhere I think we'll see that same level delivered from her, just with how the roles are going.
I mean, you say that, yet she just plays so well on the flash initiator, right? It does give her that opportunity to play for herself a little bit more as well, to try and flash for a lot of those engagements. So definitely don't count her out. And she also is Turkish at the end of the day. So the aggression, when it comes down to these plays, and the mechanical skill is definitely in her blood.
Oh yeah, it's not something you can ignore. That's for sure. She won't let you. We'll see as the game goes on. Alkia already dropping Ava, but a quick response. Anasilia falls by the wayside, and they think they've got Alkia isolated, but Glance is there as well. A great defense on the A site, and not much space left open on B. Nami's able to drop GX, but down to 11 health as a result. And we now look to Ness. If a plant is found, they'll have a good opportunity with a post-plant Hunter's Fury. But for that to have any impact, they'll need a pick. They'll need Nami to stay alive. That wall going back up soon to cover the cross.
30 seconds
Two
left.
players spotted there. That is not ideal. Nami can't really go anywhere without being spotted and taken down, leaving Ness to do it all.
Oh, and the wrap coming in here as well from Alkia over towards main. It's all up to Ness actually getting the pick on Safia here.
She's sticking it as well. Yeah, beautiful timing. Well handled by KC. You can see that there was definitely a heartbeat to that play. Even after Giant lost so many of their players, it's just not enough with this damage done by Alkia.
Yeah, that's the thing. Alkia, again, Dask was talking about how she had been the saving grace, even in a lot of those weaker halves that we've seen out of the side of KC so far today. And, man, maybe it was a short one, but there'll be a second one. We'll see. Time adds up, Mitch. You know, it's quick maths.
Yes, but you know what? I've heard whispers. Little birdie told me this is the last tech pause of the day. So
okay,
not only is this one
you
going to be
hate
quick,
me.
but this is the last one. I mean, that's great news. Get them out the way early. That's what I always say. So we're doing that here. Oh,
it's great to know that you're preying on our downfall. You're preying on production's downfall, the broadcast, the audience, the two teams too. Like a statement like that, you're making it sound like you want grand finals to finish tomorrow.
Hey, listen, the longer the better, right? I'm here not just for a quick series. I'm here for as much Valorant or tech pause screens as we can get. You know, those things of in EMEA become intertwined. You know, I think Valorant, I think tech pause screen. It's beautiful. It's worked out wonderfully. But yeah, this was still a really good sign. Like I said, the fact that we saw KC come in, find all those opening duels, and you can see the protocols at work as well. You have this quick response with Alkia having the backup coming in from Glance. It was really good to see. You know what, Ash? We're not gonna. It's not technically a longer tech pause if we throw to a break, is it? Then it's still a quick pause with a timer. I think I'm still right. I'm confident about that. But we are going to go to a 5-minute break while we iron out the issues in the background. We'll see you soon.
Let me take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Let me take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Because I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Got a chateau in the mountains, got change, jet set through the islands. I change zip codes like it is nothing. Top 10K first class on my side thing. Shorty went verbal on a TikTok. Got 'em doing moves in a big mouth. Rocking their head, doing pop like 20 million streams, so she won't stop, can't stop. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody. Light up the night, oh. We light up the night. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. We light up the night. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. Only show me love, I don't clap back. Homie got a catfish face, so you can have that. Topping hits on hits, can you handle that? Lose it all on a high stakes blackjack. Bet big trip, even in a lockdown. Big tips, only with the fans now. My click, pull up with the top down. We keep it going all night. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody. Light up the night, oh. We light up the night. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up,
All right, gang, that's the last tech pause of the day out of the way. We're feeling good here, refreshed and ready to go as KC versus GX, Giant X, that is GX, the player for KC. Well, if you weren't here earlier, we'll make it very clear. As we're getting into round number 5, 1-1 in maps, Icebox, Giant X's pick, but KC have come in. This is the best early half they've had so far starting out a map. It was 4-1 and 5-0 down on the previous 2 maps respectively, but now, Ash, they've strung 2 together and left Giant X with just pistols for this one.
Yeah, really great signs here for KC. You've also got the null commands online here for NSLE if things do go awry on this pistol round, but I mean, you never know what's going to happen with the Game Changers sheriffs here for these players. Position to be found for Veto. Going to be slowed down there by the knife.
Oh, that's a risky play from Safia. It makes me worried when you're up against pistols getting that aggressive, but look at the value. This round already, most of the danger gone. 2-player disadvantage. Oh, pardon me, hit the wrong button there. 2-player disadvantage. And, you know, I was going to say that the ultimates online for Ness and Ava, they could definitely swing things into Giant X's favor if a pick, we've seen it before, even just one pick can be enough for something like a Thrash to come in, isolate the other player on a site, 2 weapons recovered, and all of a sudden it's a different game. So for Safia, finding that was so important. And for KC, building up these early rounds, well, we've seen them warm up into maps already today. So this is a great sign for them.
30 seconds left.
Most definitely is. Cross just going to be watched here by GX. Should be able to get that plant secured here, but expecting that flood back in by KC. Things starting to get a little dicier, but I mean, Ness is going to have to go big to even try and secure this one.
Okay, that's already pretty decent. And unfortunately, not much more to be said about it, but that was a hell of an attempt. The first player caught off guard. The second was looking clean. But in the end, it will be KC winning the round. A bit of a dent to their economy, but they walk away still with KO's ult online, one away from having that thrash from Gecko. And again, it comes down to this. You can see how that final fight, if there were 2 more players, that might have been Giant X's round.
Enemy remaining.
Definitely is possible. Ness, I mean, even though she doesn't win out this, what was it, a 1v4 situation?
Yep.
Feels like she's been really good in a lot of those moments, in those clutch scenarios. Just try and bring it as close as possible, doing as much damage to that economy, if not able to take the round home. And now Operator online here for Alkia, playing on top of Generator. Giant X not going to look for it whatsoever. A little bit of damage already to be found on Ness with the wall banks to come through. But those ults that we had talked about previously, Glance has got her Thrash online here now too.
GX walked up knowing there were some players there, but then they stopped. There's no further contact. It's just a shift up play from Giant X, and that's going to get GX to think that they've rotated back, to think there's space to be taken, but no, denied by Giant X. Alarm bot. No, it was the turret, in fact, going down. Well, that will be broken immediately, and Thrash goes in, but a cancellation from the knife. Won't be much to be said about that ultimate, and with the wall down, they can't really even go out and recover it. They are forced to run back in the other direction, and that's Anacilia's ultimate, just causing all of this chaos for Giant X. But when it fades, the wall will go back up. Oh, well, when it fades and the knife fades, the wall will go back up.
Yeah, just having to pause even longer now. Hunter's Fury looking to be invested here as well. And Smurfette just walking full on up. Somehow, this round turns into a 3v2 in favor of Giant X.
Yeah, they weren't quite ready, though, for Smurfette to run through the nade, right? That's why she gets away with one. The problem is there's so many players here from KC to respond. Now with the numbers equalized, with Viper's wall not available, there's 10 seconds left as the toxins go up, but they've got to be low. That wall will fall soon, and Glance goes walking through with time already bought. There's no time to plant. They need to kill Alkia here and now. Oh, they had time? Just about. It must have stuck it underneath her nose. And so Alkia now has to retake. She must have thought that this round was hers already, that enough was done by her teammate to delay, but no, a matter of milliseconds in it, and they managed to take it across the line. I don't know how Giant X have gotten away with that round.
It all came down to Ness getting that pick off the swing that we saw, coming through the wall, looking to try and deny that plant, and then getting back on just in time. She got on that spike at like 4.01 seconds. It was nearly done and diced up there, but what a way for Giant X to equalize.
I wonder if we can get a slow-mo later. Sorry to throw replays under the bus, but I would love, that was like 0.2 or less of a second for sure in getting the plant or not. And I thought at an eye test that she left it too late because I saw her stop around 4.3. Unbelievable. Now, Alkia down. This could have been KC running away with it. This could have been the economy of Giant X pretty much out of the round. And a huge streak of rounds for that defensive side. Instead, it's now a 5 versus 4. Weapons online for Giant X. Ultimates in. Nami has that Viper's Pit since last round. And the economy of KC is on the rocks.
They're just taking a little bit of a beat. Last round, we saw the same thing from Giant X, just taking that pause outside of this B site. The jump spotting here coming out from that's not going to be able to find too much. A very heavy stack here. Strong sight from KC over at B. Great Viper's Pit as well to ensure that they can find front sight safely.
Spike planted.
The lockdown will be broken. Sarah's wrapped around a really important position held late into the round and gives her life for it, but that keeps the pit online. That keeps the site under their control. I like the wraparound as well, going in from Glance. The Viper wall that she's going to walk through again, but the same fate awaits her. This time it's Ness to take her down, stepping into the pit. Anasilia finds one, but Decay down so low, it's an easy close to the round. Giant X in the lead now.
Great way to just take a beat and then go for that execution. And again, it really comes down to that position that you were talking about there in mid. Sarah being able to take down that lockdown and ensure that the team wouldn't be forced out of the Viper's pit, forced so far back into the post plant there as well, doing just enough for the rest of the squad. Much more of a back and forth here in this first half of Icebox compared to the momentum that we had initially seen those first two maps that Giant X were able to run away with, both on Split and on Haven. I like how proactive KC are getting here and very early push down mid just to start things off. They don't even, you know, overextend too much either. It's just that initial insert now, flooding back to play again this strong site here on B.
It's the kind of overreaction you expect to see in these pistol rounds. So many players on this side of the map after initial contact. Bladestorm, the one real strong weapon that they have to work with. And it's found its mark. Ava down, Spike down, and time ticking with still 4 players sat here. They ain't going anywhere knowing that the Spike's around. Stun and Shock Dart, but it's not enough to get them a pick even. It's KC still dominating those battles until Sarah and Ness step up to the plate. Late wrap coming in from Nami. GX suspects it, but misses the timing. Oh, that was so close to being another pick for the weaker weapons of KC, and instead it's the advantage from what should be a plant secured Nami. Cautious of the other side, but the wraparound doesn't catch her off guard enough. She's able to connect a shot alongside Ness to put another round on the board for Giant X. Remember, this could have been Carmine Corps running away with things. A fraction of a second in it, and instead here we are at 5-3.
I really love how GX also looked, or Giant X, to avoid confusion, have also dismantled that strong stack here on the B site. As you saw that combination initially going out the Shock Dart alongside the Concuss from the Neon over at Orange, and then immediately followed up by Sarah filling in that space and being able to find that drop on the backside player. And again, these B leans have been so comfortable. Now we see Alkia posted up with the operator.
Here.
Looks like she's going to get contact as well. Luckily, the drone is the one to lead the charge. So at least that information to work with, but she's not being sent back fully. Going back out to look for a little bit more, and there it is. The connection onto Sarah. The follow-up onto Ava. And GX, Giant X, pardon me, they're losing players by the second. Nami on the other side of the map is all that remains. And this one is KC right back into winning ways.
Yeah, just having to save in this situation. Not much else you're gonna be able to do. You look at the ultimates as well for the side of Giant X going into the next round. There's a lockdown to work with. Thrash up there for Ava. I think one away from that Hunter's Fury as well, and wanting to try and expend those before KC can cycle into some of those ultimates of their own and try and maintain that lead that Giant X have been able to manifest so far into this first half. The KC continuously hot on their heels. It was a great reposition coming out from the operator and just trying to keep Giant X guessing as to where Alkia is going to be playing with that sniper rifle and the value that she's going to be able to find with some of these positions.
Well, that's it. I mean, you saw a couple rounds where she was being avoided. It was like towards the A side up on top of Generator, and Giant X just weren't going that way. Here, even towards B, they're conscious of her potentially being there. They throw out the drone, they see her, but she goes back in for 2. And I mean, that is a big problem. A problem to solve for Giant X. Luckily, they've got the runway to go right back in to this round with a buy. And not just that, look at the ultimates in play. Sarah been having a tough game so far, but lockdown online could dictate the flow of this map, of this round, more so. And then Thrash as well in there for Ava. KC, though, not playing passive. Early on, just breaking the dart, feigning some aggression to slow down their attackers.
Yeah, it's such a comfortable stack here. 4 players on KC on defense. They're trying to get aggro, deny value out from that ultimate. It's not going to be able to be taken down. Oh, actually stacking those mollies manages to destroy it. They can comfortably stay on site. Thrash forced to be expended here for that backside control, and Anastasia has been so good when it comes to those 0 points and denying value out from Ava's utility.
Yeah, another one there where Thrash goes through and gets cancelled. That's the second time Thrash has been active this half, and the second time it's been shut down by Anastasia. This round gone to bed, though, as Ava takes a triple kill, pushing into the back of the site. A player that we highlighted in the last 2 maps, but said, well, on the Sky, on Split, you can see those aggressive tendencies. When it comes to the previous map on ISO, you damn well expect an individual performance on the attack, but maybe we wouldn't see that same level from her here, taking a back seat. Well, she's the one taking charge in so many of those fights in this round, and that's 6 for Giant X as a result.
Operator still available here for KC, though, and shifting back over toward the A site after revealing that B position a couple times. Now, I love this fast lane for Smurfette to try and get up close, but the fact that Alkia just stays over at Pipes, getting that angle is massive. Now the duel between the KJs and Sarah. Be able to find the advantage in that one. Evening things up now. A 4v4 situation. You've got that KO ultimate online here with the null command. Man, these interactions between the lurking players have been so massive when it comes down to how the mid round's going to be dictated.
Yeah, GX has been getting so aggressive right towards B main. We've seen it in so many of these rounds, but not round on round. It's not that readable. Sometimes it's the op there, sometimes it's her pushing up late if she doesn't get that contact. And a great reward found now as a 4v3 comes through. A 2-round lead already for the attacking side, but they're behind in this round, and 3 players in position off the contact of Glance. The flash goes through. GX swings for another. Sarah down. Flank protection gone. And although Ness finds one, they don't know about Glance towards the spawn. Well, they'll know pretty soon. They've spotted her now. There's all the information. Both of the final players already spotted. A reveal goes through, and the spike will be making its way to the site as we speak. Wingman going in for the plant. Mosh pit. And it got there a little bit late, and the plant will still be secured. The op on the retake. Hunter's Fury for the post plant as well. This is not going to be an easy round for KC by any means. The flash landed, but not onto Glance. And now they know where that last player is. They spotted the Dizzy go up from the back of Yellow. Mosh pit goes through. Glance sticking to half. It's going to be tough, though. Yeah, she would have been taken down. Has to run out of it. And so the time not really on their side as it ticks. They have to look for the kill. They have to look for the pick, and it's Alkia to find it.
Really nicely played there into the retake by KC. Ness did put so much work, though, into that round to even give Giant X a fighting chance. But really nicely played into the 2v1 scenario. And again, I think these lurking positions, something we're going to have to continuously keep our eyes on when it comes down to the KJ and the Viper head-to-heads between all of these players. Overall, I feel like on the side of Giant X, it doesn't feel like they're slowing down any bit. Momentum has been leaning on their side, but the back and forth has been telltale between these two teams.
Pit is going to be activated. This is definitely a round where we see GX get aggressive. Ult from Ness has found one tag, but not the second. The reveal only providing enough information for that single tag, and Alkia on 70 HP, still confident in taking those wider peaks, but the wraparound from Smurfette, this could be huge. They don't know that she's here, but now they've spotted her! Alkia just about catching a pixel of Smurfette, and what could have been a round-ending wraparound is instead a reset for Giant X.
The thing is, that pit is so deep over at B main as well with GX's positioning. Sarah is able to walk up to, doesn't have the turret watching boiler, but is going to be watching kitchen. You've got Safia ready to play off of it, and it'll be perfect. Now for Giant X, 40 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be really hard to find some sort of opening here with how strongly they're stacked over at that A site. Safia's just gotta live.
30 seconds left.
Safia won't be surviving this battle, and in fact, it continues to flood in favor of the attacking side. We're back to even territory, even footing, and another is landed. Ava dropping down GX. That gets rid of the pit. It gets a free plant for this squad. Wingman working on that as we speak. And now, Glance and Alkia again needing the clutch, this time up against 3, and Nami had the read, was there in time. This round, it should have been locked in. It should have been neck and neck at the half, Ash, and instead, Glance is all that stands in the way of this victory. Thrash looking for her, and a Thrash of her own, but no real way to use it.
No, not at all. It's going to come down to having to win this battle up against Nami, who's going to come out on top with the 3K. But it's crazy how well GX play when they are in that disadvantage when it comes down to those numbers. Somehow always able to try and make it a believable round, if not one that they're able to take home.
Remarkable stuff. You know, as soon as Smurfette went down here and the follow-up from Safia inside of Kitchen, that should have been it. But they're able to push deep on mid, push back through the Kitchen, and even take this fight all the way down B site to eliminate the Viper's pit that was standing in their way, wrapping around it, finding victory in the end. A remarkable result. And now we wait for the second half. Welcome back, folks. 7-5. Giant X won out the pistol round and the follow-up, and that's pretty much the only difference between these two teams at the halftime. Another competitive display, but this time, Ash, we've seen KC activated in that first half. And from what we've seen so far in this series, the second, it always looks that little bit better.
That it definitely does. Hey, KC, they definitely have had that comfort on the attacking side on this map previously. Alkia has been also on fire so far on Icebox. It's about seeing how she's going to get things started here into the pistol to try to tie things up early for the team. Quick plant already incoming. Look at Safia's positioning, trying to look to cut off that mid rotation a bit later on, except that mid utility hadn't been dealt with early into this round there, right? So their signal will be available, and she's got to hightail it at this point to the B site.
That's a great pick. Alkia down. The spike being diffused. Pressure is on. A swing is needed, and that's when Giant X actually goes swinging in deep, catching them from the side angle, wrapping around on yellow. And that will be another pistol round for Giant X. They've been great in the opening pistols, but stacking them here, that's going to give them a real shot at closing out Icebox.
It's a great call for that fast split coming in. They're more than happy to allow KC to expend their utility early on, get that plant secured, and then it's just such a quick response to bring out the flashes of their own, throw out that util for that fast flood onto site, and not allow KC to get too comfortable into that post plant. Really nicely done on the side of Giant X. And now for KC, they managed to get that plant secured. They're going for one of those stinger buys, a rush over towards that A site to swarm these two initiator players on the side of Giant X. Their lineup doesn't quite find anything yet.
The drone's gonna see them though, unless they're careful. They've heard it. I think it has just enough range on it to get around there, but I'm not sure how much info that got. I think it might have been blocked off by the little barrier.
Yeah, by jail, maybe one, but now fast execution, and Giant have already made the rotation over.
Oh, they had players there, but they're not willing and able to deal with all of these stingers, disrespecting them, perhaps expecting that eco to be in play, but being surprised by the firepower that they came up against, especially on close range engagements. KC thrive. Yeah, it might not be the opening pistol of this half, but you know what? One better is to let them win it, then steal back the next. That's exactly what KC have done. A little upgrade there at the end as well to a Bulldog for both players, and that is a fantastic start to a half that looked to be swinging in favor of GX.
Yeah, great flashes going on towards backside to help Alkia take that space, and that flood we were talking about. I think there was also a neat little play where they were scaling up over at Belt and trying to get that drop down so that they wouldn't get spotted early if anyone was positioned on top of Jenny for the push over on the bottom portion of a lobby there, and they use the turret to actually soften that so the sound cue isn't given. Just like a fun little, I guess, strategy to be using to find that space. But look, Smurfette's already pushed up. Only Classic in hand though.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about that weaponry disadvantage. You know, you see KC come in to that second round, they have all that firepower, all those stingers to work with. You don't quite get the same punch to be packed by GX in this one, even if they wanted to go for it. And the difference in weaponry would be significant. It's the right call to play this one a little bit lighter, but it means they have to be a little bit more reactive. They have to go for these plays as a group early on, play with limited information, and it's not easy to do when KC play like this. Very slow, contact across the map, but ultimately leaning towards B, where there is only one player.
Cooling down.
Well, this walk up from Nami's huge, though. She manages to get out there as well, just in the nick of time, reaching around the corner. The jig has been given up. The full rotation to be called here from Giant X as they managed to get that spike initiated here on the side of KC. But again, it does come down to how this positioning is going to work. This upwards angle here from Alkia as well to find two. And just about close things out. The turret actually to end that one there for KC. They managed to run away with the round. JX, they tried to make it a little expensive. Not quite able to bring it over the line though.
Yeah, your turret for the triple kill, not bad. I really was counting Nami out of that fight more than I should have been.
Yeah.
And it started to get a little bit scary, spooky, with Ava landing another from afar, but enough damage done there to even allow the triple from the turret gives KC another round, 2 streaked in a row. Okay damage considering the round that was in it, but this is really what it all comes down to. Giant X defending their lead. As soon as KC caught up with them on the previous map, it was 10-10, and then 3 in a row to close it out for KC. Giant X have that in the back of their mind as they now fight economy on the line for this one.
Yeah, nice conditioning done though by Nami with that forward positioning, but this push out towards A main, at the Safia to try and stay alive, not get one. A great slide out there from Smurfette.
Spike down B.
And now it's that look to regroup here for Giant X. Alkia trying to get a bit proactive with those picks. You see in a disadvantage when it comes to those numbers still.
Yeah, it's an uphill battle. It's Ava wrapping around that finds one, puts the pressure on from the other side. They have to deal with her, really, although they take the rest of the squad out first. It's Ava, the last one standing. The boss fight in this scenario uses the wingman as a bait and swings into GX. A 3rd kill for Ava. And the wrap around through the spawn gets Giant X a 9th.
Massive Red Bull clutch coming out there from Ava. She's been so impactful across every single map so far in this grand final. And it was just such a great start too. I love that protocoling coming out with that A main push, the fact that you've got that Dizzy in, allowing Smurfette to get that kill secured and guaranteed. And then it's just that fast flood, making it really uncomfortable for KC to try and hold this yellow space. Granted, they did a really good job answering back and isolating those fights, but heading into this next round now, Alkia with the knives is who we've got to have our eyes on.
Yeah, Alkia already used that updraft. The Blade Storm could do a lot. The Thrash from Glance to open up a site. And if it goes towards the B site, well, we are in trouble. Okay, I've counted Nami out before, and I live to regret it. But this time, surely it's too much to ask. She's going to be chased down. Although Thrash just clears those closer corners. Will be picked up to be used again as the rounds go on. And there's a Thrash to respond from Ava. There's a Viper's Pit to play into the post plant as well. Giant X have quite a bit to get themselves back into B, so they don't need to force any fights just yet.
No, they just look to cut noise for now, knowing that the rotation has likely been called already by Giant X. I like the alarm bot being thrown out there just in case someone's contacting up over towards Orange. But very comfortably stacked here, and with Ava on that mid control too, looking for the potential rotation. Giant X are confident about this B execution.
30 seconds left.
Well, the old pop by Smurfette, the space taken is all together, left unchecked. I don't know how she gets out with 3 players looking the other way at every turn, and Glance left alone to try to do it. A 1v3 that I think at this point would possibly even triple her kills. She's had a really rough game. Thinking back to the form against G2, or even the last time these teams played, I mentioned it, Smurfette, who had a bad game on Haven the previous time that they met. It was Glance who was putting her to bed every single time. And now it's a completely different game. KC calling their first time out here, trailing by 3, and Giant X seemingly on the home stretch.
Yeah, early double digits here for Giant X. Great ult economy cycling in there as well. Thrash up. You've got that pit available here now too. At the very least, a good counter available on the side of KC. That could be part of the conversation, is the investment of that lockdown and how they want to look to pair it. And if they're even going to be going for a full buy into this one with as much as they can. But overall, the responses have been so good. It has just been that back and forth, though, when it comes down to a lot of these duels and how Giant X have been flooding back onto those sites, aside from, you know, that anti-eco round being stolen from them with the Stinger purchase. It seems like GX have just had a very good read on how KC are managing that timing and going for a lot of those moments of cutting that noise as well on those B hits. And Giant X have not been quick at all to go for a lot of those like over rotations, even when they are missing out on some of that information over towards mid.
Well, knife for close, flash for deep, and KC should have a lot of control towards A. The ult activated, and it indeed cancels out all the Killjoy utility. Look at the push up from KC here. They've got GX walking through alongside Safia, wrapping around behind. That's going to be a free kill on Nanami. Looking the wrong way, caught off guard. GX follows through with another, and KC keep the kills a-coming. It's Giant X on the back foot, with Ness being the hero of the round, stepping up for her second before falling by the wayside. Smurfette, 1 versus 2. A spike being planted, and a retake that she's actually decently favored with the Outlaw. 1 bullet needed. Now back to the rifle. Both players split up as well, but now they can swing together. Now it's off contact. Smurfette's close. Has to be quick on the first, and the adjustment was almost there, but Safia was that little bit quicker.
Much needed around the win there for KC off the back of their timeout as well. That was scary though. I really saw a world where Smurfette is just able to come out on top in that 1v2. And Ness also just doing so much work again, backside, getting those multi-kills, trying to even up those numbers to make it possible for Giant X to take that round back. Now, lockdown, again, available here still on the side of KC. Would be the perfect counter depending on if Nami opts to go for that Viper's Pit early. Will be the case here over on Pipes at A. I wonder if they look to just push her out of it with that Killjoy ultimate. Does seem like that is the plan. But not actually looking. They're afraid of the aggression coming in, the potential swing that could come from multiple players out of the pit to try and deny that ultimate for finding value.
They're checking up on Pipes. Obviously, the ult put in from there, and very often you'll see players in that position, but Nami was up close, springs the trap, but the shots don't land. destroying the lockdown, barely making it out alive, but she is still drawing breath around that corner. The pit stands, and now, where do you go? KC can't fight back through that despite how desperately low she is, and they don't know that either. The choice has to be to take this elsewhere. The window pushed up on by GX. The turret's watching it though.
It is watching it. You also look at Smurfette's positioning, playing a little off angle here towards B main, and with this mid push, the only threat's really going to be that late lurk B main coming out from Safia as well.
When does she turn? When does Smurfette look to sight? The patience was there the whole round, but Safia meticulously clearing every single corner. Alkia spots the info and backs out. Nami sees one player up in kitchen, but the spidey senses from GX, they were just activated. Will she turn to look to the site at just the right moment? It looks like it. Closing the distance, but not with the right weapon. Nami's being dropped. Now down to a 3 versus 3. Ava does well, but more is needed. The wraparound coming in from Ness lands one, and the pressure on as KC go pressing forward. Ness with another, and the recon for right side has to stick this to half. The time ticking, the pressure on the wrap comes in, but Ness gets there just in the nick of time. 0.7 seconds left in the Red Bull clutch that puts Giant X up to 11.
So well played there by the IGL of Giant X. KC are going to be kicking themselves for this round. They did so well to find these opportunities as well, but man, I cannot believe just the reads, those small moments where the decision making is just so good out of the Sova player to make all the difference. And KC now onto a broken buy situation. That round was so important for them. They had that early investment from the lockdown earlier too.
Take flight.
Oh yeah!
What? Thrash is used here. Oh, it's been sent up top, but didn't make it all the way. There's not going to be a seize in onto Ava. She's still ready and able to fight, and they pay the price for letting her stand strong on the top of the site. This was a crazy round to invest that in, but they put a mixed bag of investment onto the line, tried to bridge the gap with the ulti, and that's gone terribly wrong.
It really came down to whether or not they were going to be able to get that initial pick on site. It was just such a fast blood, knowing that that Thrash had already expired to push back in and collapse on the players of KC. I don't know, I feel like that investment, you would expect it to come through if they maybe got the first blood a little bit earlier. It's such a gamble to throw that in there regardless. Now with the lockdown here for Sarah and the Huntress Fury for Ness as well. Giant X have already looked phenomenal on these retakes, whether it's been at A or B. KC have their odds stacked against them here with Giant X's match point.
Take flight.
I think this was the idea last round, right? Thrash to take space, Pit to secure the post plant, but it has to be used here instead. They didn't even get an opportunity to put that ult into play. The push-up coming through will be spotted soon by that utility from Killjoy. In fact, it's been bypassed. They're already going up towards heaven. Lockdown comes into play to send them back into the waiting arms of Nami.
Oh my God.
And as they emerge from that pit, it's devastation. Down goes the Dizzy, and that is it. It's done and dusted with the final player detained. Giant X have claimed Icebox 13-8. A phenomenal showing here.
A perfectly played final round coming out from Giant X to secure the third map of this best of 5 series, Mitch. It was so toe-to-toe when we first started out here on Icebox. It really felt like Giant X found their groove though on defense, finding so much success in those fast letter retakes, putting so much pressure on KC as soon as that spike gets planted.
Yeah, this was just a great showing here in the second half. A back and forth beginning, 7-5 at the halftime, but a dominant 13-8 closer. Giant X hitting another level here. Ava, not a player to be underestimated, regardless of the agent that she's on. And now, one map out of 2 away from closing out this grand final, taking the dub that's evaded them before. Now, we go to a break, and when we come back, we'll find out how many maps this series has got. Let's hope for Sunset.
One enemy remaining.
No more to oppose us.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh. Your mata, eh. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh. Your mata, 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 eh.
Casey might have stolen back the W on Haven, but GX were ready to answer on Icebox. Billy, do you feel like this is the Icebox you used to know and love from GX?
It absolutely is, Frankie, and that's why I was hyping up before we went into it. I was so worried for them when I saw that they hadn't made any changes from last year going into this year, but ignore me. What I say doesn't even matter because they're showing time and time again that this is still very much their home ground, and I think it was exactly like you said, a great answer back to Casey nabbing Haven away from them.
I mean, a total different time as well to the last time they met on Icebox. Obviously, it was 13-8 last time they met. This time, switched around the other way. And of course, props to Ness again, pulling up an MVP performance as an IGL on Sova on a map like Icebox. She is incredible.
Well, let's talk about the two initiators we saw, because we did have the classic Sova Icebox pick from Ness. But then on the side of KC, we had Anacilia, who's been so impactful this entire playoffs on the KO, but it didn't quite have the edge when it comes to this initiator head-to-head, Billy.
Yeah, and I think as well, when I'm looking at these two players specifically, I'm looking at the experience that they bring in, right? I was praising Anacilia for having her main event debut last split, and then when I look at Ness, I look at the experience that she's been able to have. But I know that, Meg, you wanted to talk specifically about how these two initiators have gone up against one another in terms of utility.
Yeah, I think the KO is a great pick if you're able to sort of facilitate setting something up off your utility. But the way that Giant X were approaching their attack, they were playing incredibly slow. So almost that information gathered from the KO wasn't quite utilized, or they weren't finding as much impact off it. And of course, there's that specific clutch on the defense round with Ness. And I think this is why Sova is definitely a favored initiator coming into Icebox. The way that you can gather that information, and of course with that regenerative recon, so that you could still come through later in those plays in the rounds and find useful sort of information from it. The fact she could stick this to half because she knew the right side wasn't being pushed, and then get that information to then flick over to the left and find that kill. This was definitely a momentum changer. This was also off the back of sort of Ava with that Gecko clutch in that 1v1, and then of course the Smurfette 3K as well. I think these are all mentality rounds that definitely completely change the outcome of the game.
And yeah, we have to take another look at that Smurfette 3K, because it did seem like GX were not going to be able to get a foothold in that second half until this happened, Billy.
Yeah, and do you know what? We had an interview the other day where Ness had said that she finds Neon annoying to play against, which my ears perked up when I heard that, because I thought, hold on a second, you have a great Neon player of your own. What am I hearing right now? And as we head towards those last two maps of this grand final, it is of course going to be Lotus, it's going to be Sunset, and it is Alkia and Smurfette that are going to be playing that Neon on these last two maps. So I can't wait to see how they come up against one another.
It's going to be such an interesting matchup. Yeah, as you say, it's Neon's always a mood, no matter which map we see her on. But obviously, Lotus is like Neon's home map in my brain anyway, and it's going to be interesting to see how GX cope with this one, because they have an advantage in a sense. Even though they typically lose this one against KC, they've got that all-important mental advantage. KC, while they are bravado, as I said earlier, they do sometimes get in their own heads. GX has admitted to this, but now that GX, not as in GX, but GX is in World's Strongest Omen. So it's going to be really interesting to see how GX kind of plays with that a bit. Are they going to be able to mind game them, Meg?
I don't look to GX as much here. I look more to kind of going back to that Neon. I don't think GX has been putting up a great performance, and I would like to see her come online, because we also had that insane Lotus clutch, right? Go, go, go.
I meant the GX. I'm so sorry. You know what? I need to say Giant X. I'm so sorry.
Why did
I not say Giant X? Anyway, I'm so sorry. Meg, continue as you will.
Still a very good point. I would like to see GX come online, and I would like to see sort of Giant X maybe, I don't know, pull something out the bag here, because in the last time that they matched up, because we have lots to go off here, luckily, Alkia had a much more sort of a performance, I guess, in the Neon front compared to Smurfette, which is not what we've been seeing today. So I think Alkia coming online here, because last time they won this out against Giant X, Carmine Corp did. I think Alkia is a really important role. You need to get her online. You need to be setting her up to sort of find those first bloods, similarly to the last time you played against Giant X.
Let's take a look at Agent Select. We're expecting a mirror matchup here. See if it's more of the same from these two teams.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be the same. And I think from my perspective as well, to go back to the sort of like conversation of the mental game and things, I think KC are kind of chilling, right? This is one of their strongest maps that they've had this stage and this year when we actually look at it in that sense. They managed to beat Giant X on it in that grand final of stage 1, and it was a dominant win. It was a 13-3. So they looked really, really good on it. Giant X, it's a decent map for them as well. I will say that the only time that they have lost at this stage is to KC in that group stage. So yeah, I think it could be an even playing ground, but throughout the year, it's been great for KC.
Let's head back to our casters because Lotus is going to be a very interesting one. Mitch, Matt, and Ash, take it away.
Thank you very much, Frankie. I'm expecting a treat getting into this map. What an exciting series this has already been, Ash.
It definitely has been. I mean, the fact that Giant X, the way that they're clapping back right now, you can definitely feel the fact that they want to get that revenge up against KC, considering the results of the last grand final for stage 1. And then also just general recent results with how KC have typically come out on top in a lot of these battles, but very cute. I love to see the boot camp footage. You've got like the handshakes going on too. Great for morale. Nice little mental reset as we had into map number 4.
Yeah, that is just fantastic to see, right? And no doubt in high spirits despite being 2-1 down. And I think a big factor in that is the fact that KC are moving on to the map that they chose. This is towards the end of a best of 5 though, right? They got to eliminate 2 maps with that upper bracket advantage. They got to take out the 2 maps they didn't want. But when you get towards the last 2 left in the pool, then it's going to be more of even territory. And as you've been saying, Ash, perhaps even favored towards Giant X. A great opportunity for this series to end 3-1 or 3-2 for Giant X to take it. But KC, they're not letting it get to them. Defensive start for this squad. And we'll see how things shape up with a slow default from Giant X. And some of what we're going to see throughout this map is them playing it slow and taking those orbs with an advantage almost found by Nami. Certainly a HP advantage at least.
Yeah, that orb farming is so important here for the game plan of Giant X. And already now being able to find that space here over towards the C site. Sure, Smurfette might get taken down, but it's all a ruse anyways. I love the call though from the side of KC to have this initial forward positioning, but Glance has got to live. Tucked back into Broken Door at the very least.
She's out of there, but the read, yeah, it's too telegraphed, Ash. I mean, you go in to see like that, nothing follows it, no other players in there. This is somewhere that we needed to see Smurfette survive that little bit longer or find a kill, something like that, even get out. They'll manage to go back towards the B site, though. As you said, Ash, the B split works out perfectly. If they went A, they were into a stack. Instead, it's wide open space to be taken.
Goodbye. Yeah, nice little pivot. Sarah being able to find one here is also huge, but the re-clear to come in nice and quickly. And a great paranoia as well, just to force them off that angle. And Ness isn't going to be able to do too much more here.
Nice shots connected. Yeah, Ava down to a sliver of HP will be quickly dealt with. I do like the adjustment from Giant X, losing Smurfette early, reading the rotation had come into A. And like I was saying, it was way too telegraphed that that was going to be a play towards the A site. And it's good that they made that read as well.
I think what's really nice too is the way that we also saw them looking for that A main space after the initial presence that was shown by Giant X2. The fact that you have Glance even walking forward for that rubble information, and that's a big part of how they were able to call that rotation so quickly over towards that A site, was that forward positioning. And a good start here. This is the first time we're seeing KC actually pick up a pistol round as well into the first half. So a great feat for them to accomplish here, considering the previous results of this best of 5.
Oh, aggression from KC, and it's Glance to pick up a double, a necessary one that puts the numbers back heavily into their favor. There's a weapon to be recovered. I think Ava's going to make it to it. Now that could be quite dangerous. Had to go back though. I swear she stepped over it, but must have been just out of range. Either way, it wasn't any match for the shot landed by Anasilia, and the 2-0 start from KC with some weapons recovered.
And that's exactly what they want, starting out on the defense, right? Where Lotus tends to be such an attacker-sided map. Both these teams, though, historically have quite strong defensive sides on Lotus as well. But again, I'm looking forward to seeing how this protocoling kind of continues forward. 2 rounds in, we have yet to see any initial really aggressive control of Rubble being garnered from either side. This really being the first time we're seeing that utility being protocoled. Alkia to get shut down right off the gate there. Taken down with that B peak too. And no trip on that B site's gonna force that rotation back over from Anacelia. But they've got that A main control at the very least. KC are very confident in reading into how they're positioned. That's why you see Safia playing so far back off these kill trips here on C.
Yeah, they use drone up just to really avoid a fight towards A main. Now you've got a smoke up from GX as well, so that A main control completely there is shifting to the left side of the map now, shifting towards C. And Anacelia will be here with Glance covering in that B gap. The opening combat is them trying to deal with Anacelia. The utility, though, still goes towards backside. Nami's gone down to her teammate's shock dart. And then Safi and Anacelia pick up some kills. This is a disaster. Giant X, I thought they'd done well with their utility, and then a team kill came in. Now they're going to run straight through the remaining players, which is pretty much everyone. For KC, that couldn't have went any better.
It really couldn't have. A little bit of a miscalm there, I guess, trying to take down those tripwires with the shock dart coming out from Ness. But man, this is a great start here for the side of KC.
This goes here.
Similar to what we had seen previously out from Giant X, and something that they were able to replicate. I believe it was on Haven as well, with clawing back into that second half. But these bonus rounds have been something that we've consistently kept our eyes on here for this best of 5. Both these teams having great success in converting them so far.
And I think we saw in the replay as well, it was the Outlaw tagging up Nami, making her a little bit more vulnerable to that shock dart, friendly or otherwise. An unfortunate turn of events. And for Giant X, the result is weak weapons and a straight up push towards the B site. Now they've gotten very close. The drone going through is necessary. It's going to spot Smurfette, clear her out of that close corner that could have been so very dangerous. Alkia, I mean, definitely not the weapon you want going on the flank up close and probably through a smoke. But as they clear up all of those picks, they realize that the flank needs to come in elsewhere. Never mind, Safia's holding strong. It was only a weaker buy, but that's a clean 3K for her.
Yeah, and a clean round there for KC in general. The flawless to come in for Carmine Core. For Giant X, I like the idea, though, with that B push, trying to split over towards that C site. I think Smurfette and Sarah just overstaying their welcome on B, trying to catch one of the rotations as the rest of the team floods over towards the left side of the map. And Safia is just like, such a consistent anchor for Carmine Core as well.
Yes, this should do.
Now, going back to a default here that they've got those rifles in hand. And a very silent stack leaning towards that A side. Not showing as much of that utility, aside from the deep smoke. And we've got the walkout now over at Rubble coming out from GX.
It will be good space taken. Drone's still online as well if they want it. Clear this up a little bit later, but it looks like they're just going to deposit one as a jump spot. No, in fact, two, crossing over to Rubble. Keeping that control, and this is going to be something that Giant X have to deal with. This is the full buy. The investment from the squad on that attacking side. They have everything to work with, and the utility clears out the first. Paranoia burned early by GX as well. She's used that to keep them back, but oh my goodness! Glance through the wall drops Smurfette. That's the back Rubble control denied, but with a trade onto GX, this is a bit more complicated for KC to hold on to.
Yeah, Ness low here as well. Giant X still trying to look to scale up. You've got these contact plays off the flash here for Alkia and Glance, and they are cleaning everything up. Nami on the opposite side of the map there too. Really nicely handled by KC. This is something that they're doing super well here, Mitch. It's just that general push and pull. waiting, biding their time, seeing if Giant X will bite
10
for
seconds
some of that
left.
space over towards Rubble, and they're not afraid to take that space up after taking a beat just to see what Giant X are going to look to pull off. And it's made the read so nice there for Carmine Core, looking to stack and find those trades. Right now, they're just running a clinic on defense on Lotus.
Oh, 100%, Ash. This is really, really clean. I mean, Glance finding the opening. You know, what can you do about that? That was just a spam through the wall. Fair play. But that setup, that triple kill that comes through, like you're saying, the utility, the timing, the patience on display there, that's perfect. And for Giant X, looking at that from their perspective, you're feeling like they had a read. They had the right players at the right time. There were 3 players ready to swing after they traded the opening duel. And not only that, but the utility that hit landed perfectly to stop any form of trade coming out from Giant X. This was a clean sweep, and they call a timeout here because look, they just got figured out. Everything they're trying is being read like a book. Think back even to the pistol round where you saw Smurfette try to fake out the C site and then an attempt to wrap around to A. They got B, they got the plant with the disadvantage, but again, there's always been the utility there. Round 3, I think it was, the drone comes through, the stun, and the aftershock. They're being put into a box in every engagement, and there's no element of surprise. And if KC have got all the data and they make the right decisions, the rounds are theirs every time. So this timeout, I think, is very important to call here and now.
Yeah, just to get things sorted. Coming back down to earth a little bit there on the side of Giant X in case comms were getting maybe a little bit too cluttered. And checking in on how this map is being approached here as well. It's been an uncharacteristic cold start for Smurfette on this attacking side. Not able to find a single pick yet here so far on Lotus. Again, so much of that coming down to that responsive utility out from KC, the trap plays that we've seen from them as well.
Okay. This is a double barrel operator in this round. Light shields across the board for Giant X. The attacking side moving right into her crosshair, but the shots won't land. It's a backup though. You can see that there's a second weapon to work with. One shot did land. In fact, Ness must have had a little bit of protection from the wall on that second shot fired. It won't protect her for very much longer though, because she is stuck in that corner. Last player alive, 1 bullet needed, and it's quick to be found. A flawless display from KC, and that might seem like a terrible idea, like a terrible situation rather for Giant X. You know, they called a pause, they still lose the round, they lose it flawlessly, but no doubt, Ash, this coming round is what they will have spoken about.
Yeah, that's the conversation, right? They've got so many ultimates to work with now heading into this next round. Rolling Thunder online, Hunter's Fury there as well. But at the same time, KC have the exact same ults that they can respond with. And Anasilia is having an insane game. Has yet to even fall so far in these first 6 rounds. Consistently staying alive. That says so much about the value that this Breach player is getting from her utility as well. We've talked about how well she's been able to set her team up in a lot of these engages, even buy that time to slow things down for the rotation to come through. And it's been no different here on Lotus.
Oh, the Hunter's Fury lands for the double! Ava and Smurfette dealt with. This is the round. GX will have called the pause to talk about how they use their roles, how they approach it, what control they take and when, but they have no control, none whatsoever, with back-to-back flawless rounds for KC.
An insane 7-0 start here for Carmine Core. Giant X have yet to find an answer, and it feels like they are struggling with it right now on the attacking side. I know that's easy to say when you look at the scoreline, but even looking at some of like the positions that they're taking as well, it's just been a lot of respect, I feel like, that's being given right now over towards KC and how slowly they're looking to play. And right now, KC fully in control of the tempo, how they're looking to respond, and Giant X are really the ones trying to take charge back.
I'll tell you what, Ava's fuming. You know, when you see one of your teammates get hit by Hunter's Fury, and then they sprint towards you, you're like, no, go away from me. Oh, especially when it's a Neon. she can run after you quicker than you can run away. Poor Ava was caught in the crossfire. And a great ult as well from Glance. Like I said, she had a tough game in the last map and really stepping up to the plate here again, as we know she can, as we saw up against G2 the other day. 7-0 start is just the thing of legends for a bounce back. And they got 8 rounds on the previous map, 7 rounds.
Scanning ahead.
No, it was 5. I think they were 7-5 down going into the second half. So already doing significantly better.
Yeah, this is so tough. The pivot into B as well here. And Sarah's just waiting for the flank to come through. Does she get cleared? Will do. Manages to get the pick though at the very least. Neural Theft to give the information on the positioning from the defenders here as well. And I like this pivot. Now looking to try and isolate GX, who's stuck over at Mound.
I'm pissed.
Glance is 7-1. Well, needs to step up in this round. It's GX who should be falling. Dodge the stun. Lands the shot onto Smurfette. Rolling Thunder goes through. 10 seconds left. Plant needed. GX with another. Safia steps in onto Ness. And it's Ava left alone. 1v3. We've seen her do it before, but this time it's not to be. Glance seems unkillable on this map. 8-1 now. And the scoreline, 8-0.
It is over.
Glance looking unkillable. Not even just Glance, it's the entire team on this side of KC that are looking like they have just insane plot armor. I do like the call though from Giant X for that B pivot into a C end, but it really came down to the fact that GX was able to even survive. That shrouded step over towards C main was everything as well. It just getting out in the nick of time and dodging that fault line to fully punish the fact that Giant X were trying to sniff her out of that position. Now up online here for Alkia.
Shot doesn't land, but she's the second player. There's already GX pushed up close. Even taking her down isn't enough. A bit more is needed. Oh,
what is happening?
Alkia slides out of the way of the Hunter's Fury and somehow escapes this battle. Resets with the operator, looking for more. And it's already a 4 versus 2. This is a round that GX came in, Giant X, I should say, dumping their ultimates, putting their money on the line with a direct play, a solution to hopefully finally put a round on the board. And yet they're left in almost the same position.
Ness trying to drone out close to see if anyone has taken that A main space. Thing is, that Cypher setup is still there on that A site. The tripwires to give that signal, camera as well for the retake and to treat. If Giant X can even manage to secure that plant. 35 seconds on the clock.
Not ready yet.
Not a lot of time. It's starting to dwindle here, and they still have a lot of space they got to clear out on A.
Well, they've got Glance to clear out on A. That's the real problem. 1 death so far. This half, she has been impossible to deal with. Now safely behind those trap wires. 15 seconds, and the plant looks to be open. Look where the spike is right now. Unless they took in, oh, they have just about managed to avoid Glance's sightline. But afterwards, that's where the real problem is. They clear it anyways and do, in fact, deal with Glance. Alkia and Safia now left to do it all. Door open. They know where Safia is. The op still yet to be found, but I like this. Giant X sticking together, looking to move as a unit in this final battle. And one that they so desperately need. The first round on the board for Giant X with this. Alkia dealt with, but Safia still drawing breath. Goes through the cage and damn near takes down Nami. But with a 3K from the Smokes player of Giant X, they have finally put a round on the board.
Such an important one for Giant X to be able to secure. And in those 4v2s, we've seen it before on each map so far today, on Icebox especially, the fact that they're able to somehow always claw back when they're in those number disadvantage moments. You can never count out the players of Giant X, especially if it's Nami and Ness as the last 2 alive. But now it's about actually chaining these rounds together. Are they going to be able to find such sequential success on the attack right now. 1 round, sure, but KC, they're very comfortable knowing they go in with at minimum that huge advantage going into the next half. We'll have to see.
This op. They're moving towards it. Giant X on their way. There has to be utility. We've seen it before. The stun going through, a flash even, a drone sometimes, but not available in this round. 50 seconds on the clock. The op still to be crossed. The players on the other side of the map, 3 stacked up on C. This is perfect. If they can just get past the first hurdle of Alkia, they should be in a safe enough position. But they've lost one. Now the util comes in. The stun, the reveal. Alkia's out of the picture. At least she should be. We've seen her go back in for fights more often than not. And GX rotated in already. They won't go towards that operator, but they will go towards GX, dealing with her quickly.
Not able to actually secure and maintain that backside space though. Right now, 3v3, the ultimate comes out there from Anasilia as well, and everything's falling apart with 13 seconds on the clock. No plant to be secured in a 1v4 here for Ness. Done and dusted in this round. Alkia having gone unpunished for that operator positioning. Sure, Ness might be able to get a couple picks to run away with, but KC will secure this round win. GX unable to find a second.
But that is a remarkable round from KC, and I think a terrible sign if you want Giant X to bounce back in this map. Opening pick found, sure, but when they get on this site and deal with GX, it looks like their problems are gone. A pick for Anasilia, a rolling thunder put through. And even though, yeah, there's this great performance by Ness to close out the round was already done. 9-1 on the board. Alkia not even going for the op. She could if she wanted to. She has the money herself, but instead it's the Outlaw, knowing that there's going to be weaknesses, knowing that in fact there's no shields for Giant X. Some quick math has led her to this solution, and it's already found the opening. That second barrel as well, gonna work wonders. And for Giant X, there's no choice. They're going towards the B site. They've got their space there, and they found a little towards the spawn. This is looking a bit better.
It definitely is. Smurfette was able to contact up so deep into top platform of B. But now you've also got that flank incoming here from Carmen Corey. 3 players. However, the signals will be given, right? Both trips to be broken. So at minimum, 1 from each side. I want to see Giant X look to push forward one of these lanes at the very least, because soon they're about to get Sardine. The option is going to be for upper. 3 players leaning up towards B heaven.
Smoked off. And Paranoia's landed. Smurfette blinded, has to run for the hills. They've got all the space back. It's Giant X that have to fight back into it. Alkia went through the smoke with a shorty in hand. An ambitious play, one that she hasn't been rewarded for. GX and what? KC won all the fights! I can't believe what I'm witnessing. Plot armor, you said earlier, Ash, and I think you're dead right. There's no way. There was a point there where one of them got, I don't know which player we were on, it happened so fast, but someone got flashed and was looking up to the sky, aiming for the moon, and then they came back and got a kill. I can't believe this. It was Safia. Look, whoop, whoop, up in the air, and still gets a kill. What? That's madness.
What is going on right now? It feels like everything is going perfectly for KC. They can do no wrong right now on Lotus. And Giant X, they've already used 1 timeout so far on this map. The second one still yet to be touched, but again, Glance has been so good with these Hunter Furies. Last time we saw her pull it out, she managed to get a 2K with it. This time, still manages to take down Sarah. And Smurfette's constantly just been looking to walk into a lot of these sites. We're not seeing her set up in a lot of these kind of engagements that you would typically expect for a Neon. You know, getting aggressive with that breach utility, instead going for a lot of these contact plays solo.
Stay down. My ult is ready.
Been a maddening map. No doubt for the Giant X coaching staff, they've got to be scratching their heads, wondering how it's come to this. On the upside, Sunset looking likely, but I don't want to see them go here like this. I want something, a ray of hope for Giant X. Dodging that paranoia was perfect. GX walks out with one, but is dealt with in the end. Rolling Thunder and Hunter's Fury online for this post plant. This is definitely
no
Dave.
way.
Post plant. What post plant? Anasea has come in and wall banged Ava out of the round. Now it's only Hunter's Fury, and even using that will be difficult. Both players relatively healthy. An operator boxing her in, and Nesco's looking, finds something that she wished she didn't. 11 rounds on the board for KC. An unbelievable display in half one of Lotus.
What a way to start this map out here, Mitch. Insane on the side of Carmine Core. This pistol round is a must-need for Giant X, and they've got to make it clean to keep themselves here in map number 4.
One enemy remaining.
Baby, you don't down for the show. Back, biggie, yo. Baby, you back, biggie, yo. Turn it left, turn it right. Turn up and dance and you turn up, yeah. Let's turn it right. That's how you turn up and that's how you turn up, yeah.
Well, as I said earlier, Ash, we've had our last tech pause of the day behind us, and I think that this should also be the last one-sided map of the day behind us. I think we're going to Sunset. I know, bold prediction, but when we get there, I'm praying we don't see a scoreline like this. What KC have just pulled off is honestly maddening, if you couldn't tell by my breakdown earlier.
Are you sure? I really thought you enjoyed that round. I think you were thrilled actually to see that.
I stayed pretty composed.
Yeah, exactly. Very calm. But a nice start here for Giant X to get that first pick at the very least. Sure, trades do come through, and continued aggression to move on forward as Giant X continue to look to take that space. They're more than happy to give up that A site there as well, knowing that they are going to look to play to those numbers. Ness so aware of the fact that that walk-up could be incoming here from stairs.
She's got it spotted. If she goes down here, though, that's a lot of space opened up, and that's why she just backs off immediately. So much space taken by Giant X. This is around the... I mean, it's 11-1. I don't need to tell you that they need it, but I want to see them build up that momentum to close out this map, even if they don't win it. Oh no, Glance has got another. She's been on a tear here today. So many of these players have in this map for KC. A sneaky reposition from GX, and it's put it down to a 1v1. Glance, 13-4. A huge step up from the previous map. Now the last one standing. The defuse tapped, you'll see it. And immediately just hides back. I don't think she's going to use that dart. This is just a player out for blood, spotting that it's not being diffused. And at this point, Sarah's putting 2 and 2 together. She must have eyes on the spike. But Glance now can use the dart. Her position's already revealed. And now so too is Sarah's. A reposition from Glance. It's spotted. Sarah knows, but she can't deal with Glance. 12-1. KC just keep on winning.
Match point.
Second pistol round here for Lotus, picked up by Carmine Core, and match point at that here on Lotus. We talked about how Giant X were looking to get that revenge here in the grand finals of stage 2, considering the results of stage number 1 this year in Game Changers EMEA. But Glance, we said that she had a quiet game on Icebox. She absolutely heard us and played that moment to perfection in that 1v1.
There.
This is a tall mountain to climb here for Giant X to try and take us to overtime, and for Karmine Corp, they've got all the time in the world to try and close out this map.
Oh man, this is something else. A desperate buy from the defensive side. Good bit of information though. Despite that opening shot fired out towards C, an immediate push-up. Great info for Nest. She's got all of this on lockdown, sending the exodus from the C site. The rotation towards A. The shots onto Safia's head. Smurfette finds another, at least not a 13-1. That's my wish. That's my dream. And it could be a reality as KC find a couple. It's not done just yet. This could be the 13-1. The plant coming in. It's Nami to surprise them up close, but glance again. The player who stands in the way, the final boss. And she spotted that this player's not in the door. In fact, she's gonna walk through, taking her gap, wrapping around, and it's a masterclass from KC. Map 5 locked in. And I honestly, I cannot believe what I just witnessed here today.
A 13-1 is not how we thought Lotus was going to go whatsoever. This is typically a strong map on the side of Giant X as well. The Karmine Corp, it felt like everything was going right for them in all of those engagements, the ones that they shouldn't have even been winning. When it came down to utility that Giant X were responding with too, they could do no wrong here on our 4th map of this grand final.
Well, this was indeed a masterclass. KC have bought themselves another map, and it all comes down to Sunset. One map to decide your victors here in Stage 2 of VCT Game Changers EMEA. Unbelievable that we go here like this, and let's hope that Giant X can bounce back from this devastation. We'll find out if they can indeed bounce back after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Time slows down when it can get no worse. I can feel it running out on me. I don't want these to be my last words. All forgotten, 'cause that's all they'll be. Now there's only one thing I can do. Fight until the end like I promised to. Wishing there was something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you. What do you see before it's over? Blinding flashes getting closer. When to let it go, when to make them all fight. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die. This could be the day I die for you. Feeling like there's nothing I can do. This could be the end, it's mine to choose. It's taken me my lifetime just to prove. This could be the day I die for you. Don't let it be the day. What do you see before it's over? Blinded flashes getting closer. Sacrificing everything I knew. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you. Everything I know, everything I hold tight. When to let it go, when to make them all fight. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die.
In a shocking display, Casey just ran away with Lotus 13-1. We knew that the map was favored in their corner. However, we didn't expect it to go quite as quickly as it did, Billy.
Yeah, I mean, KC, what can we say? They just looked absolutely flawless on that defensive side, right? They did not really allow Giant X to even be able to get into it, which at that point, I'm looking at Giant X and wondering why on earth did you decide to start on this attack side, right? The last time they played Lotus, it ended up being a 6-6 half, and that's because Giant X started on that defense. So it felt as though them choosing the attack going into it today, I don't know, it just feels like they didn't really leave themselves much room to work with in that sense.
I also fear that we may have jinxed it here on the analyst desk because we were talking about how incredibly close the games have been today. But I guess looking at it as a positive, how lucky are we to get 5 maps? And definitely shout out to Carmine Corp in that game because they all put up such an incredible performance. But of course, there are 2 in our mind, right? Anacilia and Glance just absolutely dominated.
Let's take a look at some highlights from Anacilia because she was just on fire in this map, Billy.
Oh yeah, she was incredible. I mean, her breach in itself is insane. We saw her play breach on the first 2 maps. We got to see it again here. I just want to remind everyone as well that this is her 3rd best of 5 ever, and we're going the distance. I mean, she's just been such a consistent performer throughout this series so far today.
It feels like Anacilia always has those kind of like God mode maps as well, and this was definitely one of them. We saw her consistently taking rubble with the team to get that early information, shut down any lurks or taking space. And in round 6, Anacilia was 9-0. She hadn't died once, and Smurfette hadn't got a single round on the board. So that's how impactful, not round, sorry, kill, but also they had no rounds. But that just shows how impactful Anacilia was.
Sorry to interject.
Oh, no, please do.
I was literally just looking at that graphic thinking 50% headshot rating with the amount of frags that she got is insane, by the way. Like, that's crazy. I think we saw that from Nami yesterday as well, but for Anacilia to be able to do that on breach, that's crazy to me.
I just want to also just take one moment, if I may, to talk about the point that you raised, Billy, which is the fact that this is an insanely fast trajectory for Anacilia to come from contenders to the top. And I think it's a sign of the Game Changers program and what it's doing. There are going to be players out there who are watching this and watching these 2 teams just put on a masterclass in the finals and realize that that could be them one day. And once you put those hours in, especially for these young players who are coming through contenders, they are seeing the thing that they could be. And that's what's so exciting about the scene as it currently stands. But then when you look at Glance, who is a tenured player with so much experience, she's just stepping up when it matters most for her team right now, Billy.
Oh, 100%. I think Glance's map-to-map performance has been a little bit shaky. You know, map 1 and 3 were a little bit, you know, not the best, but map 2 and 4 have been absolutely insane. And the difference between those is the fact that she has been playing Sova. What did she play on Sunset, the last map that we go to? She's playing Sova. So I have full trust in Glance to be able to continue that performance that she had in Lotus.
Well, we're expecting the same as Lotus in terms of compositions as we head to Sunset. This is such a fantastic decider. Meg, both of these teams have cracking win rates on this map. Might be 80%, not flawless for KC, but they have managed to play it 5 times, 3 times for Giant X, but they are unbeaten.
Yeah, as you said, they've only lost it once, and that was to Twisted Orchid. So this is going to be a really even matchup. I think me and Billy were talking earlier as well about how we saw SK Nebula as one of those greats when it came to Sunset. And the fact that Giant X are coming into this off a win against them yesterday is insane. And listen, I'm going to pass the next bit to Billy because I think she's really going to hone in here at how much is on the line for Giant X winning this one out, right?
Yeah, we have to remind everyone the stakes, right? This is their 3rd consecutive grand final. Ness, Sarah, Smurfette, they're looking to bring home a title for Giant X. Let's see if they can do it.
Yeah, I mean, I can't put it better than that. Can KC hold on to their crown? It's one last map. We're heading to Sunset.
Thank you very much to our wonderful analyst desk. One last time, it's time to get into this map. I am so excited. Casey, 13-1 in the last map, Ash. There's no way that they can keep up that kind of momentum here, surely.
That you would think, but we've got what, the exact same comps as we saw on Lotus. Now heading into Sunset, another mirror coming in for these two teams as well. This pistol round is going to be so important for Giant X to pick up. We've talked so much about the impact those pistols have had throughout this entire series, especially for Giant X on those attacking starts and the way that they're able to build up so much momentum off the back of it and have those really strong starts like the 5-0, like the 4-1 that we had spoken about previously. But man, it's also about them to be able to brush that last map off their backs and try and reset that mental going into the last map of today here for the grand final.
Well, a pistol win would certainly help out. We'll see if they can find that, with GX already under heavy pressure. The smoke doesn't even let her get out of here with such low HP. A shot through will take her down, so she stays tucked. Has help from Anasilia, who's already put through an aftershock, and they will manage to sneak their way back out of A one-way smoke for short. But although Giant X don't seem to be taking this in another direction, Ness just covering the flank plays, they have pumped the brakes. They're making KC question whether they're still here.
Thing is, still got all 4 players stacked over towards this A site and no information across the rest of the map for Giant X, so they're just going to stick around and try to go for this split. They have no idea what's waiting on the other side.
30 seconds left. There's no choice now but to run into it, but KC have gambled correctly. Everyone in position, ready for this play. The low HP GX, but expecting a player backside after seeing so many is unlikely, and Anasilia gets away with one as Safia doubles up. Now it's the 2 of them against just one. Ness looking for the headshots, but finding nothing as shots come back in return. It is 1-0, a pistol round for KC.
Great read coming out from Carmine Core, and then the stack as well. And a lot of that having to do with the really deep camera that you had over towards B main too. They had an understanding that the rotation didn't come in, and there was also, I think, a flash that went out right after they had cut noise on top of that. But overall, right now, it's a great start here for the side of Carmine Core Giant X. I mean, onto the eco rounds, not going to expect too much in this situation. Leaning to see what that Cypher setup looks like over on this B site.
So many pistols. They've got a chance if they can avoid these traps, get up close. Smurfette's being caught by their own paranoia. That's going to delay the push slightly, but you really need a miracle with weapons like this. You need someone to step out of line, a mistake to be made. Doing a great job of blocking off that sight line on the side, but I think that was blind fire through the smoke, through the cage for Alkia, as the rest flood in to clean this up flawlessly. A 2-0 start for KC. And look, we saw back-to-back flawlesses in the previous map, and we were worried, but it's still early days. They only had classics. The next round, though, is going to tell us a lot of what we should expect out of Sunset.
I think also just leading over towards this B side for round number 2 is also Giant X doing a little bit of exploring, seeing how Safia is managing that B setup, what they might expect in future rounds when it comes to some of that trip placement. But Safia, she's such a great Cypher as well, always going to be dynamic with those trip wires and changing things up, and that's the aggression that we've seen previously from GX, going unpunished this time around, finding the first. Unfortunately, not quite able to get out for the remainder though, and the trades will come through to equalize here 4-4.
There.
There's no safe way to evacuate for GX. It's both smokers down, but I think that's going to hamper Giant X a little bit more. A valuable pickup, especially with a lighter buy. As now these players on the attack are forced to play a much more of a contact, open themselves up to more angles, to more risks. Good shock dart from Ness. That's destroyed a trap. And it looks like they will fill in the space. A lack of info there for KC, at least for now. But look at them tucked in on this B site, waiting for the cam to spot someone. Waiting for the swing with the stun already lined up. But it's Giant X also in the same situation. They're priming that stun for backside. They've seen a player there, but they don't know about Safia in the side. She's got herself a double. Almost the triple. But the player coming in from main, Sarah, may just have saved the day. It's down to 1. It's down to Anasilia, and that was the right weapon for the job, the right tool to bring it across the line, but the outlaw shot misses as Sarah steps in. A tight round in the end.
An expensive round window for Giant X as well, only walking away with one of the rifles invested, and this came so close because of Safia's positioning over towards the front site of the being able to pick up 2 now. To look at what we've got to work with here on the side of Giant X. 1 away from the Hunter's Fury could come to fruition into this round, depending on how Giant X look to prioritize maybe some of that farming. But aware of that case here, immediately looking to deny that B main space. GX with a deep smoke already walked all the way up.
Oh, the shots from Smurfette, good. That stun perfect. The drone as well, revealing GX for that stun. Everything in the right place. Glance though, holding strong in the corner. She finds her first. Anasilia comes in to back her up, and somehow they get out of there with the advantage. Alkia's gone walkabouts and very nearly falls at the hands of Nami. She's happy to just back out, at least somewhat. Sticks around in mid for the fight. Ends up dropping Nami, and they know where these last players are. This one
Revealing area.
read perfectly by KC, reacted to, and now all that's left is to bring it across the line. Trades found to start with as Ava gets isolated by that double swing back sight, and Safia closes it 3-1. History on course to repeat itself. KC, remember, last stage, it was the same matchup, the same teams, and if they win this, the same score.
So much of that success also just coming off the back of Anasilia. She's been such a great supportive character throughout this entire best of 5. That utility almost never misses and provides so much value. Allowed Glance to even get out scot-free over towards B main there. Now trying to put a bit of that early pressure over towards that A site, force some of that utility out early on this eco round here for Giant X as they actually look to walk over towards mid. Little do they know Crossfire's waiting.
Yeah, dangerous one. You can already see the breach utility keeping them back, and the push in towards main has run right into Alkia. Oh, this is another completely dominant round for KC. They don't lose a single player. And sure, there were weaker weapons in play yet again, but after the previous map, Giant X, they wanted to come in. They came close to taking the pistol. They won round 3, but immediately being answered back upon.
Really feels like that momentum that was built up from Lotus is just still coursing through the veins of Carmine Core right now. Giant X continue to struggle
That goes there.
to even find any of
This
those
is a
openings.
nice
They've made a couple of those rounds close, but KC are playing with so much confidence right now. The Rolling Thunder to immediately deny that A main aggression. They flood in to take that space. The stun to further guarantee that they can push them back and cycle that orb online here. Hunter's Fury now up here for Glance as well.
Cover going out.
So much pressure already put on one extremity. Giant X have to go and re-clear some space towards mid. You can rotate over at B, but you've got the kill trips also set up there by Safia on the other side of the map.
Trouble is brewing towards that B site, but the spike still sitting outside A as KC leave it in the hands of GX. A big rotation as the fake is being sold. The reveal, but not much else following it up. Spidey sense is tingling. GX goes walkabouts, takes down Smurfette, and spots that there's more to this play than a simple B rush. 35 seconds on the clock, and a decision needs to be made. Still, the trap towards the B site. Still, Alkia in position, but the rest have started to fill in the gap of middle. They've left. And perhaps just in time for Giant X to be able to overrun this site. That stun is absolutely perfect. 15 seconds. They need to get that planned in, and Alkia is stopping them dead in their tracks. This round's done. The fight confirms it, and Safia, she's just running and gunning. Disrespectful.
The reads have been so good. Again, it felt like that plot armor that was on them on Lotus is still carrying over here on Sunset. They're just having a little bit of fun with it, being a little bit BM there as well, knowing that they were going to secure that round regardless. Playing that mental game. Safia starting out this map 10-1. Anasilia 8-1, close behind her. The first timeout to be called here by Giant X. You've got those ultimates cycling up into the next round. The conversation of how they want to approach their next full buy. But again, it feels like Karma and Core are just running circles around them with how they're maintaining this map control.
No, it absolutely does. And I think this pause, again, very important to call early on because KC have ran away with this. But we saw the same from Giant X when it came to Lotus. They were coming into a pistol round. They called a pause. And the next round, the one that they would have talked about, where they had ults, where they had everything, they got decimated. I think it was a flawless. I think it might have been back-to-back flawlesses, in fact, from that point. KC have had the read. They've had the reactions. They've had the individuals. And right there, seeing Safia hit her 10th kill in round 6 by running, spraying at someone who's blinded by her teammate. That's where you really see, like you said, they're having fun with it. That's terrifying to play up against when a team is like, you run into that in ranked, you're 5-1 down, someone does that to you? 2 players with 1 death on the other team and they're the top fraggers? Someone on your team is closing the game. I'll tell you that immediately.
Oh, for sure. It definitely does come down to that mental battle, but with the overdrive now up here for Smurfette, a lot of pressure on her to find some sort of value with that ultimate coming out. Immediately shut down GX, maintaining a hold here on this A site. Hunter's Fury that was earned in the last round there by Glance farming up that orb will get a tag on Ava. Just a little bit of chip damage. Now Giant X, they're looking for this opportunity to convert. This would be a huge round win for them, investing the Rolling Thunder as well.
Last player standing.
I didn't think there was much in this round, much to it. They had pistols for the most part, but a direct play and a lot of individuals stepping up. It's gotten them to a point where it's winnable, but dangerous now. A shock dart even landing, but Nami takes that as a signal to swing. A pay safeguard thrifty for Giant X. And, well, we talk about them planning for the next round. They had the solution here. That's exactly what we needed to see from Giant X.
Last player standing. Shut down.
Huge opportunity to build up a little bit of that momentum now in the first half of Sunset. Again, it's the last map of this grand final. Last time these two teams faced off in that best of 5 was the grand finals for stage 1. That 3-2 win in favor of KC.
Yes, this should do.
They absolutely have momentum on their side to repeat that history once again. For Giant X, there's also maybe that pressure of revenge falling on their shoulders, knowing that this is a spot that they've been in before. The adjustments that come out We've seen the ideas coming through for Giant X. It just seems like Casey's consistently on top of these reads.
The other thing is the shoes on the other foot. You know, last time for Giant X, they were in a position where they won the fourth map dominantly and then tapered off in that final. This time, it's KC coming in with momentum, but coming into this round without Safia, a player whose confidence was sky high earlier, has been shut down. And we need to see more of this from Giant X. In a previous round with pistols, they managed to burn up some ultimates from their opposition as well. If there's a way back in, their foot is certainly in the door. They're almost through the archway, but look at this as the smoke fades. Two players on the other side. Ult comes in, info's there. The swing still from Glance. She comes so close to finding those kills as Nami has managed to thread the needle. She is up behind them, and they, while they may suspect it, while they may be cautious, they don't know exactly where she is. Here comes someone running. Oh!
What?
With an ult! Alkia's got the pick! Glance found another. They've got the advantage. I thought that could have been the play. Nami did everything right, but somehow Alkia makes the read. That's remarkable! And she lives to take another battle, dropping Ness and leaving Ava alone in this round that seems certain to fall into the hands of Giant X, or at least to be a damn sight closer. Alkia's the hero that they needed.
She's been electric in the server today. And Acilia as well. I feel like she has been so consistent in getting a lot of those picks through cover 2 to cement a lot of those rounds. Well, what a way to take Nami out of the picture. Again, that plot armor has been crazy on the side of KC. A round that it really looked like Giant X was going to be able to secure, and one that they really needed to chain together as well. 4 more in the remainder of this half here on Sunset.
Oh, that was desperately close to a terrible start. She's gone out for more! So aggressive is Alkia, especially against pistols. She's just swinging, looking into every angle, even knowing that there's players there, knowing she's been pushed off the angle. She doesn't care. This is unbelievable. The confidence from KC will be difficult to deal with as this map goes on. As Alkia firing as she is right now. And for Giant X, I mean, exactly as you said, Ash, they needed that previous round. They won a thrifty, and then they even burned up some ultimates, as we said. Hell, Glance almost has the Hunter's Fury again. And for it to bounce back the way that it did, right there, this is devastating. Still a chance in this one,
stun.
But that stun is perfect.
And her utility never misses from Ancilia. Again, the off continuing to find more and more. Ava stuck in the corner too, maybe looking to get Ancilia, but this is just not going to happen in the 1v4. KC close the round out. Giant X, they will be on to a bye though. Keep in mind that was a bit of an eco coming out from them. Alkia has just been so good with that operator positioning throughout the entirety of today.
Yeah, once you run into it, well, I suppose once you run into it or she runs into you, one or the other, you're in a lot of trouble. 7-2 already. The defensive rounds built up, and it doesn't look to be slowing down anytime soon. Alkia swapped the op over to Safia, buys a Judge, has ult online. This is going to be a terrifying round to play up against. And she's already wrapping behind them on middle, broken the cam, caused them to be worried about their back line. And in fact, tucked in here, almost a mistake, but the trap was there, and Ava springs it to take Alkia down. There's the off on Safia, finding one, finding two, and they haven't dealt with Anacilia yet. She's hiding inside the smoke. Everybody's looking at the op. They're looking elsewhere. And, well, the op was the real danger, but they hadn't found Anacilia yet. Lurking in the shadows, she finally strikes and closes out this round. Even when you deal with Alkia, KC have so much more to fall back on.
It is absolutely unreal. Giant X, you're almost wondering if a second timeout will be called at this point by Asuka. I mean, there is a world where maybe he just hears the comms calling out from Ness and he's happy with the ideas that are being put out into the server, but they're just not coming to fruition right now for Giant X. Now the shift over towards the A site. GX stuck on an island. Great paranoia to get out.
Oh, that spray doesn't quite land. The stun, good enough. And a weapon picked up. It could be another thrifty round for Giant X. That's what they're angling for. Hunter's Fury for post plant if they can get it down. That looks like they certainly can. Not much in the way of resistance. At least you'd imagine. And there it is. Spike secured. And really fighting back into this. All the nooks and crannies you have to clear it. It's not going to be easy for KC. But even when things have been difficult, they've managed to connect them. Hunter's Fury's used early. It's not to deny the defuse, and they're just walking through it. They're ignoring it. The ultimate buying a little bit of time. The defuse being tapped now. The wall going to cover them to do so. Dodging the first pieces of utility, drawing them into an open battle, winning the fights. It's Anasilia with 4 and Alkia to close it out. Even when it looks like it's in doubt, KC just keep delivering.
She is 16-2 right now on the Breach. Anasilia, by far the best Breach player that we've had right now in Stage 2, and she continues to perform so consistently now heading into the last round of the half here. Giant X need to secure this round. We ended off Lotus on an 11-1 Sunset. Not quite as dominant as that, but we are nearing something quite damn close if KC can hit 10.
And look what they've got to work with. You can see Rolling Thunder in the hands of Anasilia. Off that drone contact, it would be fired through, but they don't see much. They'll hold it. They're not going to Rolling Thunder mid, are they?
Take flight.
Stun, at least, I imagine, is being primed, or flash, something to allow Alkia to play aggressive. It is! It's the Rolling Thunder on mid! It's Alkia running it down! That's disgusting! And she'll get her reward. A flash back in return, but it only slows her down! It won't stop Alkia! A triple kill on the board! GX, Giant X, whatever you want to call them, they're being beaten into the dirt! And it's Nami to step back up and attempt to reclaim hope for her squad. A 9-3, the best that they can dream of. But the AWP has changed hands again. Double digits at the halftime. And a grand final set to close out with a firework display from KC.
It is insane how well Carmine Corps have handled the first halves of this map and the last one on Lotus. So close to repeating a similar scoreline with that 10-2. And again, it is up to the next pistol round. As we swap sides, we'll see if Giant X can make the comeback.
Well, you might not have wanted to see a stomp of a final map, but a stomp of the last two is perhaps what we're destined for. 10-2. All hope from Giant X might rely on players like Alkia, on Anasilia, by the way, who's 16-3, on Safia, who started 10-1. I think they all need to lose their mice for this to be close. They are on fire, Ash.
They are. It is undeniable, the momentum that KC has built for themselves. Also, just the general raw mechanics. They can't do any wrong when it comes down to those firefights. And this pistol round has to be near damn perfect. Again, out from Giant X to try and keep them in this series.
I mean, they need it. They need it more than ever. They were good in those opening pistols earlier on in the series. Losing this could be a death sentence. We'd likely see the force buy. Sarah hears the steps, has plenty of support, finds the first as well. It's glanced down, but the three superheroes of this map are still standing. Nami falls to GX. Alkia steps up for one, just the one. Safia, double, and now it's a chance again with just Sarah, 46 HP, and 2 players to take down. GX wrapping around secures what could be one of the final nails in Giant X's coffin. They had 2 maps to close this out, Ash. 2 chances. And so far, a handful of rounds across them both.
Last player standing.
Casey looking to repeat that history that we've talked about, and in even more dominant a fashion as the last time that we saw these two teams in a grand finals during stage 1. Carmine Corps on the precipice of earning that crown back again, defending their title here for Game Changers EMEA. And for Giant X, it's that potential heartbreak. This walk up towards A, looking to be punished. Trades to go out at the very least. Tides are starting to turn now here for Giant X. If they can come away with this thrifty, it could be everything here for the remainder of Sunset.
Okay, nice shot by Sarah. Great shots connected. That's what we need to see. A fight back in this round. Even though they didn't put it all on the line, they didn't play that deep force buy. Safia's even expected to be coming from this angle. Well put together by Giant X, and that actually gives them a great opportunity to string together these rounds to find the economic advantage and maybe get their foot back in the door, because right now KC, they seem to be slamming it shut in Giant X's face, but not in this round.
Oh, a huge pay save card thrifty here to be coming out from Giant X. Overall, these teams, so much pressure on the side of Giant X to make that comeback happen. For Ness and Smurfette to also finally break that second place curse as well, since it just has been so long since they've been able to win out that grand finals. Billy was talking about that being back in, what was it, 2022, up against Prime G2 goes in, that they're able to take it. Oh! That's a great way to start things out. A little 1-2 punch there from Smurfette to open up the round.
That's what you love to see. The outlaw in full effect, the weaker weapons not finding much. Don't know why I even started that sentence. 2 frenzy kills, and I start to get worried. But Nami, okay, she's getting rid of those worries. Good, lovely stuff. Smurfette in with the outlaw, and we've got another round for Giant X, building them up, slowly rising up to the occasion. As KC stalling out at 11, but that's the early half. You'll lose round 2 after winning pistol. You'll definitely lose round 3. We look to the next, where the rifles come in.
It's just so important for Giant X to keep this momentum going here as well. Stave off that potential match point for as long as possible. See what the approach is going to look like. These rounds have started off with a lot of that early A main control on the side of Giant X. They've done the conditioning with the walk down. This time, a little bit further back. The operator online here. Taking out Anasilia is huge. She's had so much impact with that breach kit to be able to set Alkia up for those engagements and provide that crowd control to find favorable fights here for the team. And now things have to slow down a little bit more. You don't have that chance to go for those set pieces.
Safia down as well. Now pressure on. The flank could be underway. Got to move forward, and it's into the waiting arms of Smurfette, the operator, landing its shot. Giant X putting these rounds together, but also convincingly. That's the win condition here. That's the way back in. You win a couple 1v1s, means nothing. It means sooner than later, we're going to see a round swing the other way. But here, this is inspiring that they can keep connecting those rounds. Now Smurfette's being gradually forced back. There's a fight for Nami, but she wins it, and she's been good in these last couple of rounds. A safe pair of hands with that Bulldog in her possession. And glance. Okay, she'll get one. The stun is perfect.
You had it coming.
Nicely done. Now it's up to Carmine Core to find the response over to the operator that's been brought out here by Smurfette. She's been so dynamic with those repositions, so quick, thanks to that high gear to post up on another deep sightline. And it's going to be a lot of that responsibility shouldered on Anasilia as well as Lance to be able to push her off of those angles, whether it's with the drone, the stun, or the flashes that can come through. The timeout now to be called here by Casey, the first one that they'll be using in this map as well, as they look towards having that conversation of how they want to approach the attacking side, because it becomes a lot harder to default now that that op is up.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Maybe you need to go for those more direct plays, and I think this is a great opportunity for KC to experiment with that, right? Coming in on the eco with that low buy, you might see a much punchier round. And they've called a timeout as well. Speaking of what's to come, of how these orbs can be distributed as well, of what they'll see in the next round, and how to not let that gap close in. They've seen it. They've done it. Catching up to Giant X and then taking a map, stealing it out from under them. They don't want to allow their opponents to do that. In the very final map of a best of 5. 2 is all that they need. And look at that. Actually, you know, you're thinking about this round as a low buy. They've still got a lot. They're going in for stingers. It is the more direct play as a result, and they've already gotten extremely close. Alkia right up in the face of her opponent. Sarah does very well. Not just finding the one, but doing damage.
Plant will be secured. Very least here for KC. A stun, nice to try and delay any forward push coming out from the attacking team here as well. And now it's all up to the Flood back on site here from Giant X. The utility looking perfect so far. Lance trying to find one, but there won't be too much more than that. The defuse to now come in here for Giant X. They're finding that momentum, but this isn't the round that we were really focused on here, right? We expect Giant X to run away with this. Now eyes are going to be on to the next buy that they've got incoming to try and secure that match point. And how they're going to protocol again against this operator that Smurfette continues to use to keep KC guessing.
Yeah, she's having a lot of effect with it there. And you can see the containment as well towards the spawn that came in. The Nami TP across to take that right side of A off the back of the stun. This was so important for Giant X, getting that little bit of a foothold and avoiding the choke point against the weaker weapons. Now we see aggression from Smurfette. The op given to Sarah. We saw this on the other side. The success found immediately with the ultimate, and of all the rounds to do it, right when KC put the money into those rifles, they are put to bed early. Giant X, almost catching Safia. This is a huge advantage to play with and a hard one to see slip away. Safia does well, but she's so low, and it's even a headshot from Smurfette.
Ava having that information, being able to even stall out that A main push as well with the aftershock, buy time for Smurfette to get that rotation over alongside Ness, and Carmine Core gonna hightail it over towards that B site. You've still got the setup though available here for Sarah. The camera up for the retake if necessary. You've got those deep trips there as well. She's able to very comfortably still hold this backside space. And the op in hand reposted onto the angle.
Flash goes in, but it's just a signal for Sarah to keep on holding.
30 seconds
She knows the
left.
player might have slipped out, but those traps are going to cover her back. Smurfette spots and takes her down. That's a 4K for Smurfette in such an important round. Economy invested, and the gap now down to 4. If you were thinking that it didn't seem very likely for Giant X, it looked like the map was over, well, I'd be right there with you. But now, the tides are changing. They're shifting in favor of Giant X. The momentum is theirs. And KC are the ones that need to find a solution.
I love that for Giant X, they have such a good call coming out from Ness, right? That A main push with the overdrive. They're from Smurfette to take all of that space, and the counter call, knowing that KC are trying to set things up nicely for themselves. Great zoning for Alkia to immediately get that market control and push over towards backside. A change in tempo here working nicely for Common Core.
Yeah, she played a game of limbo and got under that door just in time. But trade back by Sarah doesn't last long either. There wasn't even the advantage. That was just down to a 2v3, but now it's Ava all alone. Casey needed an answer, and unleash Alkia on this B site was evidently the play. Full mid control taken by her, slide under the door, and you could see it blindsided Giant X. They had no notion that somebody could make a play that quickly. And with a shot from the Outlaw, it's down to 10 HP. The economy's there, so you're still going to go for it. But I don't think the result is going to be anywhere close to favorable. One bullet needed, one bullet found, and 12-7 we're down to just one more round.
Match point here for Casey. Man, I feel like Sarah's also got to be kicking herself a little bit for this reposition. She had such a good spot, manages to take out two. Was it tucked into a corner where the Rolling Thunder doesn't hit her either, and walks straight into it and into a fading smoke to get caught out and lose the numbers, putting Ava into that clutch situation. Now timeout to be called here from Giant X. 5 rounds to try and take it to overtime, but also 5 opportunities for Carmine Core to close this map out and take the series for this grand finals of stage 2. The answer has been good so far from the defenders. But Casey, with that tempo change, it seems like after all that conditioning, they found a little bit of an answer. But that's also something that Giant X can be prepared for now going into the next round.
Oh. A timeout here. It's not an enviable position for Giant X, discussing connecting 5 rounds in a row, a feat that they just managed. But what was a key part of that feat? It was the operator. They had it in play, but there's 7k invested. Do they have they must have a backup, an operator and a rifle perhaps. I see Ness spent a lot. Let's see if that's the case as the round goes on. Obviously ready for a pacey play with the rifles in hand. Already the trap will be destroyed, but Alkia not committing here. This is just feigning that A control, and it's been read. Giant X are moving back into this position, back towards B with 3 players on standby. This is a good position to play from.
I love this change from Giant X, especially the Cypher playing over towards that A site here as well. Vertical angle for Nami, manages to get her the first blood.
Oh, this is not going well. They've left Alkia towards the A site. She hasn't found rotations. She hasn't found players crossing on mid because they're already here. B has already been overrun by these defenders, and now they're on the back foot, majorly speaking. An outlaw for Alkia, not somewhere we're going to expect much to come in from her. And I believe her ult has already faded into obscurity. This is a miracle shot needed. And not found. I think Ness might have been tagged there. She's down to 67 HP, but still drawing breath. Glance spotted to be inside of B main. Drone going out, but it's all onto Alkia from that side angle. She has to find value with 20 seconds left. And it might be all about the next round. With her down, only one site to focus on, just looking towards B main. And KC could just run to their deaths, but look at the economy. I think they have to save.
Yeah, that will be the case here for
10
KC.
seconds left.
Giant X with great utility coming out, coming off the back of that first pick from Nami, a perfect paranoia, and then stuns to follow up there from Ava as well, just denying that flood into sight and divvying up these teams too. And we were asking about, okay, why we weren't seeing that operator come online. It was because they had the read of KC knowing Alkia had that overdrive available, knew that she was going to find some sort of opportunity to try and get up close and personal with the ultimate up against Smurfette as well. And the op actually not looking to be repurchased for this team on defense either. Again, it's these continuous shifts in these setups. Giant X will keep Sarah over towards that A site. She's looking to play that retake protocol. Strong site over at B, contesting that space early on. More than happy to play retake across the remainder of the map.
My ult is ready.
And a huge ultimate to be picking up here for Ness.
Yeah, whether it's for proactive clears or for post plants, getting back in can do so much for Giant X. 4 rounds in a row. Up against rifles. The space that Alkia found. Running it down in the previous round. They're going to try to exploit that.
Cage triggered.
Traps that they're looking for. Sapia waiting for the mid-aggression. Doesn't hit the shot to start with. Needs a reset, but the stun comes in. Perfect stuff for Smurfette. Hunter's Fury to delay that plant. Maybe claim a scalp or at least do some damage. Doesn't look like it succeeded in damage front, but it has at least slowed the plant. And Acilia, she's going running up, gets the paranoia out of them early, but a flash in return stops Giant X from taking the space. Now they're smoked out. Good damage done to Anacilia. She's very low with shock darts being sent through, stuns as well. KC are running out of utility, and they're not finding picks on the back of it. 1-to-1 trades not good enough. Giant X already in the lead. Shot landed by Anacilia. We're down to a 2v3. Another now for Glance. This might be where they do it. The tap forces out the swing, surely, and it goes in their favor, but Glance gets the shock dart kill. Now it's down to a 1v1. Her chance to push them across the line, but it's Ava just in the nick of time, perhaps. No, the clock's already gone. 13-8. KC, Glance bought enough time, and they have claimed the title yet again. 13-8, 13-1 before it. There can be no doubt this is a deserved victory.
Absolutely. A clinic that we saw on Lotus just before heading into Sunset.
Oh, yeah.
And an extremely strong start to our last map of this grand final for Carmine Corna as well. Starting off in that 10-2, it was a nice attempt from Giant X to claw things back on defense. We saw how dynamically Smurfette was positioning herself as well, but KC, ultimately, the reads, the counter util has been so good. And in that last round, it also came down to that position, in short, that Anacilia had to take Ness out of the equation. She has been such a difference maker for this squad. So much impact to be found from this breach, just debuting on the main stage of Game Changers this year.
Yeah, claiming that title again. Well deserved. After that previous map, I was mind blown. I can't believe the amount of individuals that stepped up to the plate and hit some damn home runs. It's got to be devastating though for Giant X, seeing history repeat itself like this. A 3-2 up against KC, the final map being the decider. Albeit last time they were the ones to win map 4. They came in with the momentum. This time they had to bounce back from a 13-1. And it came close. We saw real sparks fly in this second half. Smurfette on the operator, on the ult with that aggressive play. It was wonderful to witness. And Ava, despite winning the battle, 3 seconds too late. And you can see that KC elated to have that win, to have that title, back-to-back champions of VCT Game Changers here in EMEA, stage 1 and 2, and looking to do what very few teams have managed to do, or just one, in fact, before. They want the year to be all theirs, and it very well could be if they keep playing like this.
Yeah, looking like a new era, the Carmine Core era here for Game Changers and EMEA. And with this win as well, it's also conversation what this means for Game Changers Championships as well, right here, Mitch. I believe they now are guaranteed to at least tie for that 3rd slot. And if they get any points in stage 3, which means just making it to playoffs, they are cemented for GCC, which is massive for this team to have such an early lead into the season, knowing they're so comfortable now heading into the final tournament here for Game Changers at the end of the year.
Well, to hear more about what the future holds going into GCC and the rest of the year, and to talk a bit more about this dominant victory by KC in these last 2 maps, we have on standby our wonderful analyst desk with Frankie, Billy, and Meg.
Mitchman and Ash, yes, it is official. Carmine Corp have done the back-to-back from a team that was formed around Glance just at the start of the year to 2 titles to their name. And Ash just put it, they could be going to GCC just by making playoffs. This is a huge result for the team, Meg.
Yeah, Carmine Corp showing us why they are the worthy champions once again. The comeback did look so real for Giant X, nearly slipping away from Carmine Corp, but in true fashion, in true Game Changers fashion, they find match point with a pay save card Thrifty and Glance closing it out.
It genuinely feels like the new era of like Game Changers EMEA is well and truly here. When we look at KC by finally being able to pick up their first win since entering Game Changers back in 2024 by getting that stage 1 to now go back to back and finally get it in stage 2 as well. I mean, it's just crazy what the organization's been able to do with this rebuild this year.
It's so fun as well to watch Casey when they really hit their stride and they're feeling themselves and they're in their element. And every single player has a clear role to play beyond obviously what we're seeing in Agent Select. You know that Glance can be so reliable for those 1v1 moments. We saw her clutch so many situations today. GX, if she knows that her team needs the extra firepower as well as the call, she's going to be putting it up there. There's so much to say about all of the members of this team. But with our play safe card, play of the final, we have to bring forth this moment from Alkia, Billy.
Yeah, I mean, Alkia was just incredible all throughout the game, but I think it was this round in particular that was just a real highlight for me, right? We look at the buy that they had going into this round. It was a little bit shaky, but it's this showstopper, right, that really kind of shifts the momentum and gets a round on the board for KC on that split. And let's not forget, this came off the back of a timeout as well. So yeah, I think Alkia all throughout has been such a consistent performer.
Now, it was very emotional on the team cams in Camp KC as they won their victory and confirmed that back-to-back. But let's see if GX has recovered enough to talk to us. GX, all your teammates surrounded you when you won that victory. And I just want to know, how are you feeling?
I feel good. And you choose wrong time to talk with me on interview because I cannot hold my tears.
Listen, I'm evil. I love the tears. GX, this is hard fought for this victory. As I was just saying on the desk, it's so incredible to believe that this is a team that was put together, won their first stage as a team, and now you've done it again. It's not a honeymoon period. This is a team that could go the distance. Why do you think it's all come together so quickly?
I don't know. It's like long adventure. I don't have any words. I'm so sorry. I'm so happy and I cannot talk a lot, but I can say like it's just coming by hard work. And as I said on my story video, it's like if you keep your dreams huge, if you work hard, it's gonna be happen. So keep your huge high and make them happen, as I said before.
Were there any moments, if you can find the words, where you did feel like, I'm getting in my head a bit here, I need to just take a moment and just guide the team and do what we know we can do?
Can you repeat?
Of course. I know, GX, that sometimes you can get in your head a bit. You've got this big responsibility on your shoulders, and I know you want to put up numbers too. Were there any moments in that final where you had to almost give yourself a pep talk and get out of your head?
Yeah, it was on first map on Split. It was like so stressful for me. I was a little bit confused in my brain because what we work, it was not working in the game, and we were a bit like shaky in the game. And I was like deep breathing. I was like not thinking anything. It was a bit hard, but then we tried to recover and fix it. And I was outside the office and I was trying to breathe a bit and stay calm after the split. So I think at the moment, when I was stressed, I was trying to give more calls, give more energy, because if I cannot shoot, I have to do my best as a vocal player, because I'm also a player beside IGLing, and I tried my best and it came here and I'm so happy.
Thinking about that moment when you were out on the street and now here as the Stage 2 champion, are you proud of yourself?
Yeah, of course. I am proud of myself. I am proud of my team. Everything I proud right now because, like, when you watch your previous experiences and now you see yourself as a champion, it's so big experience and emotions. I have butterflies on my stomach, on my body, everywhere now. Like, if I talk with you more, I will cry, and I don't know, it's a bit weird, and I'm so happy.
I will ask you just a couple more questions then.
Okay.
The first one being the fact that if you make playoffs in stage 3, on
Yeah.
championship points alone, you are confirmed for the Game Changers Global
Yes.
Championships.
Yeah.
Is that something that you've been thinking about?
Yeah, it was my dream, like my big dream, be in the stage, like be in the arena, that in the LAN, because I never played LAN in my life, and it is my first dream right now. My dream was be champion on EMEA, and we did it twice, and I hope we will do third time. And now my dream is go to LAN, win the LAN, do something,
You could do that in stage 3 in
Yeah.
Turkey, of all places.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
imagine that that's definitely something that's in your sights, and it looks very achievable, GX.
Yeah, I was happy to see when I see Turkey, because I don't want to travel 16 hours to be honest and go somewhere. Last time Alkia told me that she went to Brazil 13 hours with flight. So it was so hard, she said. So I didn't want to go somewhere, to be honest. So Turkey, my home, everyone welcome, and I don't know what can I say. A lot. Now our goal is make playoffs and see you on Turkey stage.
And one last question, GX, because I know that you're inspired by Petra. This is a story we all know and love. But there will be players watching this who have been grinding Valorant and thinking about maybe trying to start their own competitive career. They're looking up to you now. What do you have to say to them?
I mean, I never expect myself here, and I was like all the time keep hard working, because I was believing myself that if I hard work, I will succeed on it. I will do what I want. So I am telling you that if you're hard working, like, you will take something. Life gonna give you something, bring you something. So just keep hard working. And about Petra, like, you always asking me, not only you, but I love you, Petra. Like, I don't know how much time I have to say, but like, I love you, and I think I have a feeling that you will come back to competition. So see you on competition. If you don't come back, I don't know what can I say.
You'll hunt her down. And I know she'll be watching this and proud of you. Is your team around you just before I let you go, so we can wave goodbye to them and say congratulations one last time? Are they there?
Yeah, Dima, our team is here. They're asking.
They're gonna do interviews.
They went to somewhere. Another interview.
They're just
they
used
went.
to this, aren't they? They're just used to winning now. It's fine. It's just part and
Yeah.
parcel of the Game Changers experience. Teshi Kula, thank you so much. Congratulations on being our back-to-back champions, Carmine Corp and GX. Thank you so much. I'm so excited. I'm even more excited for that LAN in Istanbul, guys. That's coming up on November the 2nd, and it could be GX in front of a home crowd, Billy.
Frankie, you're really pulling at my heartstrings in that interview. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I was trying so hard not to cry. The answers that GX gave amazing, and you're so right in saying that, like, she is a role model now for people looking to get into this scene, looking to start their Valorant competitive career. And I'm just so looking forward to that LAN event that we do have for the finals of Stage 3. I think it's going to be an amazing event, and it's when the full community can get together, right? And you can go and support your favorite players and see what it's all about. So everyone, be sure to come and join us.
Sunny Saviorum GX as well, because, like, honestly, Game Changers is so special, and to see how much it means to these players and how hard they work to be here and how deserving they are of the win. You know, Game Changers is such a fabulous thing, and I'm so happy for GX.
Let's take a look at the bracket one last time. As you'll see, GX in the grand finals. It was an incredible 3-2 showcase, and this is what we got to see last time round. Those circuit points, though, I mean, looking incredibly tasty for Carmine Corp. Giant X, they're not going to be disappointed with those. They're obviously going to have to work slightly harder in the playoffs to try and guarantee themselves a spot, because obviously there's one spot for whoever wins stage 3, and then the next spot goes to the person with the most points. Ladies, I'm so excited for stage 3, and it's been an absolute privilege to work with you girls, and I'm looking forward to seeing you also smash it on the VCT desk as well. Thank you so much to all of our other talent who've been phenomenal this week. All of our players, incredible scenes from them, and you're just constantly upping the skills and upping the competition. Production, you're killing it. And audience, we love you so much. Thank you so much. We will see you September 30th when the stage 3 playoffs begin. Good night.
Got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat. Whoa, you know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
But it's time to come alive. If you want to party, babe, you got to feel it deep inside. All I really want to do is the things you just can't hide. Put your funk around it, babe, and I'll take